After the village had left, Leftpa asked Lu Sheng to go to Hitsuan to pick up the already prepared clay pots. He family is famous for making fine porcelain. At home, they produce many beautiful ceramics and pottery. Because porcelain is expensive and they need a lot of it half a month ago, she personally went to He village to discuss with the He family. They decided to make pottery based on her sample. Each piece could hold about 1 jin and 2 liang of peaches, and each jar cost 3 coins. They planned to make 3,000 jars at once. Since the quantity was large and the design was new, the He family accepted the business. Half a month ago, they signed a contract and started production. Now 3,000 jars are finished and ready for pickup. Because they produce so many, the He family also agreed to deliver them, but someone from their side had to go and collect the jars. Lu Sheng went instead. Lu Sheng came with the He family, and in the afternoon, he moved the 3,000 jars into his own yard. Villagers gathered around. "Lady Wen, why are you making so many jars? A whole big cart of them." "Yes, they look so small."
"What can you store in them?"
"It seems like a waste. Why does your family need so many jars? Are they for decoration or something else?" The villagers couldn't understand why so many jars were needed. As they said, these small jars couldn't hold water. So why make so many? Lady Wen smiled and explained, "These are for little Pa to use. She decides how to use them." The villagers were even more surprised. They didn't expect these jars to be for lost children's toys. Who would let their child play with so many jars? These jars are free, but although small, each one is worth at least a few coins. Giving so many to a child for play seemed like spoiling them and wasting money. "Lady Wen, children shouldn't be spoiled like this. What if you spoil them?" "Yes, Lady Wen. What are you going to do with so many jars? They're not for playing house or anything. They're just jars." "What are these jars for?" "To eat, to drink, or to show off. They don't seem useful or practical. It's hard to understand why you'd spend so much money on this. This is just going the wrong way." The villagers' voices grew louder, and their discussions became more heated. No one agreed with buying so many jars just for children to play with. Wenshi became angry, her face turning dark. These people really love to interfere. They worry about trivial things, even though Wenshi is just doing a legitimate business, making canned goods. Yet, these people criticize her unfairly, which makes her furious. However, Wenshi doesn't want her to reveal this matter, claiming it is for confidentiality and safety, to prevent others from coveting it and causing trouble. Now, there's no way to explain, and Wenshi feels frustrated. Let's see who speaks badly about her, saying the worst things. When the time comes, let the village chief refuse to buy their peaches, and it will make him angry. Wenshi said, "Xiaoshi isn't playing with clay jars, but using them for proper business. Everyone will understand soon. Also, our family is about to harvest peaches. Go back and pick your own peaches to sell to us. 1 coin per jin. Whatever you have, bring it quickly." As soon as Wenshi said this, the villagers remembered what the village chief had told them. They all jumped up and ran to the mountains, afraid others might beat them to sell peaches to Wenshi. If Wenshi buys more peaches, they won't need theirs anymore. Where will they cry then? One by one, the villagers headed up the mountain, carrying baskets and pushing wheelbarrows. All families, young and old, went to pick peaches. "Farmer Tian, do you know what Wenning's family is planning? Why so many peaches? Did she tell you anything?" Lai asked quietly. Honestly, Lai was a bit nervous, worried that if these peaches are sold again, they might not sell well, wasting effort. But if he didn't ask, he was afraid others might take advantage. Lai was very conflicted. Since Tian usually gets along well with Wenshi, maybe she had some secret information. So he came over to ask if it was worth doing or if it was reliable. Tian didn't have any inside info. Besides, she didn't like Lai much, and even if she knew, she wouldn't want to tell him. But Lai was persistent. He was the type to get what he wanted no matter what. He wouldn't give up easily. Tian, annoyed by his pestering, replied with a sullen face, "Aunt Lai, I really don't know. But Wenshi always relies on her own judgment and wouldn't lie." If everyone puts their peaches in her family's hands and she doesn't buy them, everyone will be covered in spit, drowning her. So don't worry, just go pick peaches. Hearing this, she felt very pleased. Yes, what was she worried about? So many people had come up the mountain to pick peaches. If the Wen family dared to refuse their peaches, everyone could easily expose her. Therefore, Lai eagerly ran to pick peaches, calling out as she worked, "Everyone, hurry and pick peaches. Be quick, don't leave any behind. Lady Wen said we can take as many as we want, so don't hold back. Make sure to take all the peaches and send them to her house." Hearing Lai's words, everyone looked surprised and widened their eyes. They thought she must have eaten something strange today. Why would she say such things? It seemed like she was considering everyone's interests. But no matter what, everyone moved quickly, climbing the peach trees to pick the fruit from above. Some trees were large, and some people even climbed onto the branches to shake the peaches down with bamboo poles. They heard someone below shout, "Be careful, boss. Don't break the peaches when you shake them down. The peaches we collect shouldn't be damaged, and any that are broken should be discarded." The man in the tree paused his work, then climbed down. He hung a small cloth bag on his bamboo pole, aiming it at the peaches, and carefully picked each one into the bag. "We've already gathered a basketful. Let's pick 2 more baskets, then we can harvest all the yams in this mountain area. After that, we can go home." "All right, boss. Come drink some water. Do you think we should stay on the mountain overnight? Is anyone likely to come and steal peaches in the middle of the night?" The man hesitated, pausing his work, then replied, "No need. It's just a few peaches. Every household has some. Why steal?" The woman shook her head. "That's not always true. In the past, peaches weren't worth much, so no one cared. But now it's different. A jean of peaches costs a penny. Who wouldn't want some?" The man hesitated again. "Maybe I should stay here tonight. Our family only owns this mountain. Once we finish harvesting tomorrow, we won't need to stay overnight." The woman nodded. The woman was Nyo Gui, and the man was her husband, Ma Kong. Nyo Gui looked at Ma Kong working there and felt a bit worried. She said softly, "Husband, burn a bit more fire tonight. I'll bring you a quilt when I go home. When the time comes, you can wrap it around yourself. Keep the fire going at night to stay alert. It's a hard night, but tomorrow night, when you come home, I'll reward you well." Ma Kong nodded and smiled widely, holding Nyo Gui tightly to protect her hand. "You need to come quickly. I'm waiting for you. Tomorrow night." Nyo Gui's face turned red as she withdrew her hand. "All right, you ghost. How can you say such things here?" Ma Kong looked regretfully at his empty hands and watched Nyo Gui go home. After returning home, Nyo Gui quickly sent Ma Kong a blanket with a lamp. Unaware that their movements had been seen the entire time, Lu Dakue watched from afar. Ma Kong was sitting by a fire in the woods. The forest was very dark at night, and the evening breeze was cool. Ma Kong was nervous, worried about his wife alone at home, and couldn't help but want to go back and check. Since midnight had passed and no one came, Ma Kong felt at ease. He walked home in the dark, opened the door, and was hit by a strong smell of blood. His heart skipped a beat. Under the moonlight, he saw the scene inside the house. He was instantly terrified and shouted loudly, rushing inside. Someone had come into his house and heard his wife. "Ugh ugh ugh, husband, you're back. Lu Dakue, that man, ah." Nyo Gui screamed sharply, but suddenly fell silent. Gui, what's wrong?" Ma Kong couldn't help but call out. Nyo Gui didn't answer. She collapsed weakly on the ground, a dagger stuck in her chest, blood pouring out. "Lu Dakue, you beast, I will kill you." He grabbed a stick and swung it at Lu Dakue. Lu Dakue hurriedly dodged to the side, but Ma Kang's movements were too quick. He avoided the first strike, but couldn't dodge the second, and was soon knocked over, unable to straighten up. "Someone's been killed. Help! Help!" The commotion in the middle of the night spread far through the village. The neighbors woke up suddenly, and soon the entire village was alarmed. People with torches rushed toward Ma Kang's house. Everyone in the village was very tired today, but they were all awakened by the noise. Seeing such a big commotion, especially a murder, everyone became alert. They hurried out of their beds, some even without putting on their coats, rushing outside. Zhang Jinwang arrived quickly. When he reached Ma Kang's home, he saw the yard brightly lit by torches. "What's going on?" Zhang Jinwang asked. Someone nearby immediately answered. "The village chief says Lu Dakue did it. He went to Ma Kang's house tonight and assaulted his wife, Niu Gue." Ma Kang saw it happen. Lu Dakue must have been out of his mind and killed Niu Gue. Ma Kang returned just in time and discovered what had happened. He immediately caught Lu Dakue and struck him with a broomstick until he fainted. Zhang Jinwang trembled all over, feeling dizzy and lightheaded, almost unable to stand. How could this happen? How could a murder occur? If this news spreads, what will happen to our village's reputation? Once people hear that there is a murderer in our village, outsiders' girls won't want to marry into our family. It's like cutting off our future. Lu Dakue, what was he thinking? If I had known it would come to this, I should have driven him out of the village long ago. Last time, he tangled with the Wen family, and now he dares to commit such a terrible crime. How can someone so reckless do such a thing? He even dared to kill. Lu Dakue was lying on the ground, his face covered in blood and flesh, with no clothes on. Inside the house, Niu Gui's body lay on the bed also. Zhang Jinwang felt that he was truly unlucky to meet such a crazy person who didn't follow the rules. If he had known earlier, he would have driven Lu Dakue out of the village. Now it's too late to say anything. Lu Dakue was the only one in his family who went out. He handled everything himself and never involved his family. So when he lost his mind, he would do things like murder and theft. Zhang Jinwang thought that if in the future there was a single person in their village who was a troublemaker with bad character, they should definitely drive him out, no matter what small mistakes he made. Otherwise, their village would have no future. Since someone had already died, Zhang Jinwang immediately sent his brother, Zhang Xingwang, to report the case to the authorities overnight. Zhang Jinwang said, "Ma Kang, you need to stay strong. You still have a child to raise. Your son is only 3 years old." Luckily, last night, his grandmother took him to her room to sleep, or things could have been much worse. For the sake of the child, you must stay strong. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Kang's wife arrived, crying loudly and desperately. "That Lu Dakue. How dare he treat me like this? My daughter-in-law even dared to kill someone. I don't want to live anymore. Today, I want to die with him." She then grabbed a kitchen knife and tried to attack Lu Dakue lying on the ground. Someone nearby stopped her. Everyone tried to persuade her. "Auntie, you can't do this. The village chief has already reported the case. Lu Dakue killed someone. He won't have a good outcome. Fuhua said that killing someone means paying with your life. The law will definitely sentence him to death. You must think carefully. Don't risk your life for him. Your grandson is only 3 years old." "Yes, Auntie, you must not lose hope. For someone like that, risking your life is not worth it. Auntie, people are watching, and Lu Dakue will not have a good ending." The villagers kept urging Ma Kang and his wife to stay strong. Ma Kang's wife was crying loudly, sitting on the ground and hitting the floor. "Oh, my poor daughter-in-law, how could she have gone so suddenly? This Lu Dakue is not human. He did something worse than animals. How could he do such a terrible thing? When Tang was alive, why didn't she take him along to stop him from hurting others? Wah wah wah, this is making me so angry I can't breathe." The villagers were moved by her sadness and tears, and they looked away, unable to watch anymore. Ma's family was truly unlucky, an unexpected disaster. By the way, why did Ma Kang stay on the mountain at night? They didn't have much money, yet he risked his life and his wife's. It's really a tragedy. Luckily, they came home last night. Otherwise, Lu Dakue might have harmed their family, and they could have been the ones to pay the price. The villagers tried to comfort Ma Kang and his wife, worried they might do something impulsive. "Ma Kang, you must not lose hope. It's not worth risking your life for someone like that. Think of your parents and children. You still need to take care of them. Don't do anything foolish. Yes, yes. After all, the law will punish him. In cases like this, he's likely to face the death penalty, probably be executed after the harvest. Ma Kang's wife, please don't lose hope. Think about your little grandson, he's so innocent. He just lost his mother. If you also leave, what will happen to him? Ma Kang and his wife stayed silent. Since the incident didn't happen to them directly, their words of comfort had no effect. No one understands hardship until they experience it. Even warm words can't reach their hearts. Soon officials arrived, coroners, officers, and many others. They quickly took Lu Dakue away. Ma Kang also left with them. Because the clues were clear, Lu Dakue was caught on the spot. The coroner examined the body, and the officers conducted investigations and searches in Ma's house. Evidence was solid. A verdict was soon passed. Lu Dakue, who committed such a heinous crime, was sentenced to death by beheading, to be carried out in the fall. Ma Kang returned home, and afterward, he became very silent. The villagers said their family was cursed with bad luck. Nyogue was married into the next village. When trouble happened, Nyogue's brother came over. He is an honest man, but because of Nyogue's situation, he was very angry and scolded loudly. Since Lu Gue's incident, the two families have stopped talking to each other. After the court's decision, everyone in the village fell silent all at once. For a while, everyone was very cautious, walking carefully, as if walking on thin ice. No one dared to cause trouble, and even the most difficult troublemakers calmed down. At Zhua's house, they kept picking peaches. No one needed to guard their peaches anymore, and no one dared to steal. The village chief announced in front of everyone that if anyone was caught stealing, they would be whipped 100 times and fined 1 or 2 silver coins. If caught a second time, they would be expelled from the village. Zhang Jinwang was frightened by what happened this time. Now, no matter who spoke, it was useless. The reputation of Qingchuan village was damaged by Lu Dakui. In the future, other nearby villages wouldn't look up to them anymore. That day, the Wen family asked the village chief, could you please find some people to help wash and cut peaches at our house? How many people do you need? The village chief asked. And how much will they be paid? He was used to Wen's family asking for help now and then. Before, he had heard villagers complain that it was because Wen's peaches sometimes caused trouble, which led to Ma Kang staying up all night, and Lu Dakui and Nyogue killing someone. Some villagers didn't like Wen's family or the Zhua family. But they didn't dare to directly trouble the Zhua family, because the Zhua family had 2 servants, especially Lu Sheng, who looked tall and strong and knew some fighting skills. They also had traps, thorn bushes, and 2 dogs. Villagers dared not confront them directly, only gossip behind their backs. Some people even agreed with these rumors. When Zhang Jinwang found out, he immediately retorted, "What do you all know? Lu Dakui is a troublemaker. Didn't he try to harm Lady Wen before? He failed and did bad things instead. If he doesn't die, he'll do more harm to the village. Either he harms others, or others harm him. You bunch of fools, talking nonsense here. Your brains are full of." After he said this, most people agreed with him. Zhua's daughter, Zhua Shi, secretly felt grateful. Luckily, they had a wise village chief. Otherwise, life would be very hard. After their mother and sisters passed away, they specifically went to visit the Ma family to offer condolences. Although the Ma family was unfriendly to them, they didn't say much. They all understood that healing from pain takes time. About 20 people, each cutting 100 jin of peaches for 5 coins. At least 10 coins can be earned in a day, said one. All right, leave it to me, said the village chief. After speaking, he went to find people and quickly arranged for workers. Everyone, listen up. Take the peaches to the river to wash them clean. After washing, each peach should be cut into 4 to 5 pieces, preferably of similar size. Zhua Shi looked at the workers and said, "Everyone, put the half-cut peaches into a basket. When weighing, for every 100 jin of peaches cut, you will earn 5 coins. The more you work, the more you earn." After cooking, someone will pack these peaches into clay jars, with each jar holding about 1 jin and 2 liang. Payment is made daily, paid on the same day, with no delays. Everyone, be careful. When washing, make sure to clean the peaches thoroughly. When cutting, keep the pieces uniform in size. No cheating or shortchanging. If anyone is caught doing so, they will be dismissed. There is a river near the Zwa family's home, about 5 or 6 minutes walk away, so they went to wash their hair quickly. When they returned, the workers received a piece of wood from Zwasher, which had been cleaned and sharpened with a kitchen knife, and started cutting peaches. Washing and cutting peaches is a relatively simple task. With so many people working together, no one feels bored. They talk while working, without interrupting the job. And your knife skills are good. The peaches you cut are split perfectly, looking clear and shiny. Impressive. Aunt puffed up her chest happily. I just do a lot of cooking at home. Over the years, I've gotten used to it. You're also good. Tion smiled and said, not as good as Aunt's. She's quick and skilled. They continued cutting, moving their hands skillfully. Soon, the basket was filled with many peach slices. One was responsible for weighing and paying the workers. Since it wasn't time to distribute wages in the village yet, she was just supervising and checking how the peach slices looked. Zwasher also watched closely, constantly inspecting. But during the check, Zwasher unexpectedly saw Chu Jingming. Jingming, why are you here? Zwasher asked in surprise. When they first hired workers, she had specifically asked Old Master Chu and Jingming, but both of them refused. Old Master Chu was going to the mountains to gather herbs. A few people stayed at home to read and practice calligraphy, and occasionally helped villagers with their medicine. Both refused to go. I'm back, everyone. I want to update properly, regularly every day, usually at noon.
Moi.
Zwasher didn't initially think of them. First, Old Master Chu was old, and Jingming was still young. Second, it seemed like their family was doing okay. But she still asked around. After all, there was money to be made. If she didn't try, she would regret it. It might be tiring, but she could decide for herself. If they were willing, why not? Unexpectedly, after they refused, Jingming appeared at her house. Jingming, where is Grandpa Chu? Zwasher asked. He went to the mountains to pick herbs. I'm at home with nothing to do, so I came to help you, Jingming said. All right, take your time. When you're done, I'll weigh what you've done, Zwasher said with a smile. Jingming shook his head. No need. I'll just stay here and watch. I won't do much anyway, and I don't need to be paid. Zwasher said, no, you must be paid. You put in a lot of effort. If others do it, I'll pay them too. And especially because it's you. She knew that besides medical skills, Old Master Chu and Jingming didn't have other trades or ways to earn money. They were old and young, and besides growing some vegetables, they had no harvests. They missed the spring planting season when they moved in, so there would be no harvest in autumn either. They still had to work hard to make a living. All right then. Yesterday, I was planning to go to the mountains with Grandpa, but he refused, saying he wanted to stay at home. I couldn't persuade him, so I came to check on you, she said. No worries, no worries. Work hard and rest when you're tired, Zwasher replied. Jingming was truly a good boy. Poor children often grow up quickly. If he were in modern times, he'd be hard to find. But in ancient times, most children were like that, except for a few unruly, difficult kids. Most children were obedient, sensible, capable, and understanding of adults' hardships, doing what they could. Everyone inside the house was cutting peaches. They kept an eye on each other, offering water and tea, and reminding everyone to be careful. When using knives, they must not cut their hands. Just as she finished speaking, someone ahead let out a scream. Oh no, I cut my hand. What should I do? It's a big cut. Blood is flowing nonstop. We need to stop the bleeding quickly. Chu Jingming saw this and immediately said, My family has some medicine powder to stop bleeding. I will go home and get it. He then ran back to his house. When he returned, he knelt down to help, removing a layer of brown medicine powder from the injured person's hand, then wrapped it with a cloth. Be careful these days. Don't go to class. Avoid water. Come back in a few days, and I will change the dressing, he advised. Thank you, young doctor, Gausher said. How much should I pay for the medicine? Chu Jingming smiled and shook his head. Grandmother, there's no need. Gao Shi smiled. That won't do. Your work is hard to do, and you made this medicine yourself. You can't just give it for free. It's fair to pay a little. Tell me a number. If everyone gets minor injuries, they might all come to you for treatment, without paying. That wouldn't be good. Gao Shi was Zhang Xingguang's wife, and Zhang Xingguang was Zhang Jingxingwang's younger brother, and also senior to Chu Jingming. She considered his situation and took out 3 large coins from her pocket, handing them to him. Just take these for now. I didn't bring much money, but I will give you more later. Chu Jingming hesitated but couldn't refuse, so he accepted the money. After this, everyone was more careful when cutting peaches. They no longer rushed blindly, knowing that using knives could be dangerous. Fortunately, after Gao Shi was injured, no one else got hurt. They sat from morning till evening. Everyone worked efficiently and was motivated. The fastest cutter was a woman named Lu Chui. She cut peaches quickly and skillfully, placing them steadily and accurately. The peaches she prepared were neat and orderly. In one day, she managed to prepare 400 jin of peaches and earned 20 coins. When she received the money, Lu Chui smiled happily, counting and touching the coins repeatedly. She said, I never thought I could earn so much money just sitting at home. Even though I worked from morning till night and my waist hurt from bending, it wasn't hard work. I don't have any special skills, but I still earn 20 coins in a day. Everyone laughed. That's right. Those men, like Hanzi, say women are useless, just staying at home cooking and taking care of children, earning little money. But now, we're earning more than they do. Today, each of these wealthy people cut at least 200 jin of peaches. The smallest earned 12 coins, and the most earned 20 coins. Everyone was happy to earn money through their own skill. Wen Shi also smiled. When he first decided on the people, he didn't understand why his daughter insisted on using women. Now he finally understood. Thinking about his past life working under Granny Lan, working from morning till night with no money, constantly being scolded and beaten, life was very hard and miserable. Now he realizes how unworthy those hardships were. Of course, women should have more chances to earn money. When they have money, they stand taller and speak louder at home, more confidently. Wen Shi said, everyone should come early tomorrow after breakfast. You need to eat at home first because work is tiring. It's best to eat lunch at home before coming. Everyone smiled and nodded in agreement. Honestly, I'm really hungry. Tomorrow, make sure to call me so I can have lunch ready at home and bring it to me. Yes, my stomach's already growling this afternoon. If I weren't so hungry, I'd move faster. Exactly, if we eat enough, we'll work faster and earn more money. A meal isn't much, and we still need to eat at home anyway. Today was the first day. To save time, these people didn't want to go home for meals and worked from morning till night. Wen Shi felt tired seeing them, but she also understood. She used to be just like them. If she were still her old self, she would be the same. Wen Shi felt very lucky. Although she was driven away by her mother-in-law during the escape from hardship, her life afterward was quite good. Her children didn't have to worry about earning money, so their basic needs were already taken care of. Wen Shi warmly saw everyone off, then took the children to help Lu Sheng and Rong Ant place the clay jars. Under Zhua Shi's guidance, they put peaches into a large pot and added water. The peaches were washed very clean, and when cutting, all the skins had to be removed, along with the pits. After soaking for 5 minutes, Zhua Shi started the fire. For each pound of peaches, add 100 grams of ice and an equal amount of water. Cover the pot and bring to a boil over high heat, then turn to medium heat and cook for 15 minutes. Let it cool, then pour into a clean, sterilized clay jar. Add enough water to cover the peaches, seal the lid tightly, and store in the cellar for a night or 2. It sounds simple, but it's actually quite difficult to do. Lu Shi first took out the salt and ice that had been prepared in the system long ago. She asked the whole family, including Aunt Rong and Lu Sheng, to mix the peach water and ice in the right proportions, then cook everything thoroughly. After that, they carefully packed each into clay jars and sealed them tightly. It sounds simple, but sealing multiple jars took them most of the night. They hurried and worked late into the night to finish. During the day, they didn't need to work, so they could rest a bit before starting again. Making peach preserves was a free activity for them. Once they finished processing the 7 or 8,000 gene of peaches into jars, they could finally relax. Since the secret recipe for making the preserves was only known to Aunt Rome, Lu Sheng, and their family, Left Sure didn't dare tell anyone else. The reason was that the technique was very simple, and in ancient times there were no patents or copyrights. If others learned the method, it would become very common, and they wouldn't be able to make money from it anymore. Left Sure hadn't thought of any better ways to earn money, so she was determined to hold tightly to this peach preserve recipe and make a good profit. Besides, in any family with a secret recipe for making money, no one would openly share it. Whether in ancient times, where protecting technology was strict and people treasured their secrets, or in modern times, where information spreads quickly, many secrets are kept hidden. What can be shared openly is usually something everyone already knows or can't hide. Left Sure didn't feel guilty about not revealing her secret. The next day, more than 10 women from Qingchuan village arrived early at Left Sure's house. They were all in high spirits when they arrived. They greeted Wen Sure with smiles, showing kindness and warmth. They treated her like a boss. "Lady Wen, thank you. You don't know, when I went home yesterday, I took out the money." My mother-in-law and my husband's eyes lit up. They were bigger than copper bells. "My box is bigger than a copper bell, and they even boiled water for me to wash my feet. You know, when I married my husband, he was so kind to me only then." Exactly. It shows that money is really a good thing. "Yesterday, I earned 16 won. My husband does odd jobs, sometimes for 2 days, and only earns 16 won. When he looked at me yesterday, it was like he was looking at a gold doll. He treated me like a treasure god." Everyone was very happy and shared their experiences after returning home. Most were joyful, but a few were a little unhappy. "You said you earned money and just gave some to your family, so why did you have to give everything? Now I have to go home and face questions from my mother-in-law. Why is my minimum payment so high when we all do the same work?" said a woman dressed in blue. She looked a bit unhappy. "You all just talk about it, but it's caused me to not be able to save any private money. You don't know that once my mother-in-law gets her hands on my money, it's like it's dead in her hands. She won't let go of it no matter what. I have some minor health issues, and when I want to buy things, I ask her for money, but she never gives it. So, I want to save some private money. But you all mess things up." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone fell silent, looking at each other, unsure of what to say. Finally, Gao spoke up. "Chui, it's all the aunt's fault. We didn't discuss this well. When you go back, just hide a few coins, don't give everything to them. That's not right." "Yes, Chui, it's okay to want to save some private money. But you still need to do more work. Then every day, just give them about 10 coins. Tian added, "I think Chui is right. We should be more careful. Money in anyone's hands isn't as good as money in our own." "Exactly," said a few women, feeling strongly about it. "It's my own hard-earned money. After I give it to them, it's no longer mine. I have a right to use it. When I need money urgently, for something life-saving, my mother-in-law stubbornly blocks it. If I raise my voice and ask for it, she says I'm disrespectful. Yes, that's how it is. You don't know how difficult my mother-in-law is. She's unreasonable, holding on to her son's money and mine." Hong and Gao exchanged awkward glances. Most of the women working here are daughters-in-law, except for the 2 women who are like grandmothers. Now, these daughters-in-law are gathered together, talking badly about their mothers-in-law, and they seem to have good reasons and feelings. It's not just gossip. Comparing their own behavior daily, they suddenly realize they might be too strict with their daughters-in-law, not allowing them to have private money, which seems unfair. "You don't know how mean my mother-in-law is. I just wanted to buy some cloth for my period, but she's too stingy to give me any. I'm so angry. I don't want to deal with her. That's really tough. But I've had it worse. Last time, I bumped my head. I wanted to buy some medicine to treat the wound, so I wouldn't leave a scar on my forehead. But my mother-in-law wouldn't let me. Look, I still have a long scar on my forehead," she said, lifting her blue headscarf to show everyone. Everyone saw that it was indeed a good idea to adjust the stocks. The long scar on his forehead made everyone gasp in surprise. Your mother-in-law is really too stingy. She won't even pay for medicine. Yes, the woman sighed with a bitter smile. I'm not asking for money carelessly. They just won't give it, and I don't know what to do in the future. I can only save some private money for emergencies. It's not my fault. The woman understood clearly in her heart that now he couldn't oppose her mother-in-law. When her mother-in-law gets too old to move, she won't serve him, and he won't know what to do. All the pain he caused her in the past will be returned then. Gaosher shivered when she heard this. It scares me to think about it. In the future, I won't care if my daughter-in-law saves private money, but she can't save too much.
Onshino dead.
Yes, no more than 1 or 2 silver coins. When you need money, tell me, and I will make sure to give it to you. When it's time to give, give. Giving when it's time to give, and giving when it's time to give. All the daughters-in-law fell silent. The standard for giving was hard to agree on. Who decides when to give? It depends on others' opinions. So these two mothers-in-law had already given clear answers. Have your own private money, or else it depends on others' mood or judgment whether you can take money. That won't do. Isn't it better to have money in your own hands? Because of the private money issue, everyone had a discussion and each found their own answer. This discussion made everyone understand the difficulties of life and what they truly wanted. The daughters-in-law moved even faster. Those who had already paid the work money smiled gratefully at Lu Chui. Everyone washed peaches by the river with salt, then returned to peel and cut them. By noon, each household brought food and dishes for them, hoping they could spend more time here, even just to cut one peach, which was worth a penny. Not to mention, these women were very skilled with knives. They peeled quickly, removing the skin with each cut. Especially Lu Tsuehua, who first cut the peach into 4 or 5 pieces before peeling, making her the most efficient. In the evening, the greenhouse manager weighed the produce. After completing the work, they paid everyone on the spot. Today, Lu Chui received 21 coins, the most among everyone. When she handed in her money, she had 11 coins. No one knows how much money others earned today. During the weighing, only Mrs. Wen and she herself are present. As long as Mrs. Wen doesn't say anything, she won't either. No one knows exactly how much money she made. Everyone has learned to be smart. After they go back, Mrs. Wen and her family start cooking and canning the peaches again. Mother, we don't have enough jars. Maybe tomorrow we won't work all day. Let them go home after half a day, Swisher said. We only have 500 jars left, so tomorrow we'll make 600 pounds of canned peaches. 1 jar can hold 1 jin and 2 liang, so they can weigh the peaches first. Mrs. Wen nodded. All right, I'll tell them tomorrow. How are the ceramic jars from He Village coming along? Swisher thought for a moment. They should be almost ready. The later batch made 3,000 jars, maybe another 3,000, but the last 3,000 might take a few more days. Tomorrow, let Lu Xing ask about it and get this done. Mrs. Wen nodded, feeling relieved. I didn't expect so many peaches. Will we be able to sell them all? Swisher smiled. Of course, we'll sell them. In a couple of months, the peaches will be gone. We can take the canned peaches to the county or the city, or sell them in winter. By then, peaches will be rare. You've already tasted this canned peach, sweet and crunchy, not expensive. If you could buy 10 coins worth in winter, would you wanna? Mrs. Wen felt relieved after hearing this. If I had money, I'd definitely buy it. Seeing her lack of confidence, Swisher smiled. 10 won isn't much for wealthy families. For us poor folks, it's a bit expensive, but we can still afford it. Do you think, during the new year, we can sell this as a special item? Mrs. Wen nodded. Before she could speak, Zhuogun nodded eagerly like pecking rice. Yes, yes, the canned peaches are delicious. We'll eat them during the new year. Zhuohua and Zhuojiang also nodded. We want to eat them too. Zhuosher smiled. Then we'll go to the town together to sell them. After everyone finished discussing, they went to bed early. The next day, they told the workers that they didn't have enough ceramic jars and explained the situation. Mrs. Wynne said, "Today, we'll go to He Village to bring back the ceramic jars. Then we'll have the tools to pack all the peaches. In the evening, whether we succeed or not, we will notify everyone and tell you whether to come cut peaches tomorrow." Everyone understood and felt a bit worried because there were fewer peaches today. Everyone moved quickly, afraid others might take their share. It only took 4 hours. By noon, they had already cut all the peaches. Mrs. Wynne paid them for their work, then sent everyone away and closed the gate of the yard. The women leaving were surprised and wondered aloud, "Why do you need so many peaches when you go home? And why did they make us cut them into slices?" "I don't know. If I knew, I would do it myself," someone replied. "Are those peaches stored in jars going to spoil?" "Buying them seems like a loss," another said. "I don't know what the Zwa family plans to do with these peaches, but I don't think they bought them just to let them rot," someone else added. "Right, they probably want to make something with the peaches to eat. It's a pity we don't know. If they'd leave us some, we could learn how to do it," a woman suggested.
Stop dreaming about that.
"I'm happy just to cut peaches here and earn some money. No one would show these to others. Don't you think?" "Yeah, let's go quickly." "Don't think too much," they agreed. The women had many guesses and discussed it at home for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out what the Zwa family wanted with the peaches. Lu Sheng quickly brought another batch of 3,000 clay jars from He Village. When he returned, he told Zwa, "Boss, he said we should wait 10 days for the next batch of jars. We'll go get them then." Zwa frowned. 10 days? That's quite a long time. Didn't you tell him to hurry up? Lu Sheng replied, "I did, but making the jars takes time. They need to be fired and cooled down, which takes at least 10 days.
Boss, he said, he can't do it faster."
Zwa nodded. "All right, then go back in 10 days. In Qingchuan village, he had collected over 8,300 jin of peaches. The remaining peaches would need to be stored for about 10 days, which was quite difficult. If they spoiled by then, she might lose money. "System, can I sell all these peaches to you?" Zwa asked. "System, yes, they can be recycled. 1 peach equals 1 food point." Zwa's eyes lit up. Wow, this was great. 1 food point is worth 1 coin, but unfortunately, she couldn't exchange it directly. She could only use supplies instead. "Do you have peaches here? Can I exchange peaches with you using food points later?" Zwa asked. The system replied, "You can look in the system shop, but the items there are better and more expensive than yours. Most peaches cost no less than 5 food points." Zwa. Her heart ached. What should she do? She still wanted to use this to make some money. "Well, I don't want to lose out. I can't, even if this peach isn't a full gene, I can sell it and buy another one. I can't stand the price difference." Zwa shook her head. "Why are peaches in the system shop so expensive?" The system's voice was very stiff and straightforward. "I don't know. You decide for yourself." Zwa. She felt unwilling. She could look back and see a way to make money, but now she had to spend a lot to get better things. She was just making canned food. Did she really need such good peaches? She had already seen the way to earn money. Why block that path? "System, are your peaches really delicious?" The system, "Better than yours." Zwa had nothing to say. She opened the system shop and bought the cheapest peach to eat. Crisp, sweet, full of juice and good taste, truly a rare, high-quality fruit. Zwa was very satisfied. She didn't know where the system got these delicious peaches from. If she took them to the market, she believed they would sell well. "Yes, I can use these good peaches from the system to make canned food. They'll definitely taste better than before. When I turn these into high-end products and sell them to rich people, I can price each jar at 30 coins. Someone will buy." Zwa suddenly had an idea, and her eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. She decided that once she finished all the ceramic jars, she would have the system recover all the peaches. When the next batch of jars arrived, she would use peaches from the system to make canned food. In the next 2 days, everyone worked overtime to quickly fill and seal all the peaches in jars and store them in the cellar. Then they waited for 10 days until the peach ropes arrived with the finished ceramic jars. Too bad the system only has these physical items and no tools. It would be good to buy ceramic jars directly from the system. Zwasher believed that the jars made by the system would be very exquisite, at least better than those from village. Items from the system were always top quality. Unfortunately, all the food in the system was packed in plastic bags and there were no tools. Zwasher exchanged all the peaches at home into the system, worried they would spoil if left for a couple more days. Fresh peaches can last many days without rotting, but the peaches they picked included both ripe and unripe ones. When one peach was drawn, nearby peaches were affected too. After about 10 days, it was clear that it wasn't worth it. Zwasher walked around, carefully selecting peaches, and picked out all the ripe ones to sell. 10 days later, she kept a batch of peaches that looked wilted and not very fresh, weighing about 1,000 pounds. She first took out this batch of peaches and had the women cut them up. Then she brought out another batch of large, full, juicy peaches for the women to cut. Everyone found it strange because the peaches they were selling didn't seem as good as these. "Why are these peaches different?" Gausher asked. Zwasher explained, "These peaches are from the neighboring village. We wanted to buy some better ones." The women suddenly understood. "Oh, I see." Only Lu Xing looked at Zwasher deeply. He wondered if she had bought a better batch from the neighboring village, but the number didn't match. Could she have gone to buy more herself? Lu Xing suppressed his doubts and said nothing. He didn't care about this. He just wanted to do his own work well. People like him, with no future prospects, found life like this quite good. Everyone, work harder. If we finish cutting these peaches today, we won't need to come back tomorrow. Get your pay early and go home early, Manhwa encouraged everyone nearby. Everyone had been very motivated these days. They earned money by working, and these women showed extraordinary energy, much more diligent than when they stayed at home. It wasn't that they weren't hardworking at home, but there's a big difference between being proactive and reactive. The women worked quickly, but after hearing Manhwa's words, some felt a little sad. We can't come tomorrow. Once we're done, we won't get paid. Yeah, here we can talk with others, earn money, and don't have to listen to our mother-in-law's scolding. I feel like I've come back to life. Yes, no cooking needed and people care about us. I really want to keep living like this. I'm so reluctant, I really don't want to leave. Everyone sighed with reluctance. Manhwa looked at everyone's sad faces and also felt upset. She couldn't help but comfort them. It's okay. There will be chances to come again in the future. Whenever there's an event at our house, we'll invite you back. The women's eyes lit up. Is there really still work and a chance for us? Wen nodded confidently. Of course we won't invite you. Who else? You work so hard and are so kind. The women nodded repeatedly. Yes, we are very hardworking. Look at how quick our hands and feet are and how much work we do. They didn't know when the next time the Lu family would be asked to do work, especially in the countryside where there aren't many opportunities to be asked. After finishing this job, there might not be another one. The women worked quickly, took the money, and then sadly went home. When they found out they wouldn't need to go again the next day, everyone sighed again. This work is good, but it's too short. If we could do this every day and earn so much money, that would be great. But it's still good. We got dozens of coins. With this money, we can survive for a few more months. Yes, with these coins, we can buy a few chickens. When they lay eggs, at 2 coins per egg, we can make a good profit. As they thought more, they gradually felt better. Since they had the money, life would be much easier. In the past, days without enough food were very hard. But now, with Wen's help, the lives of these 10 families felt a little easier. Tomorrow we should slaughter some meat. It's been a long time since we ate meat, Lu Chui's father-in-law said quietly, looking at the copper coins on the table. What meat? Not during festivals. Save the money and wait until the harvest to slaughter some, Lu Chui's mother-in-law shouted loudly, her eyes fixed on the coins with obvious greed. Buying meat with money felt like cutting her heart. Lu Chui's father-in-law insisted, we haven't eaten meat at home for a long time. Didn't you see our eldest grandson is thin from hunger? You can skip your own meals, but not the children's. His words made Lu Chui's eyes fill with tears. Their family wasn't that poor. There were fields and land, Her husband was strong, and she was a hardworking saver. But her mother-in-law kept her from eating meat, making her eat only vegetables until her face turned green. She was so hungry she could hardly stand. Recently, she had to force herself to work. If she didn't eat some meat soon, she felt she might just give up. Lu Chui's family finally ate some meat. Although it was only 2 pieces, she usually couldn't taste meat at all. Lu Chui thought that maybe it was because she earned this money herself. That's why she took 2 pieces of meat without being scolded. Otherwise, her mother-in-law would have hit her with a stick. Even so, when she reached for the meat with her chopsticks for the 3rd time, her mother-in-law harshly glared at her. Lu Chui felt upset inside, knowing she shouldn't eat more meat, but her desire to eat was still strong. What is this? All the dishes on the table were bought with his money, and now she can't even have a piece of meat. But she also knew that if she reached for more, it would cause a fight. In the end, she thought, it doesn't matter if she eats the meat, because if they argued, she might not be able to eat at all. She really wanted to split the family, but she knew it was impossible. Not only because the men in their family were still strong and able to work, but also because her mother-in-law and the youngest son, who wasn't married yet, depended on earning money for their marriages. Even after they married, her family wouldn't split up. That old woman was good at grabbing money, stingy and tight dash, always squeezing them and making the daughters-in-law work like oxen. It wasn't just her. None of the sisters-in-law in the family had it easy. Everyone wanted to split and live better lives. But their family believed that having many children brought good fortune and that a big tree has deep roots. They looked at how well Lu's family was doing, happy children, successful marriages, and once the children married, they would split the family. Living well depended on themselves. All the Lu family members were successful. Just look at her mother-in-law's family, huh? Lu Chui ate her meal quickly, then threw down her bowl and left in front of everyone's eyes. Look at her, look at her. My daughter-in-law is showing off her beauty for me. How come I didn't realize she was like this before? She just worked a few days, earned some money, and now dares to give me a look. Her mother-in-law watched her confidently leave the house, her face dark with anger, cursing Lu Chui, "You wasteful woman. Lazy and greedy. Who are you showing your face to? I only get a few pieces of meat, and I have to look at your face. When I get old, I'll probably be thrown out and starve. How shameless can you be? Daring to give me a look. If you have the guts, go work all your life and never come back to marry into this family. There's nothing to be proud of. Look at your miserable appearance. If you dare to throw a bowl or cause trouble again, I will divorce you." Lu Chui suddenly turned around and stood at the door, her face gloomy, and said to her, "Divorce me? Fine, I don't want to live here anymore. I've been working like a beast, taking care of the old, the young, and all of you, without complaint. But look at how you treat me. Getting up earlier than the chickens, going to bed later than the dogs, eating worse than pigs, often scolded and beaten. Everything is my fault, picky and critical, as if I am not a person. Clearly, you rely on me for everything, support me in all matters, so why can't you face this issue directly? Yes, let's be a little nicer. Look at your daughter-in-law. She can stay in your house all year round. Except during the New Year. When can she eat meat? Go to Qingchuan village and see who treats their daughter-in-law like you do." Li Chui's words stunned her mother-in-law, who then scolded her. "That's how life is. Look at other women. They leave good food for their husbands and sons. You talk so much. You're just an unkind wife. Oldest son, divorce her." But no one at the table moved, neither the man nor the woman. Her mother-in-law couldn't hold back her anger and scolded loudly, "You're an unfilial and unkind person, disturbing the peace at home." However, neither the man nor the women, including Li Chui's supporters, responded to her mother-in-law's harsh words. They didn't speak out in her favor, but also didn't agree with her. "Enough, stop talking. From now on, cook more generously. Everyone should eat well," said the family head, the father-in-law. Li Chui's mother-in-law was furious inside, wishing she could grab Li Chui and give her a good beating. But given the current situation, everyone was watching, so she couldn't do anything. She could only wait for a better time. As Li Chui became more confident at home, she dared to stand up to her mother-in-law. Plus, some other women in the family also argued with her mother-in-law over money. Soon, the villagers started gossiping, saying that these daughters-in-law were even harder to manage. But others just laughed at the gossip, mocking the mother-in-laws. Your daughters-in-law can earn so much money at home. Why give them good food? Our daughters-in-law can't even get close to the former ones. If we could earn money, we would keep it. What are you saying? Treat her well. When the family has money, who wouldn't want to eat better? These words made the mother-in-laws fall silent, unable to find anything to say in reply. Honestly, even if they were unhappy with their daughters-in-law causing trouble at home, they would be even more unwilling if the money was earned elsewhere. When this news reached the Zhou family, Wenshi couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect so many things to happen. It seems we need to give more tasks to the daughters-in-law in each household. Having work to do means earning money. Having money gives you confidence when speaking. Wen thought about her past struggles under Lan Lapa's care and felt a deep sympathy for these oppressed daughters-in-law. Alright, if mother has this idea, it's actually quite good, Zhou also agreed. But we should wait until we are strong enough first. Wen nodded. Of course, it's not that easy. Just then, Jiang and Huang arrived. Recently, because Wen's family was making canned food, they were given a break and allowed to do embroidery at home. But because they were working on embroidery, Jiang and Huang didn't go with Hong to cut peaches. When we're here, they greeted politely, found a stool to sit on, and set down their embroidery threads and hoops. Wen, we miss you. These days, we've stitched a little yellow duck. Come see how ours turned out. Wen looked at their embroidery and gave some advice. You should tighten the stitches here, use thinner thread, be more even, and make the belly area clearer with the fur. After guiding them, everyone started chatting casually. Wen, what are you going to do with those peaches? Jiang asked curiously. They bought 7,000 or 8,000 jin of peaches, but hadn't taken them out. Do they eat that many peaches at home? Even several sellers wouldn't hold them all. Wen thought for a moment. We're going to make some food with them. When it's ready, we'll sell it, and you can try some too. Oh, so it's for making food. What kind? Can it last long? I remember peaches spoil easily, Huang said. Not only Huang but Jiang was also curious. Wen smiled. It's canned food. You'll see later.
Canned food?
They had never heard of it before. But since it was mentioned, they would find out later. Asking now wouldn't help. At home, Wen was teaching them embroidery and chatting with them. Meanwhile, Zhou took Lu Sheng to town and the county. First, they visited Rong's stall in town and bought a few cans. After buying, they let everyone try, and the reactions were good. This stuff is sweet and crunchy, and it smells nice. I wonder how it's made, said a small woman trying it. As long as you like it, Zhou smiled warmly, but she didn't answer her question directly. After leaving a few cans of canned fruit for Aunt Rong, Zhou took Lu Sheng and the others to the county. Later, we can buy some from the county store to try. There should be many people there who like this kind of canned fruit. I'm not worried, Lu Sheng said. If this can be sold, it's just a matter of time. I think it will sell well. So, he didn't worry about the sales of the peach cans. Honestly, he found it strange that his owner was making such unusual food. He had never seen anything like it before. And Zhou was a good cook. He had eaten many delicious dishes, but he had never tasted anything like this. This family was also strange. It seemed like everything was decided by the young girl, Zhou. It was as if everyone in the family discussed things together. They quickly arrived in the county and went to a snack shop. They recommended their peach cans to the shop owner, but the first person they saw wasn't the owner, but a young worker busy inside. The young worker looked friendly, dressed in a green robe. When he saw them, he bowed politely and approached confidently. Customer, what snacks would you like to buy? We're just looking around. Just give me 2 of your shop's signature snacks, 2 jin each, Zhou said with a smile. While watching the young worker busy inside, Zhou asked about the shop's business. Is your boss here? How's the business? The young worker found it funny that a young girl was asking about business matters so seriously. He didn't suspect she was a spy or trying to steal secrets. Business is okay. The boss is in the back, he replied clearly. Swisher didn't beat around the bush. I want to talk to your boss about a deal. Can you call him over? The young worker looked at her and then at Lu Sheng behind her. After thinking for a moment, he went to the back. Boss, someone is looking for you, he called out. The boss came out after hearing the call, realizing it was Swisher and Lu Sheng. Is there something I can help you with? The boss's eyes fell on Lu Sheng. Judging by their pairing, he thought Lu Sheng should be the decision-maker. But he didn't expect Swisher to speak first. I want to discuss a deal with you. Try this and see what you think, she said, opening a can and handing it to the boss. The boss looked at her and then at the contents in the clay jar. He hesitated for a moment and asked the shop assistant to take out a spoon to taste it. The taste was very good, crisp, sweet, and not too greasy, with a hint of peach fragrance. After trying it, the boss asked the shop assistant to taste it as well. The shop assistant's eyes lit up, and he nodded to the boss. If I'm not mistaken, young lady, this should be peaches, right? They are put inside, the boss said. The ingredients probably aren't expensive, but the flavor is very good. It must be made with a secret recipe. Are you planning to sell this to me, or sell me the secret recipe? The boss looked at Swisher with eager eyes. If he could buy the secret recipe, that would be great, but he knew it was unlikely. He was just trying his luck. Maybe this young girl would sell him the secret. But he was soon disappointed. I want to sell this to you, boss, for 10 coins per jar. You can sell it for as much as you want, Swisher said. She thought for a moment and added, when you sell it, you can raise the price a little. You can also take back the clay jars. People who buy the canned peaches can return the jars for reuse after disinfecting. The jars are worth about 2 coins each, and many people would be willing to return them. The boss's eyes brightened, and his gaze became even more eager. That's a good idea, but isn't the price a bit high for the first batch? Can you give me a better deal? Swisher smiled. Boss, I am serious about doing business. Look, I included the clay jars, which cost at least 3 or 4 coins each on the market, plus peaches and labor. The jars need to be sealed tightly so they can last 3 years, but once opened, they should be eaten quickly. This is a good business. I sincerely want to do business with you. There's no holiday break. If you're not interested, I can ask other shops. Her words were confident and smooth, showing she was well prepared. The boss listened and felt tempted, but he also felt a bit unhappy. Young lady, whatever price you ask, that's what it is. There's no room for bargaining. I don't think that's how business should be done. Swisher shook her head with a smile. Boss, you don't understand. There are rules to doing business. I am committed to honesty. If I wanted 10 coins, I should have asked for 15,000 first. Then you would say I was pretending, and as a man, I could negotiate with Aunt Zhang, maybe settle for 12 coins, which you would think was a good deal for you. But I only asked for 10 coins without bargaining, and you felt you lost out. In reality, the calculation isn't that simple. My ceramic jar doesn't contain peaches. It holds a little over a pound, but it's sold by the pound. You know that wealthy people would be happy to pay 10 coins for a jar of sweet peaches. I just don't want to sell it myself for a small profit. I prefer everyone to earn something. Isn't that right? When the boss heard her long, clear, logical explanation, he couldn't find any flaws. She made a lot of sense, and the price wasn't high. He wanted to bargain, but only to lower the price and make a little more profit. In business, no one complains about low costs. The key to making more money is to spend less and earn more. But Swisher was very firm, and from his expression, she knew he wouldn't agree to lower the price. If he really refused, she would look for another partner, which would be a loss for her. It wouldn't be worth it. All right, then we'll sell each jar for 10 coins, she said. She thought that as long as she sold it in the county town for 15 coins, it wouldn't be a problem. If she shipped it to the city, she might even sell it for more. Okay, then let's sign the contract. Zhang boss, I look forward to working with you, Swisher said happily. It was better to secure this deal early rather than waste time looking for others and hitting dead ends. Although it might not happen often, she felt good about completing this task. Zhang boss called his assistant to write the contract, then looked over its contents. When he read it, Swisher smiled. This contract is too simple. Should we add something on top?
What?
Zhang boss found it a bit funny. Usually, their business contracts were straightforward, with no issues. But the little girl wanted to add something, and she wasn't sure what she was aiming for. Zhuoshe didn't write much. She just added some details about the sale, including pre-sale service and after-sales support, with provisions for midterm storage. And regarding transportation and some details in the entire selling process. Each step and each item are explained very carefully, clearly stating who is responsible at each stage, with no ambiguity. Once the contract was finished, not only the clerk and shopkeeper nearby looked uncertain, but Boss Zhang also observed Leftsher several times with suspicion. It was surprising to see such a small child with such careful thinking. Whose little girl is she? Such talent. Boss Zhang looked at her with bright eyes and quietly thought that perhaps he had met the legendary genius. A young genius indeed. Leftsher was a bit confused. Surrounded by so many people watching her, she managed to stay calm. But after seeing the signature on the complaint, she felt a little puzzled. In modern times, except for a few common traditional characters, she recognized most of the traditional characters. She didn't recognize some, guessing and carefully examined the entire document. Based on what she just said and the content of the contract, she looked it over thoroughly and confirmed there were no big problems before pressing her handprint on the paper. Boss Zhang smiled and said, "You should sign your name too." Leftsher replied simply, "Honestly, Boss Zhang, I can't read or write. I'm just blind. I only need to press my handprint." Boss Zhang looked stunned, as if struck by lightning. "You're joking, right? You look like someone who can't read. Why are you staring so carefully at the contract? What are you doing? If you can't read, how do you know that what's written here is simple? What does it say? You're going through it item by item, then adding your handprint after checking it. Doesn't that mean you can't read? Is he joking or teasing? No, really, I've never been to school and can't write at all. I don't even know how to write my own name," Leftsher said seriously, with a very earnest expression, as if to say, "I'm telling the truth, I'm not lying." Boss Zhang looked dazed. He wrote his name on the plum tree and pressed his handprint. The contract was completed, with 2 copies made. Each person took one. Then Leftsher found another boss and sold the high-quality canned peaches made from system-exchanged peaches. 15 coins per can. The process was very smooth. After receiving the contract, her main goal for coming to the county today was basically achieved. "Lu Sheng, let's go to Pinju. I heard it's the best restaurant in the county. Let's go and see how it tastes," Leftsher said confidently, waving her hand and leading Lu Sheng into the restaurant. Today, she made a big deal and gained many followers, almost becoming someone important in her eyes. So, she decided to treat herself. After arriving at the restaurant, they chose a table by the window. They didn't rent a private room but ordered several signature dishes from the restaurant, spending over 20 silver coins. The waiter kept looking at them nervously, worried they couldn't pay. They were both dressed in simple cloth clothes, looking like they had no money. The waiter was afraid that if he looked away for a moment, they might leave without paying and leave him in trouble. He worried the boss would scold him badly, maybe even make him work in the restaurant to pay off the debt. He felt like crying just thinking about it. "These vinegar ribs are okay," she said, nibbling on the bones. She thought they weren't sweet enough and the vinegar not sour enough. The sweet and sour taste always gives a lively feeling. She decided to make her own using system ingredients at home. When her family ate her vinegar ribs, it would be truly delicious. Stewed chicken with mushrooms is okay, mainly because it keeps the original flavor. But it wasn't cooked carefully, so it doesn't taste very fresh. She chewed on a chicken bone and then picked up a fish dish with her chopsticks. The boiled fish is bland and tasteless, with a fishy smell. It should have been cooked with rice wine or something similar. Oh well, just eat it. Luckily, the ingredients are fresh. Otherwise, it would be hard to swallow. She touched her stomach, feeling that today's dishes didn't sit well with her. But she remembered a time when she was fleeing from famine. She had no food and couldn't even get any. During that time, she craved meat so much. These dishes, though not very fresh-tasting, were still better than most home-cooked meals because they were signature dishes from the restaurant. She came with a critical eye, looking for flaws. She wanted to try these dishes to see the level of the restaurant's cooking, just in case she opened her own place someday. If she could cook better than these, she could make a profit. Lu Sheng, what do you think of the food here? Is it tasty? She asked him, raising her head. She had just tasted all the dishes, commenting on each one, while Lu Sheng sat beside her eating silently, not showing what he thought, whether he liked it or not. Okay. Lu Sheng spoke briefly and clearly. He didn't have many demands for food, just enough to fill his stomach. Besides, even if the signature dishes at this big restaurant were not very tasty, they were still quite good in his opinion. However, Zhuosher's cooking was also quite good, not worse than the restaurant's dishes. Even with her picky and sharp attitude when preparing food, he could see some reason behind it and thought her cooking might be even tastier than what's served here. You think it's delicious? All right then, Zhuosher said with a bit of helplessness. There are food lovers in the world who are eager for tasty food, delicious ingredients, and various flavors. They all want to try them. They enjoy pursuing the best flavors and extreme tastiness. But some people are not interested in food at all. Everyone has different hobbies and interests. For example, Lu Xin probably doesn't love food as much as she does. Zhuosher understands this and accepts it. Her simple goal is that people who love good food eat her cooking and feel satisfied. For those who are not particular about food and don't want to spend much time on it, she just gives them her prepared dishes without expecting them to love it as much as she does. All right, eat a few dishes quickly, pack some to take home, and let your mother and others try this delicious food, Zhuosher said. Although she believed she could cook well herself, she had eaten at the restaurant, but her family hadn't. Taking some home would make them happy. She couldn't just eat everything alone. So, she ordered 2 signature dishes to pack up, and the 2 of them headed back. As they walked, Lu Shi thought that their family should have a beast of burden for transportation. Every market day, they had to find Chun Chongxing from the village, wait until the ox cart was full of people, and then they could leave. It was quite inconvenient. Lu Sheng, what kind of livestock do you like? Zhuosher asked, since after they returned, Lu Sheng would be the one taking care of the animals. It was better to ask his opinion. Lu Sheng was confused. I don't like livestock. Why would he like animals? Such a strange preference. Zhuosher was surprised, but then realized her words sounded a bit abrupt. She quickly explained with a smile, No, I want to buy some animals to help with carrying things. Cows are fine, and mules, donkeys, or horses are all good. After buying them, it would mainly depend on you to take care of them and help transport Rong Auntie in the mornings and evenings. Lu Sheng finally understood her meaning. After thinking for a moment, he said, Carriages are more expensive. If you use oxen, they can help plow the fields, but you can't slaughter them casually. If they are sick or die naturally, you should register it with the authorities. Donkeys and mules are also okay. Zhuosher nodded thoughtfully and asked, Which do you think is better, donkeys or mules? What are their advantages and disadvantages? Lu Sheng considered and replied, Donkeys are smaller and easier to handle, while mules have better endurance. However, mules cannot reproduce. Zhuosher understood and thought for a moment before saying, Then let's buy a mule. They are bigger, have more stamina, and can carry more. You should be good at driving the cart, right? Lu Sheng nodded. He was more than just good at driving, he knew many things. Unfortunately, those skills weren't useful now. It's better to live a simple life in the countryside. The 2 went to the horse market. After some negotiations, Lu Sheng chose a strong, tall mule, and Zhuosher handled the bargaining. They paid 20 taels of silver and bought a well-fed, sturdy mule. To make things easier, they also sold the bare cart at the stable, which was cheaper, and bought an old, patched-up cart for 5 taels of silver. On the way back, Zhuosher sat inside the cart, and Lu Sheng drove quickly. When he used to ride an ox cart, he didn't feel it much because it was slow, and many people sat inside. Although it was bumpy, it was bearable. Now Lu Sheng was driving fast, and the cart was shaking wildly. Zhuosher was jostled so much, she felt like her bottom was about to sleep in 8 parts. Sitting in the cart was surprisingly painful, and she felt sorry for her sore bottom. How I miss rubber and shock-absorbing measures, she thought. Poetry, Zhuosher, covered her mouth tightly, afraid she might. Her stomach was growling, and the urge to was strong. But she couldn't. She told herself to sit a little longer, get used to it, and it would be fine. After about an hour, they arrived at the town. When they got off, Zwasher felt her legs weaken but still got out because they needed to meet Aunt Rong and also visit Uncle Fong to discuss their previous earnings. "Miss Zwa, you're here." Uncle Fong greeted her happily and warmly, pulling her aside. "You haven't come for several days. What have you been busy with lately?" Zwasher smiled and greeted Uncle Fong politely. "Uncle Fong, how is the business lately? Are the tofu sales good?" Uncle Fong smiled happily and said, "They're okay. Many of the tofu have been sold, and the ones that didn't sell are made into dried tofu and moldy tofu at home. Not only do these two types last a long time, but they also taste good. Many people buy them, and some are repeat customers." "I should thank you for that." When Zwasher heard this, she was very happy. "Uncle Fong, you're too kind. It's because of your good skills that so many customers buy from you." His words were not just flattery. There are many people who can make tofu, but a shop that sells well, has a good reputation, and has repeat customers is rare. Uncle Fong is good at what he does. He seems honest and kind. Recently, he looks happier, and his smile is more often than before. "Where is Aunt Rong?" Zwasher asked. She was curious because Aunt Rong didn't seem to be there. "Aunt Rong has gone back after selling her things. Your family's business has always been good. You forgot?" Uncle Fong looked at Zwasher with a little amusement. "Have you not been coming to sell for a while and forgotten?" Zwasher felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that during this time, Zwahua and Zwago had been accompanying Aunt Rong out. She hadn't been involved in buying things for a long time. "By the way, Miss Zwa, about the last tofu sale. I'll give you the money." After saying this, Uncle Fong handed her a small bag of money. Zwasher took it without looking and put it into her pocket. After saying goodbye to Uncle Fong, she got into the car. She tried to keep the car steady as it tilted and wobbled, then returned to Qingchuan village with Lu Sheng. Before getting off, a thought crossed her mind. Riding in a mule cart really is an unpleasant experience. When Zwasher and the others arrived in the village in a mule cart, they were seen by the villagers, which caused a lot of surprise.
"Hey, look.
They're coming back in a cart. The servant from the Zwa family, Lu Sheng, is driving it." "Does your family buy carts?" "Yes, look at that big cart. It doesn't look like it's pulled by a cow or a donkey. It seems to be called something else." "Mule." "Yes, a mule. I heard that mules are as strong as horses and can go longer without tiring. But mules can't reproduce, or else they would sell better than horses." "Are they really that good? I've never heard of this before. This kind of cart costs dozens of taels of silver. Can anyone in your family afford it? And even the best mule can't compare to a cow. Cows can plow fields, but can mules?" Some curious villagers went forward to greet Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng kept a stern face, looking coldly at the villagers. Their enthusiasm was quickly dampened by his attitude. No matter who asked him 10 questions, only 2 might get a reply, and even then, it would be dismissive. The villagers watched Lu Sheng drive the carriage toward the village, their faces showing displeasure. "Who does he think he is? Looks like a decent person, but he's just a servant. His face is full of scars. Yeah, he doesn't even look at himself properly. I feel embarrassed just talking to him. He's so annoying he doesn't bother to reply. Who does he think he is? You're talking like that because he didn't talk to you first. You went up to him yourself. If he ignores you, whose fault is that? You should read his face. Hey, why are you talking like that? She's just ignoring me. He's not paying attention to you either. You just want to talk to him, and he didn't say a word. Did he? Enough, enough. We're all from the same village. Look, we have a new carriage now. Shopping trips will be much easier in the future. Humph. Without mentioning how the villagers were excitedly discussing and sighing about the new purchase, everyone wondered how much wealth the family must have. They felt both envy and curiosity. When would they also be able to buy a carriage? Having a house, a carriage, fields, and land, these were the highest goals for most people in ancient times. Not only in ancient times, Even modern people have similar ambitions. But in ancient times, very few could afford such things. Mom, we're back. Swisher jumped down from the carriage and cheerfully headed home. She then told Wenshur about buying the carriage. Wenshur didn't oppose it, but when Zhujiang heard about it, he was very happy and ran outside eagerly. Zhuhua and Zhuge followed behind, curious to see the mule and the carriage. They had never ridden in a mule cart before. Mom, look at how big and tall this mule is. I want to learn to ride a mule or a horse someday, Zhujiang said, eyes shining with admiration as he looked at the tall mule. Uncle Lu, can you help me get on? I want to ride this mule, Zhujiang asked, hugging Lu Sheng's leg. Lu Sheng was caught off guard by the hug. He looked at Wenshur, knowing the young master was still small. Without the owner's permission, he didn't dare lift the boy himself. He could protect the young master, but he couldn't ignore the fact that the lady of the house was watching over him.
Mom, please agree.
Uncle Lu will take good care of me. I will just sit on top and walk a few steps. I won't run away. Mom, please promise me. Zhujiang looked at Lu Sheng's expression and knew that Wen's approval was needed. He turned to Wen and started begging. Wen couldn't resist Zhujiang's pleading. She looked at Lu Sheng and asked Lu Sheng, do you think it's safe? Can he sit without danger? Lu Sheng, with a serious face, nodded. Zhujiang immediately became excited. When he heard that Lu Sheng said it was safe and Wen agreed, he cheered happily and asked Lu Sheng to help him onto the mule. Once on the mule, Zhujiang was very happy. He shouted inside the yard, I'm so high. I can see so far. His face was rosy, like a red apple. He eagerly pointed and directed Lu Sheng, telling him where to go. He even asked Lu Sheng to help his older brother, Zhuge, onto the mule too. The brother and sister rode around the yard 3 times, their faces full of joy. Then they happily got off the mule. Quick, get down. If you don't, you won't be allowed to ride tomorrow, Swisher said. The children reluctantly stepped down. Then Zhu took out the signature dish packed from today's meal to share with the family. Xiao sure, this dish is delicious, but not as good as what you make. It's the signature dish of the county restaurant, but it's not that special, Zhuhua said, taking a piece of braised pork and chewing it. If it's at this level, you could open a restaurant yourself, and our family could eat delicious food every day. Wen chuckled softly, you think too much. It's true, but opening a restaurant costs a lot of money. Do you have that much silver? Zhuhua's face stiffened. No, we'll save up slowly. We'll have enough someday. Hearing this, Wen turned to Zhushur and said, the vegetables outside are so expensive. In the future, eat less. If we save that money, we can cook at home and have more meals.
No need to waste.
Wen was a thrifty person. She had suffered a lot at home and during times of hardship. Now that life was starting to improve, she couldn't bear to see Zhushur spending money so freely. Even if she had some savings, she wouldn't want to spend it like that. This attitude came from years of hardship and poverty. Even though they weren't rich now, Wen's mindset had changed. She hoped they would earn more money, live better, and feel secure. Only then would she be willing to spend money. But such a change in attitude doesn't happen overnight. Lefshire nodded and agreed. Recently, they had made canned food and sold some, so they could earn money back. Then they planned to go to the town to buy more food, sure to make more money. By then, the Wen family probably wouldn't criticize her anymore. Besides, I didn't do anything to him, so he can still eat when he wants. At worst, I'll eat secretly. There are many delicious foods in the food system. She now has plenty of tasty options. But the most important thing right now isn't how many times she eats, but learning to read and write. She wants to go to school and learn to read. Today's trip to the county made her realize her biggest problem. She can't read or write. Mother, I want to go to the village school with my sister and younger brother, Lefshire said. What? Go to school? Mrs. Wen was surprised, but after thinking, her expression softened and became normal. Reading is very important, but do all of you want to go? Mrs. Wen asked. Yes, all of us. If we don't learn to read, we'll be blind and easily tricked by others. That's not good, Lefshire replied. We don't need to learn very advanced things, but reading helps us understand manners, broaden our views, and is good for our future. So we all want to learn and read more. Mrs. Wen nodded. All right, as long as the family can afford it, you should study for a few more years. Left sure nodded. Yes, girls from noble families have been reading since they were young. The idea that reading is useless is wrong. The main issue is whether we can afford to study. Who doesn't want to learn? Big sister, little brother, you all must study hard and do well in writing. Especially you, little brother. Our family has only you, a boy. After you study and pass the imperial exams, become a scholar or an official, our family will change and become a family of scholars. When your sisters get married and face difficulties, you'll need to help us, Lefsher said. At this point, she felt a bit helpless. If she were a boy, she wouldn't have to worry about the exams. She had already started studying for the imperial exams early, working her way up in officialdom and maybe even becoming a high-ranking official someday. It's not just a possibility, it's certain. She would do everything she could to succeed. But now, she couldn't rely on others. She knew she had to depend on herself because she was the most reliable. There was no other choice but to lower her expectations and plan accordingly. Zwa listened carefully and nodded firmly. Yes, second sister. I am the man of the house. I will protect my sisters. Everyone laughed. This idea was constantly drilled into him by Zwasher, and now it had become his belief. As the only boy in the family, although he was still young, he felt brave enough to support the family. If the family had only girls, the Wens would probably have already given up. In other words, even if the Wens could survive, their situation wouldn't be better than now. In ancient times, having a boy was considered much better than having a girl. The plan for studying was settled like this. The next day, Wens took a gift for the teacher, brought the children from the family, and went to the only schoolteacher in the village, an old scholar named Feng Deng. Feng Deng was one of the few literate people in Qingchuan village. When he was a young man, he was already over 40 and had become a successful candidate. He tried to become a Jiren recommended scholar, but failed many times. After trying until he was 50, he returned home to teach children. He was quite traditional but honest and kind. He had taught Song Yawen, who became a successful scholar and was respected by the villagers. Wens brought a piece of pork, 2 packs of snacks, a jar of wine, and also brought ink, paper, and brushes, along with the necessary gifts for the teacher. In the village, the gifts for the teacher were quite affordable, about 1 or 2 silver coins per child per year. Classes were held every 10 days, with 1 day off. During spring plowing, autumn harvest, and major traditional festivals, there were holidays, giving children time to rest. Especially during spring and autumn, holidays could last from half a month to a month. Overall, the teaching schedule was very flexible, and what was learned was also quite free. Besides preparing for the child scholar exams and other formal exams, most children in the village just learned to read, do basic math, memorize simple characters, and recite some common phrases. They could graduate after that. Many children from poor families never went to school in their lives, while children from better-off families would attend school for a couple of years. People like Song Yawen, who studied deeply, were quite rare. This was partly because their families were poor, and partly because they lacked talent. Teacher, these children in my family are a bit young and inexperienced. Please teach them well. Wens first bowed politely to the teacher, and then said kindly. Feng Deng avoided her gaze and responded politely. He had a good impression of Wens and was willing to send his children to study there. They even sent them in the rain and didn't leave anyone behind. That was a considerable expense. In the village, everyone prioritized their oldest children for education, often splitting 1 coin into 2 to send them to school. Usually, only boys were sent to learn, and girls were not given the chance. Because of this, she believed that Mrs. Wen was farsighted and had a big-picture view, unlike the women in the village who only talked about gossip. Feng Deng had a very good impression of Mrs. Wen and was gentle with the children. When Mrs. Wen asked the children to bow to him, Feng Deng sat properly and accepted it politely. Xiao Jiang, you must work hard and not let your mother down. Don't listen to the teacher's words, Mrs. Wen said to Zhujiang, with hope in her eyes, giving earnest advice. Then she told her daughters, you must listen to the teacher at school. Don't be naughty. After school, come home to eat. I will cook something delicious for you. She carefully reminded her children, then reluctantly went back home. At home, she focused on cooking, then helped Jiang and Huang with embroidery, but soon started to daydream because she wasn't paying attention and accidentally pricked herself twice. Mrs. Wen, what's wrong? Why are you so distracted? Jiang asked. Yes, Mrs. Wen, you look a bit tired today, Huang added. Mrs. Wen smiled and said, It's nothing, just a little unaccustomed. The children are all studying now, and I worry if they can keep up or learn what the teacher teaches. I'm just overthinking. It's nothing. She put her finger to her mouth and on it. Huang was shocked and stared wide-eyed. You sent all your children to school? Jiang was also very surprised and asked in disbelief, Mrs. Wen, you really are generous. Sending each child with a silver or two. You even sent the girls? It wasn't surprising. In proper villages, children usually went to school. Ink, paper, and brushes were expensive, and only boys were sent to learn, depending on their talent. If they had no talent, they only studied for a couple of years before returning home to farm. Mrs. Wen was truly generous. Both women couldn't speak, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Mrs. Wen smiled and said, They only learned a few characters, just enough not to be blind. If the family's conditions worsen, they can come back. The girls' education will also make their future in-laws look up to them. Jiang's tone was full of envy. Oh, Mrs. Wen, your children are so lucky. Not only do they eat well and wear good clothes, but they also get to study. Mrs. Huang also agreed and said, Yes, a daughter's happiness depends first on how well her birth family treats her, and second on how good her husband's family is. Your girl was born into a good family, so if she finds a good husband's family, she will have a good life. After hearing this, Mrs. Jiang couldn't help but feel a little moved. This family has 3 daughters, each beautiful, smart, talented, hardworking, and capable. Any one of them would be good. Their little chubby son, Zhang Tao, is about the same age as Zhuo. Maybe they could consider arranging a marriage between them? By the way, Lady Wen, your children are quite obedient, especially your eldest daughter, Zhuo. She's about 10 years old now, which in our countryside is already considered a young lady. It's time to start thinking about marriage. Lady Wen, do you have any plans? Mrs. Jiang asked casually, but she was actually testing Lady Wen's attitude. When she said this, Mrs. Huang immediately understood her meaning. Her older sister-in-law was eyeing the Zhuo family, hoping to marry into that family. But the Zhuo family is a good family. Their son, Zhang Bo, is a good match for their daughter. Zhang Bo is a year older than Zhang Tao, and he would be a good match for Zhuo. However, if the zombie wanted to arrange a marriage for Zhang Tao, then Zhang Bo would have no hope. Mrs. Huang felt annoyed. Why didn't she speak first? Now, her sister-in-law was taking the lead. But it didn't matter. This was just a test stage. The outcome was still uncertain. Zhou Li and another girl both watched Lady Wen, hoping to gauge his attitude from his words. Lady Wen smiled and said, There's no rush. Let's wait a couple of years. When we were fleeing, we got separated from her father. If there's a chance, we should try to find him first. Mrs. Huang sighed in relief and quickly said, Yes, no rush now. They're still young. Their father should help decide their future. But if we can't find Wenyangzi, we should make plans early. Find a good family in the village. It's best if they have good conditions and the mother-in-law is kind, understanding, and considerate. She paused and continued, Choosing a daughter's husband is very important. Keep your eyes open. Men worry about choosing the wrong career, and women worry about marrying the wrong person. We must choose carefully. Mrs. Jiang listened to her words and understood her intentions. She knew her sister-in-law had her own plans. Any good news or opportunity, she would try to get a piece of it. Just like a cat smelling fishy water, she always wanted to get a little for herself. She felt frustrated because her Jiang family was unlucky. Although she was the eldest daughter-in-law, her son was not the eldest grandson, so her status at home was always lower than Huang's. Thinking about it made her upset. Usually at home, because of Zhang Bo, Huang often received benefits. Now, Even the daughter-in-law was competing with her. It made sense. When families choose marriage partners, they usually follow the order of seniority, including grandchildren. During matchmaking, Zhang Bo wouldn't want to be ranked behind Zhang Tao. This was problematic. She had already decided on her daughter-in-law, but Huang had taken the lead. She had worked in vain. Jiang felt she was confused. Why didn't she wait until Zhang Bo clarified things before making her move? Now, she had already revealed her intentions, giving Huang an advantage. She needed to find a way to gain Wen's favor, so that Wen would agree to marry his daughter to her son. If Huang found out her plan, she would definitely laugh and say, "The Zhou family isn't just one daughter. My son is set to marry Zhou Hua, so your son can marry Zhou Shi. Why are you in such a hurry?" Even in the countryside, it was rare for two brothers to marry two sisters. If her family's Zhang Bo married Zhou Hua, Zhang Tao would have no chance. Both women had their own plans and tried to impress Wen, each flattering her, making Wen confused about why they suddenly became so reasonable and easy to talk to. But Wen didn't think too much of it because the Zhou siblings soon finished school and came home for lunch. When they returned, they coincidentally met Jiang and Huang leaving the Zhou house. The siblings politely greeted them, and they received warm responses. Jiang and Huang praised the children highly, saying they were clever, capable, and good students. Zhou Shi looked confused. It was only the first day of school, and they were already exaggerating? Could they be plotting something bad? They didn't usually act like this. After returning home, the children ate lunch. Then Zhou Shi quietly went to Wen's side to listen in on what Jiang and Huang had said or done. Anything unusual, unlike their usual behavior. Wen was puzzled but still repeated what she had just heard. Zhou Shi understood immediately. They were plotting to marry her sisters. "Mother, be careful. They might be interested in our eldest sister and want her to be their daughter-in-law." Wen was startled and then suddenly realized, no wonder they just said that girls should be serious about marriage. Choosing a pig also requires looking at the voucher, and people say you should consider the other person's family, character, and sincerity. It turns out they were waiting for this all along. Wen was a bit angry. They hinted at this, but she hadn't realized what they meant. Turns out she was naive. "Don't worry, I won't send your eldest sister away so soon. I still need to find your father. Besides, your eldest sister is still young, so we must choose carefully." Hearing this, Zhou Shiqing felt completely reassured. "Yes, mother. Once big sister learns a skill, I won't be able to go to school. Our family has land and fields, and we'll be richer. Maybe the county will find a suitable match for big sister. But don't rush. If someone is chosen too early and then backs out, it could delay big sister." Hearing this, Wen couldn't help but laugh. "You're so clever. Don't worry, when they tested me, I said I'd wait 2 years." Wen thought her daughters were growing up so fast. They were over 10 years old now, and someone was already coming to propose marriage. Will they all leave in a couple of years? When will she be able to find Zhou Danqiu and the others? Zhou Shiqing didn't know her mother was thinking of her father. In the afternoon, happily, she and her siblings went to school together. Meanwhile, Jiang and Huang's attempts to probe Wen's feelings were easily dismissed. Wen showed no clear attitude or preference, which made Jiang and Huang feel a bit discouraged. In short, their probing was useless. The Zhou family siblings went to school, as usual. Although the villagers talked about them for a while, criticizing them for sending their young girl to school, some girls still envied them, including Jia Ruju, the heroine who traveled here. Since the family split, if Zhu's father and daughter could just focus on their own lives. But because they had no startup capital, life was very hard. Jia Ruju made her first money selling wild vegetable recipes, earning some from wealthy families in town and the county. But once she sold the wild vegetable recipes, she had nothing else to sell. Ordinary mountain products she kept for herself, and the more valuable ones she sold. Her father, Jia Junhua, now hunted in the mountains every day and stayed close with Hugu from the same village, hoping to learn some hunting skills. But that wasn't enough. Besides building a house, they also needed to buy land and raise fish. The house was essential for living, and buying land was tracked by her father. He was afraid that if they bought an acre, they'd need land to grow vegetables. When they had more money, they could buy more land and fields. Jiaruju still wants to buy a fish pond, grow lotus flowers, raise small fish, and keep ducks. She is just a little short of the funds. Until Jiaruju was lucky enough to meet Madame Wei from the county, who helped her choose pickled foods. During the process, Jiaruju put on a beautiful makeup and earned 10 taels of silver as a reward, which became her starting capital and made things a bit easier. Father, tomorrow we will go to the village chief and ask him to let us lease the fish pond at the east end of the village. We can put some fish fry inside, raise fish, and plant lotus roots. After a year, we could make a good profit. I've calculated that about 10 taels of silver should be enough to get it. Jiaruju said if we lease the fish pond, it will cost about 3 or 2 taels of silver for fish fry, 2 taels for lotus roots, and about 3 or 4 taels for labor. Jia Junhua listened and frowned, feeling worried. Zhu, maybe we shouldn't do it. Your father has never raised fish fry or planted lotus roots before. What if they die and we lose money? Our life is already hard. I don't have the capital, but I just want to try. I can't even come up with 10 taels of silver. Recently, it's been her daughter who has been earning money, running to the county and town every day. The money they earned helped them build a house, buy land, and solve their family's problems. Now, he just wants to farm well, hunt some game in the mountains, sell it, save the money, and buy more land. He took out 10 taels of silver to rent the fish pond for Jiaruju, but it sounded unreliable. Girl, you should think carefully. Doing things must be reliable. You can't just do one thing and then change your mind. You've never raised fish before. How can you do it well? That's 10 taels of silver. Do you have 10 taels of silver? Jiaruju pouted. Her father was soft-hearted, short-sighted, and timid, like a dumpling that's easy to push around. If she hadn't pushed him hard, he probably wouldn't have split the family. But no matter how bad he was, the only good thing about him was that he loved his daughter. Even if she asked for something he initially refused, as long as she kept persuading him a few more times, he would eventually agree. Because of this, Jiaruju could tolerate her father. Recently, she heard from the villagers that the Zhua family's daughter was going to school. She didn't envy her. In modern times, she knew how to read Chinese characters, but she had to go to school to show others she could read. But she had no money. She needed to save up and make her life prosperous. She heard that the Zhua family had hired a servant, and they were selling food in town every day. Not long ago, they even had someone cut peaches. What should they do with all those peaches? Could it be making canned peaches? Jiaruju went to the county to ask around, but neither the county nor the town sold canned food, so he probably guessed wrong. The Zhua family did not come from another place, and they are not her hometown. She actually wanted to play with her family members, like the Zhua sisters, and learn to write from them. Then she could say she learned from the Zhua sisters, which might save her some money for school later. Father, let's start digging a fish pond tomorrow. Today I met a lady who gave me 10 taels of silver as a reward. Find someone reliable and set a time. Dig the pond quickly so we can put in fish fry. Usually we feed it grass carp, shrimp, and other small fish. In 3 to 5 months, we will have fish to eat and we can sell some too. This will work fast, Jiaruju said confidently. Jia Junhua hesitated and said, Is this okay? If we have silver, can't we just buy land? What are we doing? We have no experience in making a fish pond. Jiaruju laughed angrily. Father, this silver is earned by me. I want to dig a fish pond. If you want to buy land, then go hunting and earn money to buy it yourself. Jia Junhua's face turned red. He didn't expect his daughter to retort back. He felt guilty, but also a bit angry. He tried to persuade Jiaruju, Girl, listen to your father. Trust me, land is the root of us farmers. Fish ponds, livestock, pigs, cows, these are too easy to lose. You don't know, none of these are considered our property. What property? Does our family even have property? Jiaruju sneered. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. I wouldn't harm you. Look at what I've tried before. One time it didn't work. Can't you believe me? Rest assured, as long as you listen to me, our family will be rich very soon. Farmers only think about farming and selling their grain, which doesn't earn much, and they have to pay taxes. They work all year, but still can't fill their stomachs. They try to find other ways to make money. Why think so much? Yes, land is essential, but they don't have the money or conditions to buy land now. When they divided the family, they missed the spring planting season and didn't try to dig a fish pond to help with household expenses. Do they have to wait until they starve and then go begging? Her cheap father was stubborn and old-fashioned, typical feudal thinking. In the end, she still had to persuade him to help. Jia Ruju used kind words and finally convinced Jia Junhua to agree. It wasn't so much about convincing others, but more about gently persuading and slightly threatening Jia Junhua to agree to his conditions. Then Jia Jinghua went to the village chief to discuss the idea of leasing the fish pond. The village chief called a meeting with all the villagers to finalize the plan. Zhua Shixin felt a sense of finally arriving. Her main goal was to dig the fish pond, which would allow her to expand her plans and become wealthy. Once everything was settled, Jia Junhua started working quickly. He first talked to a few trusted families, hired them with money, and bought fish fry, lotus seeds, and lotus roots from the village. Jia Junhua moved fast. After preparing everything, he called people to start working. Junhua, why did you suddenly think of digging a fish pond? We've never dug one before. Can raising fish really make money? Will anyone buy the fish? Fish meat isn't as good as pork. It sells for less per pound, but it's still meat. I just wonder if the fish grow fast enough to make a profit. With such a big pond, eating the fish ourselves wouldn't cost much, and it would be nice to catch fish several times a year. Selling some could also earn money. If we had known earlier, we would have looked into this pond. But let's see how Junhua does first. If it works well, I might want to rent a fish pond too.
You want to?
You don't need to think about it. It's already rented to Junhua. Next year, you'll be competing with him. Let's wait and see before deciding whether to rent. Our village isn't only about this pond. We could dig one by the river or just add water. Most villagers were eager to make some money from the pond. With Jia Junhua leading the work, they thought they could earn a little profit by doing similar things. Fish meat was still meat after all, and a source of income. Hearing everyone's comments, Jia Junhua suddenly felt his idea was a bit behind. His daughter had advised him for a long time, and he finally agreed. Seeing his actions, others also wanted to dig their own fish ponds. It seemed his daughter had good judgment. Maybe this business could succeed. Look at you people, always trying to follow and get the easy way. I've already dug this pond. Whether I make a profit or a loss, that's up to me. You can only watch. If you want to learn from me, you'll have to pay a master's fee, Jia Junhua said with a teasing smile, half serious and half joking as he watched a few people filling mud into the pond, digging channels, and pouring water. Junhua, you're being unfair. We just want to follow you and watch since we don't have the resources at home. If you really manage to do it, teach us what we need to do. Is it just about paying the master's fee? What's our relationship? Donghua, don't worry. As long as you're willing to pay, I will definitely give you the master's fee. Exactly, then we can dig up the fish pond and take all the fish from the surrounding villages. We can also send them to the town or the county. We'll surely sell them all. Yes, yes. When the villagers are better off, our lives will be easier. Besides, not many people can afford to dig a fish pond. Even though we talk about it excitedly, only a few, maybe less than 10, will actually join you. Their words are quite honest. Not many can afford to pay for digging a fish pond. Jia Junhua smiled as he watched the men dig all the dirt in the river, making the pond wider and wider. How wide does it need to be? I heard it has to be 2 zhang deep and quite wide, maybe dozens of zhang across. Let's hurry up. Maybe tonight we can dig a little deeper. They moved quickly, but digging the fish pond was a big project. Without modern excavators, they started from the edges and scooped out the dirt. They dug from the sides toward the middle, and when they got close to the pond, they thought of other ways. In the end, they had to be careful to avoid risks. Jia Ruju was at home cooking for them, but her cooking skills were quite average. In modern times, Jia Ruju was a senior office worker, mainly doing advertising planning. She rarely cooked at home, usually ordering takeout. During the new year, She would go home to be with her mother, who cooked her favorite dishes. She wasn't exactly someone who never touched a kitchen, but she really wasn't good at cooking, especially now. All she needed was an electric rice cooker, but in ancient times, you had to learn how to build a fire. Just lighting a fire these days gave her a headache. Even with the memories of the original owner, she still couldn't do it well. She often burned the food or the rice. Seeing her clumsy efforts, Jia Junhua was confused for a while and even doubted her. For example, a few days ago, he asked her, "Zhu, what's going on? How come you can't even light a fire? It's been half a day, and you still can't get it to burn. After the rice is cooked, you don't need such high heat. You should cover the pot with a cloth and turn off all the fire inside the stove. Didn't you learn to cook when you were 5? Why do you seem to have forgotten everything now?" Facing Jia Junhua's suspicious look, Jia Ruzhu felt helpless but couldn't say anything. "Dad, I fell into the river and hit my head, so I forgot many things. I will learn slowly in the future." Jia Junhua nodded, as if he found a reasonable excuse and reluctantly believed her. Zhu, this silly dad, don't worry too much about memory. We'll figure it out." Then, Jia Junhua felt a bit guilty. "If I had protected you better, you wouldn't have hit your head. It's all my fault. You and your mother both died early. I've never had a good life because of me.
I'm useless."
He started to complain about himself, feeling very sad and helpless. He believed it was right to respect his parents, and he had done the hardest work within his ability, hoping that this would improve the family's situation. If the family had more money, his wife and daughter could live better. But he was wrong. Despite his efforts, his wife and daughter never enjoyed the benefits. His wife passed away so early, and he didn't even have a son to save his life. His daughter was like a little vegetable at home, doing all the hard, dirty, tiring work, washing clothes in winter even when she was sick. She worked so hard to do all the chores at home, only resting when everyone else was resting. People looked down on him because he was weak and useless, and they bullied his daughter because they thought he couldn't protect her. Jia Junhua sighed. "It's all my fault. I have no ability to earn much money, and I couldn't support you, or have a son for you. You don't even have a brother, so the villagers look down on us, especially your grandparents. They wish we'd leave everything to our grandchildren." Jia Ruzhu also agreed. Seeing her father deeply reflecting, she knew she couldn't let him keep feeling sorry for himself. He was weak, lacked confidence, and had to face each day alone, supporting each son. If he kept going like this, he might ruin himself. She couldn't lose hope. If he lost confidence and gave up, life would have no hope. She needed to give her father some hope. "Dad," Jia Ruzhu said, "how do you think our family can live a good life? Should we work hard to earn money? If so, we need to work hard so that everyone who looks down on us will shut their mouths." Jia Junhua nodded, then shook his head. "It's not just about money. Of course, we should work hard to earn money. But even after earning money, people might still look down on us. Earning money might take a long time." Jia Ruzhu understood that he still lacked confidence and didn't believe in herself. The truth will prove her right. She will show her father that she is good at making money. As a woman who traveled through time, how could she not be the main character? At least she can eat well, wear warm clothes, and live a modest life. She can't be worse off than she was in modern times. With her insight, she can definitely live better than the original owner. "Dad, we will have money. Once we have money, do you think there's anything else we need to live a good life?" Jia Ruzhu asked. He needs to understand what her father wants. Besides money, does he have any other needs, son? Jia Junhua was silent. "Dad, do you want a son?" Jia Ruzhu asked.
Jia Junhua didn't speak.
He didn't want a son, but his wife had already passed away. Where would he find a son to raise? Maybe he could adopt one of his brother's sons, but those children are already grown up. If there's no suitable one, there's no point. "Dad, why not marry another wife and have a son?" Jia Ruzhu tentatively asked. Jia Junhua looked up at her. "How old do you think I am? Besides, we don't have money. If I marry another wife, what if she mistreats you?" Jia Ruzhu felt satisfied inside. From his personal wish, he didn't want any more brothers. He didn't need that. But in ancient times, without a male heir, the family would be looked down upon. Unless she married someone later, her father's line of inheritance would end. Although there's no throne to inherit in their family, living in this environment, they would inevitably be affected by it. Rumors and gossip would surround them. Dad, maybe you should marry another wife in the future, Jaruju said. She had thought this through carefully. If her father didn't have a son or a young boy, he would definitely wait for him to marry someone to continue the family line. And in this era, most people who commit crimes early on are not good people. She didn't want to contribute to Jia family's lineage. Her father plans to remarry and have a son. When that happens, the money will be in her hands, and she will control the family affairs. Whether her father marries again won't matter much to her. The key is to take full control of the family's finances before her father remarries. Father, I agree that you can marry, but on one condition. You must listen to me about family matters, Jia Ruju said. As soon as she spoke, Jia Junhua was stunned. That can't be. You're still so young, Jia Junhua blurted out. How could he listen to a girl her age? If everyone only listened to her, what would happen if something went wrong? He was a man in his 20s or 30s, and hearing a girl of 13 or 14 speak like that, people would laugh at him. Even if he was not successful, he wouldn't be so helpless. If others found out, where would his face go? Zhu, you're still young and you don't understand many things. How can you say such things? You still need to listen to your father, Jaruju thought with a cold smile. Indeed, men in ancient times were often chauvinistic. Even men like Jia Junhua, who lacked ability, still wanted to be the head of the family. But if she only listened to him, could their family survive? Absolutely not. This matter had to be decided firmly. Jaruju continued, it should be your right to listen to your father. But since you don't have money and don't know how to earn it, I have my own ideas. The methods I think of and the things I do have never been wrong, and they can make our family better. Why shouldn't you listen to me? Jia Junhua was convinced but couldn't bring himself to say soft words. If he did, he would have to listen to his daughter in the future. He was unsure about that. What if he was wrong? He felt too timid as a father. Jia Ruju pressed on, Dad, if you listen to me in the future, I will earn money for our family. Then you can remarry and have a son. Our life will get better and better. What's wrong with that? I won't mistreat you like Grandma did. After all, you're my father. In the future, I will still discuss things with you. When big decisions come up, I will report to you and listen to your advice. We will discuss everything. But you can't restrict me. If my decisions turn out to be right, you shouldn't stop me. Jia Ruju added, for example, digging a fish pond. If we dig a pond, and it makes a lot of money, isn't that my decision? If I was right, shouldn't you agree? Jia Junhua was silent for a moment, and then said, let's wait until the fish pond succeeds, then we can talk about it. He didn't believe in the fish pond from the start. Jia Ruju immediately added, all right, let's settle this. If the fish pond succeeds, then Dad has to listen to me. Once the fish are sold, we'll find a wife for Dad. Upon hearing this, Jia Jinghua's face suddenly turned red. Wife. Forget about that. Dad's too old for such things. Jia Ruju said he's already old, but he doesn't need to bother. Dad is only 30. When you have a younger brother and I get married, the brother can support me. Doesn't Dad want to have a son to help him in the future? He thought about it. Had he ever considered that? Jia Junhua's heart started to waver. Seeing Jia Ruju like this, she knew he was beginning to soften. Dad, when the time comes, I will find a good wife for you. What are you talking about? How can you handle this? Jia Junhua was angry and shouted loudly. Jia Ruju was not afraid. Dad, you're being unreasonable. Why can't I handle this? I should be the one to do it. Think about it. Wouldn't that be like finding me a stepmother? Later, if your wife has children, wouldn't they call me sister? And wouldn't we all need to get along well? Jia Ruju started explaining and reasoning with him. If you find a wife who treats me badly, I will also have a bad relationship with you and with my younger siblings. I won't give them my earnings, and then you'll have to live a hard life with them. And then, I would have to support you. I have no problem supporting you, but I won't support a stepmother and younger brothers. So, you definitely won't be close to me. Jia Junhwa's face darkened, but he had to admit her words made sense. You're a young girl. Why are you saying all this? I will let Hong and find a good person for you. Jiaruju couldn't help but laugh. Dad, you're so funny. You want others to do your work, but do they care as much about your own affairs? It shows you don't trust me, but trust a stranger instead. I tell you, you really don't know how to tell right from wrong. Jia Junhwa's face was as dark as a pot bottom, but he couldn't find anything to say in reply. Jiaruju continued to analyze him. Look, if I find you someone with good character, a gentle temper, and a kind heart, who always puts you first, my wife and I will get along well with you when the time comes. We will be a happy, united family, living peacefully together. In the future, I will also take care of the younger brothers and sisters she gives me. They will love me, and she won't interfere or cause trouble between us, as a mother and daughter or siblings. She won't flatter you behind your back or speak badly about me in front of the younger siblings. She won't damage our relationship. That's why choosing the right person is very important. Jia Junhwa felt she was saying more and more unreasonable things, even to the point of speaking openly, which made him feel both embarrassed and angry. He wished she would just shut up. But Jiaruju didn't see it that way. She believed she was just talking about a very normal matter. This is the difference between old-fashioned people and modern ones. So Jiaruju continued to persuade Jia Junhwa. Dad, a harmonious family brings success. We can't let a troublemaker come in and disturb our peace. Jia Junhwa was stunned by her words and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Troublemaker? You're talking about things that aren't even real. Don't you find it funny yourself? Jiaruju sighed, thinking her father still didn't understand how important this issue was. If he didn't realize its importance, problems would definitely arise later. To avoid future disagreements and conflicts over different ideas, it's necessary to address this early. He must convince his father of how important this matter is. Dad, if you don't agree with my choice of wife, I won't agree to you remarry. If you go out to find someone else, I won't give you money. Let's see if you have the ability to find a wife on your own. Jiaruju's words were very direct, making Jia Junhwa's face darken. His daughter was acting so out of line. Who gave her the courage to talk to her father like that? Zhu, you're a young girl not yet married, and you speak so disrespectfully. You must not say such things outside. If others hear, do you think you'll find a good match? Jia Junhwa said seriously to his daughter. Jiaruju was angry and thought, what's going on? If she can't solve her own problems, she just shifts the blame onto others. Her way of changing the subject was obvious and easy to see through. She was a little unhappy. Whether I say it or not, who would know if I'm foolish? I'll say it outside. Dad, you can't hurt me. If you do, I'll just say these words are all made up by you. If you're brave, go tell others yourself. No one seems to threaten her. She originally wanted to talk nicely with her father, but she really doesn't like his personality. If she hadn't occupied the body of his daughter, she wouldn't think about marrying him or having a son with him. This can be seen as her way of repaying the original owner for occupying her body. Besides, it's also for future considerations. Maybe her father will marry into his family someday. Her father's way of doing things is very different from hers. They are not the same kind of person. If she marries someone and takes her father to live with her, she can't stand him interfering in her affairs. It's better to let Jia Junhwa get married and start a new family, and she can help him a little financially. If Jia Junhwa remarries, has children and a wife, and can live happily in his own home, that's better than him following her around. This is the best way she can accept, and the best plan for Jia Junhwa. Jia Junhwa waved his hand. All right, stop talking about it. This is far away. We don't even know if we can make money. Marrying a wife, what a joke. Jiaruju smiled. Okay, Dad, we'll discuss it later. At least, when they dig a fish pond and release fish fry, it will take 2 or 3 months. During this time, she talks to her father about this every day. She doesn't believe he won't listen. There's plenty of time. Someone as straightforward as her wouldn't be easily outsmarted by Jia Junhua. The best outcome is that her father listens and marries a good wife. The worst is that he doesn't listen and marries a bad one. If it's the first, everyone will be happy. If it's the second, don't blame her for being ruthless. When her daughter gets married, she won't give Jia Junhua a penny. Even to repay the original owner's kindness, she won't let her father use her money to support someone who opposes her. The development of things depends on what happens next, but Jia Rujua has already made up her mind. Father, after we finish cooking tomorrow, I want to visit the Zhua family. Jia Rujua changed the subject. Jia Junhua frowned. Why do you want to go to their house? Their children are all in school. Are you going to see Madam Wen? Thinking for a moment, he added. Their work should be done by now. Do you want to learn embroidery from Madam Wen? Indeed, his daughter is learning some embroidery, but learning embroidery costs money. Their family can't afford it right now. Jia Junhua said, maybe you can go to her house later. After I earn some money, I'll take you there. I went to Lady Wen's place to learn embroidery. Jia Ruju immediately understood that her father had misunderstood. No, Dad, I'm not interested in embroidery. I don't want to learn it. Besides, I know our family situation, and I won't bother learning some useless embroidery. Jia Junhua frowned even more when he heard her words. He thought, what kind of words are these? How can embroidery be called useless? Embroidery is a skill that girls should learn. If you can't learn it well, that's okay. But look at your attitude. How can I have such an unmotivated daughter? I don't like hearing that from you, Jia Junhua said. What do you mean by useless embroidery? Is that how you describe it? Embroidery is a valuable skill for girls. If you can't learn it, that's fine. But look at your attitude. How can I have such an unambitious daughter? Jia Ruju felt she was completely wronged. It seemed that ever since her family split, her father had become more opinionated. She had different ideas from him and saw things differently. Now she was the daughter, and he was her father. She knew she should change her way of speaking to him. She couldn't use her previous tone from her office job, high and commanding, to talk to him. Otherwise, her macho and timid father might not accept her opinions. To achieve her goals, she definitely needed to change her attitude. Since she was now in ancient times, she had to adapt to the local rules. Jia Ruju slowed her tone. Dad, I understand. I won't say that again. But I really don't have a talent for embroidery. My talents are in business. I will make a lot of money and buy beautiful clothes to wear. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Jia Junhua was both amused and helpless. He frowned thoughtfully and asked, then why are you going to the Zhua family? I remember your relationship with them isn't very close. They've been here for a long time, but you've never been to their house. Jia Ruju's heart skipped a beat. Did he notice something? She tried to brush it off. It's nothing. It's just that they went to school and I wanted to see what the girls who study look like. I also wanted to learn a few words from them. I heard their children are quite sensible, so I wanted to see. But the real reason was that she thought there were so many peaches at their place, probably meant for other long-lasting foods, like canned goods. Since she had been in ancient times for a while, and hadn't seen canned food in the county or town, if they could make canned food, their family must be quite capable. Maybe there was even someone like her, who had traveled through time. Even if she doesn't get along well with his sisters, she might still learn a few words from them, and then she can proudly say she can read. So she has many good reasons to become a writer, and they are very important reasons.
Jia Junhua said, all right.
When you go there, you need to speak nicely, not like now. Sometimes I wonder if you've hurt your head, or if your temper has changed completely. You used to be obedient. Jia Ruju was anxious when she heard this. Her father was quite sharp in this matter and immediately sensed that her attitude had changed. But in other things he was so confused. For example, about marriage, children shouldn't have opinions. She saw him as a fuss budget. He was sharp when he shouldn't be, and less sharp when he should. Jia Ruju felt a bit helpless. Father, don't worry. My daughter is smart and lovely. How could I not get along with others?
Jia Ruju said.
I'm going to make friends with them, not argue. Trust me, maybe soon I'll have several good friends. Jia Jinghua was a little worried and didn't fully believe her, but since she had already promised, he felt a bit more relaxed. be careful tomorrow, and cook better food.
Did you see?
Today's rice was hard and undercooked. When people ask me, I feel embarrassed to say so, Ja Junhwa said. What could he say? That his daughter's cooking was terrible and others should just accept it? Then they would ask, your daughter is already 13 or 14, almost ready to marry, and she can't even cook properly. How can she find a good family to marry into? No family would want a daughter-in-law who can't cook. Besides, if she has no other talents, no embroidery skills, no accounting skills, no poetry or music, she can't even cook or do chores. How could she find a good family? Thinking of this, Ja Junhwa felt worried. Ja Ruju also felt upset. Cooking firewood rice was really hard. She tried her best, but had no talent for it. After she mastered it, she would buy a few impressive items like a writer. Then she would make them do all the things they didn't want to do or couldn't do well. Sigh. Life is so hard for her. She came as an only daughter, with nothing to inherit, leaving her family with nothing, and she still had to work herself to exhaustion for the whole family. Her father didn't understand her. Now, a person who might have traveled through time has been found. They already have a house, a car, servants, land, and a business. Maybe they even have special skills. Besides speaking Chinese, they don't know anything else, and their ability to write in Chinese shouldn't be widely known. Just thinking about it makes me feel sad. Maybe tomorrow she should visit the Zhou family to see who is so capable and try to make friends with them. Maybe even form a good relationship. If she can find a strong supporter, her life might improve. People often say that neighbors are like family, with tears in their eyes. For someone like her, meeting a fellow villager is rare and precious. Maybe she can find comfort by sharing a meal or just enjoying some soup together. So, after preparing lunch and delivering it to the fish pond the next day, Ja Ruju felt distracted. She kept imagining what to say when meeting the Zhou family, how to observe them, and how to identify that special person. But her plans were disrupted when she hurried to the Zhou family's yard and found no one there. To be precise, the children she expected weren't present. Only Lady Wen and the Jiang and Huang women were there. She felt a bit disappointed. She originally wanted to talk with the family members and observe their behavior closely to see if anyone was a traveler from another time. Now, only Lady Wen was present. However, she quickly gathered her spirits. Lady Wen was a family member and the only adult in the Zhou family. If Lady Wen was a traveler, that could be very possible. She had read many modern novels, especially stories about women who traveled through time and became the mothers of little children. Widow stories that are quite popular. These stories are very popular because, in modern times, women either live very well, or they can't have children, or they face various regrets. After dying, they travel back to ancient times and become the mothers of little children, often in difficult situations. Traveling through time improves their lives, they gain control over their children, become wealthy, and then the male lead appears. It's exciting to see a wife suffer temporarily, only to be reunited with her husband later. If Lady Wen is the female protagonist who traveled through time, that would be a very fitting character setup. Ja Ruju imagined many scenarios because she had read so many stories about women traveling through time. She thought Lady Wen's gentle speech and calm demeanor, unlike typical rural women, suggested she had an unusual aura. So, she believed Lady Wen might be the legendary female protagonist from a time travel story. It's not that all time travel female protagonists are beautiful, but they often have a special, indescribable charm. Lady Wen seemed to have that kind of aura. Look again at how Ensure teaches embroidery, with her professionalism, dedication, and wise words. She might very well be the legendary great female lead with a systematic and spacious mind. Ja Ruju feels very sad.
Why?
Why is it that she also traveled here, but doesn't have a special skill? Since she is a time-traveling woman, why is there still a big female lead like Ensure? In all the stories she has read, only the main female lead is the true heroine. Everyone else is just a supporting character. Does that mean she and Ensure are destined to have one live and one die? No, she can't be just a supporting character. Miss Ja, What brings you to our home? Wenshi asks. Wenshi finds it strange. Ever since this girl came to their house, she keeps staring at her. Her eyes sparkle with a light she doesn't understand, flickering and changing unpredictably, making Wenshi feel uneasy. Could this girl have some strange idea about her? Is she scheming something? Wenshi decides that, no matter what her plan is, she won't be easily fooled. Lady Wen, I don't have any special purpose. I just think you're very beautiful and kind, so I want to get close to you. When I have money later, I want to learn embroidery from you. Jiaruju says honestly, her eyes shining with admiration. Hearing this, Jiang and Huang both smile. Jiang says, Ruju, you really have good taste. Lady Wen is very kind and patient. We're here with her. She's never said such things before, and she always teaches us embroidery with dedication. If you want to learn embroidery, you should learn from Lady Wen, not from Qian Liar at Lady Qian's house. Huang adds, sister-in-law is right. Lady Wen is the best person. So, Miss Jia, if you want to learn embroidery, it's better to come to Lady Wen. We learn faster than over at Qian Liar's, and Lady Wen's skills are much better. She can do double-sided embroidery. When Jiaruju hears that Wenshi can do double-sided embroidery, her eyes widen in surprise. That's impressive. In modern times, not only could she make a lot of money, but she could also easily find a wealthy husband. So, Wenshi probably lives quite well in modern times, right? When she traveled to the past, did she regret it? Does she want to go back to modern times to continue her brilliant life? If it were her, she would definitely regret it. A skilled embroidery expert, able to solve everything with money, talented and beautiful, rich and leisurely, living well in modern times. Why come to this backward, ancient place? Walking entirely depends on legs. Communication relies on shouting. Thinking about it makes me tear up. She is so unaccustomed to everything, let alone the Wen family, who used to be successful. Lady Wen, I heard your children are studying. When will they come back? Jiaruju asked. As she spoke, Jiaruju felt full of envy. Look at her, an immigrant woman, a delicate lady, who just escaped famine, carried her children across 2 dusty roads, and managed to settle safely here and live such a good life. Isn't she the daughter of heaven? If it weren't for her being an immigrant woman, she could send all her daughters to school. It's important to note that this costs silver. In all the time since ancient times, I haven't heard of any rural family sending all their daughters to school, except the Wen family. Jiaruju felt her impression of the Wen family was getting better, and she admired them more. Wen said, yes, they will come back later. Wen looked at her with a strange, admiring, and respectful gaze, as if she was sighing and praising. Can I learn to read and write from them? Jiaruju asked, then looked a bit shy, twisting her hands in her clothes, blushing. Jiang couldn't help but laugh. You want to learn to read? Why don't your father send you to the school? Is your family short of money? Jiaruju. Better not to say more. Don't break the silence, understand? From outside, Zhuoshi watched Jiaruju's expression and found it hard to describe. During their afternoon class, they only used 15 minutes. Because of family matters, Feng Deng sent them away early. On the way back, they heard Jiaruju talking to one and others inside. Seeing Jiaruju's expression, Zhuoshi really found it a bit painful to watch. You, a confident immigrant woman, put on a shy act, and it looks so fake and pretentious. Not only Zhuoshi, but everyone in the yard could see it. Even Zhuojiang noticed. You're back.
Great.
I was just telling Lady Wen that I want to learn to read and write from you. Jiaruju stood up with a smile and greeted them. Is studying hard? Is the teacher strict? Are you learning quickly? Is reading difficult? Can I see your books? Jiaruju looked at them with wide eyes, eagerly waiting, and kept talking non-stop. This stunned the people who came in outside, except Zhuoshi. Zhuohua felt her throat go dry. It's okay. It's okay. The teacher is a bit strict, but he's good to us. Left Song Dao said, you need to study those characters carefully. Read them several times to remember. Left Jiang Dao said, how can reading be hard? I am a man, I must study hard. Only Left Shi stood nearby, smiling quietly at Jiaruju. Left Shi's smile was gentle, so Jia Ruju thought she was very kind. Jia Ruju couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Look at her, look at her, how good the female lead is at teaching children. It's only been a few days of school, and the children at home have changed a lot. From big to small, all these children are now sensible and obedient. It seems the goal is to raise these children to be lively and successful before stopping. Jia Ruju felt a huge sense of danger. Why did she end up reborn in the same village as the female lead? Does this mean all her good luck will be taken away? According to the law of conservation of energy, her good luck will transfer to the female lead, so when disasters come, she will be blamed. Should she still follow her original plan and get involved with the left family? If she does, will she be affected by the female lead's strong luck? Why is she being given such a difficult choice?
Why?
Why did heaven give her such a tough decision?
Why?
Jia Ruju didn't know that everything she just thought was already considered by Left Shi. Left Shi was very confused. Why would the female lead approach them willingly? What is her purpose? Does she have some bad intentions for their family? Is she trying to latch onto the female lead to get help, or is she trying to stay away so their family won't be sacrificed by the female lead? Haven't they appeared in the story before? What does the female lead want? We just learned a little. I'm afraid we can't teach you. Maybe you should ask at your home, Left Shi said. Jia Ruju lowered her face, showing a shy but determined expression. I have no money inside. When we divided the family, I left everything behind. But I am old now, and in a few years, I will need to clarify things. If I can get engaged and if I can recognize characters before, I can find a good family to marry into. Please help me. I just need to write a few characters. Left Shi found it hard to respond, secretly cursing Jia Ruju. This girl was pretending to be innocent, but everyone knew she was from the Chinese department, able to recognize traditional characters, good at calligraphy, and wrote beautifully. Now she was pretending to be pitiful and scheming in front of them. If she truly wanted to learn seriously, she wouldn't act this way. The key point was that the female lead already knew how to read and write, and she wanted their family to gain some reputation. By then, the female lead will have learned everything. When they go out to promote, they will say it was their family who taught her, but her own family members won't admit it or be able to write. Isn't that tricking them? Based on her understanding that the female lead is determined to achieve her goal, she will definitely try every possible way to come after them. So, what should she do? Seeing how pitiful she looked and hearing her sincere words, Zhujiang felt a surge of pride and a desire to help, wanting to be heroic. All right, I will teach you after school, Zhujiang said confidently, as if ready to take on a big responsibility. Zhushi quickly stepped forward. Xiao Jiang, you have other things to do, so you shouldn't take this on. I'll do it. Zhujiang looked at Zhushi with a sad face. What's wrong with him? He just wanted to help someone, and he even wanted to take this task himself. He could have just said so. Why did he say he had other things? It made him look like a lying child. Zhushi winked at him, but didn't explain. She turned to Jia Ruju and said, my eldest sister is helping with cooking and accounting at home, my third sister is managing the chickens, and Xiao Jiang needs to tell stories to our whole family. These stories are written by my mother, so she has to memorize them. They all have their own tasks, so I'll reluctantly teach you. Before she finished, she added, if you agree, that's it. If you don't agree, there's nothing I can do. She knew that Jia Ruju was the female lead. Being with her might lead to unexpected things, which could be good or bad. Anyway, it was better to be cautious and not let her family have a vague understanding of their contact with Jia Ruju. Jia Ruju looked at Zhushi and saw this lively, pretty girl with a bright smile on her face. Suddenly, he found her adorable. All right then, I'll trouble you. You're called Zhushi, right? From now on, I'll call you Little Shi sister. Is that okay? Jia Ruju looked at Zhushi expectantly, as if she would cry if she didn't agree. Zhushi felt a bit creeped out by his eager look. This female lead is such a drama queen. She might be better at acting than him. What should she do? Never mind, they're both drama queens. Who cares? At worst, she'll just act a little worse and stay silent. The decision about learning to read was made. Zhuosher took Jiaoruju into her room and started teaching. Today, we're going to learn the three-character classic. I'll read it aloud first, and you listen and learn. Zhuosher didn't waste words and read everything the teacher had taught that day. Then she pretended to ask, "Look, have you learned it?" Jiaoruju had just read it to her once, then saw the Enlightenment book three-character classic and felt very excited. She flipped through it a couple of times, pretending she understood everything. But then she deliberately read two words incorrectly, and then looked at the left poem. Zhuosher sneered inwardly. "Keep pretending. I want to see how long you can keep it up." Zhuosher intentionally said, "You're really amazing, reading so fast. I don't even know if I read it correctly. I just started today, and I don't understand what the teacher said. Maybe you can tell me, sister." Seeing her bright eyes, Jiaoruju couldn't help feeling a little itchy inside. "All right, sister will read it to you again. Listen carefully." Then Jiaoruju read the three-character classic aloud, reading the first few pages clearly. Zhuosher heard this and happily ran outside, loudly telling the Wen, Jiang, and Huang families and several children at home, "Sister Ruju is so amazing. I just read it once, and she learned it all. She even learned the words I didn't know. She's really incredible." As the teacher says, Sister Ruju is a legendary genius, born to study. It's a pity she's not a boy, or she would definitely become the top scholar. Wen was very surprised, constantly looking at Jiaoruju. Jiang also exclaimed in wonder, "I didn't expect Ruju to be so smart. Oh my, this is incredible. She can learn everything even without studying before. Isn't she even better than Xiaoshi?" Huang covered her mouth and laughed. "Not just better than Xiaoshi, I think she's even better than people in our village. She might even be smarter than Song Yaowen." Song Yaowen had to study with a teacher to recognize characters, but Ruju can learn everything after just one reading. It's like she was born knowing it. Jiaoruju's smile froze on her face. She was careless. How could she not hold back? Did her cover get blown? Would they spread this news, making everyone think she's a monster? Earlier, Jia Junhua said her nature was different now, a bit suspicious. She had used the excuse of amnesia to cover it up. Now, if this gets out again, how can she explain? It's all because of one. She really hasn't had a good life at the heroine's house. Why did her intelligence suddenly become blurry? The heroine's children are so extraordinary. What will she do in the future? Maybe she should stay far away from their family. I suddenly got confused and just read randomly. I wasn't sure if I was correct, so I might have made mistakes. If Zhuosher knew what I was thinking, she would definitely tell me. Jiaoruju kept waving her hands, trying to explain, "I was just reading along with little sister Xiaoshi because she reads well." I followed her, and since the characters below are all three characters each, I just read them randomly. I must have been wrong. Little sister Xiaoshi probably misunderstood. Zhuosher widened her eyes in confusion and looked at Jiaoruju. "Sister, you read it correctly. I don't know how to read the rest, but most of what you read matches what the teacher read." Jiaoruju desperately wanted to dig a hole and hide, feeling embarrassed. "That was my mistake. You must have heard it wrong." After saying this, she scolded herself silently for being showy and not thinking clearly. Now she was caught. She thought she should be more careful in the future. Actually, when she came over, she wasn't very cautious and mistook the Wen family for the main character, so she didn't guard against others much. She didn't expect she was wrong herself. Looking at the little girl in front of her, Jiaoruju felt she might have been unlucky. "Little Xiaoshi, I'll come back tomorrow to learn the rest from you. Please don't tell anyone about this. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of the whole village. I was just reading randomly, really, please." After saying this, Jiaoruju quickly slipped out like smoke, afraid someone might say something or come after her. The people inside the house looked at each other, stunned by Jiaoruju's actions. Mrs. Jiang asked, "What happened to Jiaoruju? She used to be calm and steady, but now she's so hurried and impulsive. That's not her usual personality." Mrs. Huang also laughed. Maybe she was just confused from reading too much and got too excited, forgetting everything. Mrs. Wen looked suspicious but nodded in agreement, saying nothing. After Jiang and Huang left, she looked serious and told everyone in the family, mother, eldest sister, younger brother, younger sister, I wasn't lying. I didn't teach him much, but he read all the characters afterward. He can recognize the characters, but why is he learning from me? Mrs. Wen frowned. Zhuohua, Zhuoge, and Zhuojiang couldn't understand either, and they looked at each other in confusion. Zhuoshir said, I don't know why she approached us. Anyway, if she's spreading that we taught him the characters and we didn't teach him well but he still recognizes them, then it makes our family look stupid.
She said that about me.
When it comes to my older sister, it's fine, but if she said the same about my younger brother, he would be laughed at and called a village fool. He plans to go to school and enter official service someday. We can't let her ruin our reputation like that. Zhuojiang was a bit nervous. Will he go around spreading rumors? It's clearly you who taught him. None of us did. Zhuoshir looked at him approvingly. Smart. That's why I stepped forward in front of Aunt Jiang and Aunt Huang. Once we get past this, if she starts spreading rumors, she'll be lying. Aunt Jiang and Aunt Huang will also testify for us. Zhuohua's face turned red with anger. Besides, who doesn't have to pay for school? She came looking for us so eagerly but didn't give anything. Why should we teach her? We only paid a small fee to learn to read. Zhuoge said exactly. She's just trying to get something for nothing. I don't like people like that, second sister. Don't teach her. Zhuoshir felt uncomfortable explaining to them. Whether she taught her or not, the girl would learn to read. So it was better for her to step in, help the girl, and make her owe her a favor. That way, the girl wouldn't speak badly about their family. At first, she planned to stay far away from the girl and not let her become her scapegoat. But now that the girl approached her willingly, she had to abandon that plan. She wanted to hold the moral high ground so the girl wouldn't be able to act against her openly. Over time, they could gradually reduce their contact. It's okay. He's actually very smart. I only read to him once, and he learned it all. If he had a thicker face, he could even listen outside Mr. Feng's window and learn the characters. He'd recognize everything, Zhuoshir said. Zhuojiang's eyes widened. Second sister, is she really that smart? Zhuoshir nodded. Yes, she's much smarter than you think. It's a pity she's not a boy. If she were, she might even pass the imperial exams and become an official. Your second sister is the same. It's a pity I'm not a boy. If I were, our family would have another official. When she said this, everyone in the family laughed. Zhuojiang pouted and looked at Zhuoshir with disbelief. Sister, are you really that smart? Are you just bragging? Zhuoshir smiled warmly. If you don't believe me, let's try. Look at the characters we learned today. Pick any one, and I'll recognize it. Zhuojiang, not convinced, picked a few characters and pointed them out. He quickly read them out loud, then smoothly recited the 3-character classic they learned today. Zhuojiang was stunned. The Wen family members were also amazed. I didn't expect Zhuoshir to be so clever and to be able to memorize so many poems and write so many words. It's all because mother gave you the wrong gender, Wen said with a sigh. It would have been better if you were a boy. Being a girl really holds you back. Zhuoshir laughed loudly. You all can't tell others about this. If it gets out, it'll be like the embarrassment today in front of me. I don't want to be embarrassed in front of the whole village. Everyone nodded, remembering Jiaruju's awkwardness earlier, and couldn't help but laugh. Second sister, you help her learn to read. Do you think she'll be grateful to us in the future? Zhuoge asked. Zhuoshir wasn't sure. She thought for a moment and shook her head, I don't know. But from today's situation, she doesn't seem to have any good feelings toward us, nor does she seem to have bad intentions. We'll see how she acts and what she says in the future. Let's stay away from her. Zhuohua was a bit confused. Why should we stay away from her? She comes to our school every day to learn reading. How can we ignore her? Zhuoshir replied, it's about not approaching her actively, not paying attention to her. If something good happens to her, we can go closer. But if something bad happens, we must stay far away. Bad things will fall on you, not her. When trouble arises, those close to her will take the hit for her. She's said to be a lucky charm, and anyone around her either benefits or suffers for her. Everyone shivered and stared in shock at Swisher, not expecting her to say such words. Really, little Sher? One hesitated. Maybe we should tell her not to come tomorrow. She didn't want Jiaruju's luck, nor did she want her disasters. It's enough for our family to live a good life. Why get involved in Jiaruju's messy affairs? Swisher shook her head. No, she's already come close. If we don't handle things well and offend her, she might take revenge on us later. We promised today to teach her to read. No matter what happens in the future, morally, we are on the right side. If she really causes trouble, we're not afraid. Since the main girl has already come to find us, going back to the peaceful days of before is definitely impossible. Let's see if the heroine will let them go. If she insists on dragging their family into the chaos, then she can only argue with her. Anyway, this book is a story about a powerless character. The earlier plot was very strong, following the original storyline. Later, she works hard to push the story to a point where it can't be reversed. Once she breaks free from the original plot's curse, her family can live a good life. No need to worry. The heroine is just a typical character. Swisher doesn't know her thoughts, which are the same as Jiaruju's. I don't believe it. I will get to know your family better, see what kind of people they are. When I become stronger, I will live my own good life. I won't let the warm family heroine ruin me. Jiaruju encourages herself. Jiaruju, don't worry. You can do it. Keep working hard, and you'll have a good life. Jia Junhua sees her talking to herself, sometimes excited, sometimes sad, and feels confused. Zhu, how did it go at our house today? Did they say anything? Did you cause any trouble? Jiaruju rolls her eyes in her mind. Of course it went well. What trouble could I cause? They agreed to teach me to read. Jia Junhua is very happy and nods repeatedly. Really? That family is so kind. You must learn well from them. Bring some vegetables from her home tomorrow. You're learning to read from them, so show some manners. If she feels even more unhappy, why? She can read, but just because of her status, she still has to give benefits to the heroine's family. It seems the heroine's luck is unstoppable, even she is trying to take advantage. Why should she, a transmigrated girl, have to give things to others? Fine, one vegetable is enough for her to learn to read. She doesn't need to pay so much tuition. In a way, she's actually gaining. But why does she feel so unwilling? The next day, Jiaruju finishes lunch for the workers and, helplessly, takes the vegetables to the Zhua family. She first greets the Warm family, Huang family, and Jiang family, then sits happily nearby to watch embroidery. The more she watches, the more she thinks embroidery is time-consuming, tiring, and difficult. It looks nice, but it's not suitable for her at all. Jia Junhua also says that once they have money, he wants to send her here to learn embroidery. Jiaruju feels she can't learn it, so she politely declines. Buju, since you're so smart, why not go to the academy for a year or two? Your father would agree, right? Jiang Shi looked down on Jiaruju's appearance. Her family also sent children to school, costing a silver or two. But if her situation was different, Jiaruju's family had lost everything and was indeed older. Wen Shi agreed to help her, so she couldn't say much. Still, she couldn't resist making a few snide remarks. Jiaruju frowned, feeling upset and wanting to curse. What does it have to do with you? You're meddling in other people's business. She forced a smile and said, You don't know, Auntie. My family is having a hard time. I can't learn embroidery like you, nor can I make my family rich overnight. I also can't cause trouble for my father. Luckily, Lady Wen and Sheng Daki are willing to teach me. I've decided that in the future, I will bring more vegetables to Lady Wen's house. Jiang Shi's face stiffened, and she swallowed her words, choosing not to say anything more. Huang Shi looked at Jiaruju thoughtfully, thinking she was a clever girl with a deep mind, not someone easy to get along with. After a while, Zhuo and the others returned. Zhuo took Jiaruju into her room, read the few characters her teacher had taught her, then left. Since Jiaruju had already shown her cleverness in front of her, there was no need to hide her abilities anymore. Besides, The Zhou family's environment wasn't very friendly to her, and Jiaruju didn't want to see Jiang Shi and Huang Shi's faces every day. It was all just a pretense. After a few days, she thought, why bother? It's a waste of time and energy. She would come once a day, bringing a vegetable each time. She wasn't stupid. So, after 3 days, Jiaruju stopped coming regularly, visiting every few days instead. Gradually, the villagers learned that Jiaruju could read and write. Jiaruju is really impressive. She learned to read in just a few days by herself. That shows she's smart. Yes. If she's so clever, it would be great if she married into a good family. Her children would be smarter than others. I think Jiaruju is pretty good too. Maybe we should try to get to know her? You forget it. Your son is useless. Why bother wasting time on her? My son is different. He's good-looking, strong, and has 3 acres of land by the river. If the pigs eat their fish pond as part of the dowry, our life will be better.
Pa.
Shameless.
Always thinking about this.
She hasn't even married yet, and men are already planning to take over Jia's property. You're really heartless. This group of people was talking casually, and unexpectedly, Jia Junhua heard everything they said. His face turned dark as charcoal. These people were plotting behind his daughter's back, scheming against his family, and even trying to take his property. He thought, if I rent out my daughter and she marries into their family, it's like giving them my house, my fish pond, and all my wealth. No, he couldn't let their scheme succeed. He wouldn't give all his family's possessions to these dishonest people. When he got home, Jia Junhua sat in the main hall with a dark face. After Jiaruju returned from her errands, he cleared his throat. She looked at him and asked, Dad, is something wrong? Jia Junhua hesitated for a moment, then told her what he had just overheard. After speaking, he felt a strong anger inside that he couldn't hold back. His temper flared up, making his scalp tingle. Jia Junhua said, They have such bad intentions toward our family. We must not marry into their family. Jiaruju also got angry. Yes, people like that aren't sincere. Marrying into their family would only be for profit. When we face difficulties, they definitely won't help us. That's why she thought hiring a son-in-law was unreliable. Until she knew a person's character, she wouldn't agree to marry her daughter off. Dad, why don't you look around carefully? We can find a match for you, Jiaruju suggested. Jia Junhua didn't oppose. Girl, I want to, but we don't have much money. If we find a suitable family but we don't have the funds, it would be awkward. He added, Let's wait until our fish pond starts earning some income. Now, Jia Junhua had to hope that the fish pond would make money. He didn't fully believe it, but he had to place his hope there. In 2 days, it will be ready. I'll go to town and buy some fish fry, Jia Junhua said. Jiaruju replied, Why don't I go with you? We can discuss and gather more information. If there are no fish fry in town, we can buy from the county. Seeing Jia Junhua hesitate, she added, There are more and better fish fry in the county. If we choose well, our income will be higher. So, Dad, let's go together. Jia Junhua had no choice but to agree. All right, get ready. We'll leave the day after tomorrow. 2 days later, Jia finished digging the fish pond and even held a dedication ceremony. Everyone in the village came to see, including Zhou Shi and her friends. When they saw the large fish pond, Zhou Shi couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the heroine has a plan for everything. If she can build this fish pond, she will definitely make a lot of money. She wondered why she hadn't thought of digging a fish pond before. She blamed her limited thinking, as she only considered taking a car to the market. She thought maybe in the future, she could buy a farm to grow peach trees, various fruits, vegetables, and raise fish. Even if she couldn't do it herself, she could hire someone who knew how. The main goal was to save enough money to buy a farm, which would solve many problems. Recently, her goal was to focus on school, learn everything she could through self-study, practice writing more, and improve her calligraphy. Her handwriting with a brush was really embarrassing. She didn't understand why, because her penmanship with a pen was very good, but when she switched to a brush, she couldn't control it at all. Since she was in ancient times, she couldn't be blind and ignorant. She had to be able to write well. Thinking of this, Zwesher pulled her sisters to go home and practice calligraphy. Zwago was a bit reluctant. Second sister, forget it. Today is so lively. Let's go see the celebration first, then come back to practice writing. My wrist is sore from writing. Zwesher looked at her with a half smile. Why are you being so picky? Think about how many people want to do what you're doing but can't. You're still choosing and hesitating. What's wrong with you? Zhuohua said, yes, Xiaogo, we need to work harder. Look at little brother. He hasn't said a word. He's even younger than you. Zhuge felt a bit guilty, but still wanted to enjoy the celebration. After all, she was a child. She wanted to eat, play, and be lazy. She lacked self-discipline. But Zwesher wouldn't spoil her. She believed that good habits should be cultivated from a young age. She didn't want her siblings to spoil her or become lazy, which would hold her back and be embarrassing if others found out. In short, learning characters, studying, and working hard were important. The whole family needed to be disciplined and organized, with no one missing. Let's go. If you don't want to come from now on, we won't call you for anything. We'll go eat, play, study, and practice calligraphy ourselves, Zwesher said. Hearing this, Zhuge shivered and followed behind everyone. When the Wen family saw them return, they looked surprised. Why are you back so soon? Didn't you go to see the fish pond being dug? I heard it's finished, and the fish are already in. Do you know what kind of fish they put in? Left Go was so happy she jumped up and said, what about Christian carp? Carp, grass carp, and bighead carp? So many fish. I've never seen such tiny fish before, but I heard they will grow big later. Mom, can we go to their house to buy fish to eat? I heard eating fish makes people smarter. Wenxue saw her so happy and couldn't help but gently rub her little head. Sure, when the time comes, I'll let you go buy fish from their house. But that fish pond is leased by the Jia family, so you can't fish there in the future, understand? Zhuojiang nodded.
Got it, Mom.
That's their property. If we go fishing there, it would be stealing, and that's not right. Zwesher said, all right, now go practice writing. You need to write at least 5 big characters. Everyone was stunned, including Wenxue. She was older and didn't know how to read or write, but after Zwesher and the others learned, Wenxue was asked to learn too. The reason to persuade Wenxue was simple. Mom, everyone in our family can read and write. You can't be illiterate. You will be a high-ranking lady someday, dealing with the wife of the official. When Xiaozhang's classmates come to visit you, you can't be a foolish woman who can't write big characters. Later, not only Xiaozhang's classmates will look down on you, but Xiaozhang's future wife will too. Your in-laws will look down on you as well. Just follow us and learn slowly. Reading 2 or 3 characters a day is easy, and soon you'll learn most of the words you need. Look, even someone as old as you can learn. How can we not learn? You're our mother, and you should set a good example for us, right? Under their persuasion, Wenxue also started learning to write and practiced her handwriting. But practicing writing was boring, and to write well, it took a lot of effort, far from something that could be achieved overnight. So everyone's writing was pretty bad, like dog scratches. The family's handwriting was all ugly. The worst was Zhuoge, while the best wasn't Wenxue or Zwesher, but Zhuohua. Maybe Zhuohua had some talent because she wrote faster and better than the others, so everyone was learning to write from her. All right, let's go. Write 5 big characters. Each one must be well done. Later, sister will check, and everyone's handwriting should be better than yesterday, Zwesher said. Speaking of this, Zhuohua was very responsible. I don't know how she saw it, but she always pointed out the problems in their writing clearly and could tell whether they were serious or not when they practiced. There is no one at home who can escape from the sharp eyes of the fire-eye golden eye. As long as they are not careful, they will be caught. Seeing everyone looking sheepish, Zhuohua couldn't help but laugh out loud. She said loudly, hurry up, hurry up. Once everyone finishes writing, we need to light the oil lamp again, which hurts the eyes and wastes oil. After speaking, she was the first to walk toward the study room. She arranged her brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, then began to write proper characters carefully. At the beginning of human life, our nature is good. Our natures are similar, but habits make us different. Not only was her writing quite beautiful, especially the traditional character for distant, which has many strokes, but also its structure and brushwork were very methodical. Overall, she didn't even know how she managed to write it so well, just better than everyone else. Big sister, how many characters have you written? Zhuge couldn't sit still, twisting her hips. Zhuahua looked at her coldly and said, "Sit back and write properly. Don't fidget. What kind of look is that?" Zhuge immediately dared not move and obediently sat back down to write. Zhuashe couldn't help but laugh. Watching how Zhuahua's little face looked, she was quite serious. It was true that one thing could suppress another. At this moment, Zhuge was the most afraid of Zhuahua. Meanwhile, the little ones were slowly writing with their brushes, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't produce beautiful characters. Soon, one sheet of large characters was ruined. Zhuge looked distressed, wanting to crumple the rice paper and throw it away. But she also knew that Li Muzi was very precious, and the paper was expensive. It was only because he accidentally smudged ink on this sheet, so he had to carefully write the subsequent characters and then redo a clean sheet without ink smudges to pass. Zhuge sighed with a sad face. It was really frustrating. No matter how much she wanted to write well, it became harder and harder. She didn't know why, but every time she tried to write, her mind was restless, as if a cat was scratching inside. She also wanted to write well, finish early, and be free sooner, but things didn't go as planned. "Write carefully. You've wasted another sheet," Zhuahua said sternly to Zhuge. Zhuge immediately became obedient, but she just couldn't keep her level. Some characters were good, others not, and she kept wasting paper one after another. By the time everyone finished, she was still struggling. Zhuahua sat beside her, watching closely and supervising making her dare not move. "Big sister, why don't you go sit somewhere else? I'll finish and show you once I'm done." Zhuge tried to persuade her to leave. Zhuahua sat there. She really couldn't move. No matter how she tried, she couldn't write well. The more she wrote, the more anxious she became, and her writing got messier. It was hard to see her intentions from her expression, so she simply refused, saying, "Hurry up and write. You can't move until it's done." Next to her, Zhuashe couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Xiao Ge, just write quickly. Don't make big sister angry. But I must finish before dinner, or there won't be any food for you." Hearing this, Zhuge immediately got anxious. "Second sister, don't worry. I'll get up right away. Once I finish, I'll come to eat. Big sister, please make a little more food. I want to eat." Zhuge really disliked writing but loved eating the food made by Zhuashe. Whenever they both started, Zhuge could only obediently follow along. Soon, Zhuge finished writing the big characters and Zhuahua nodded in approval, smiling happily. "Big sister, I want to go see the fish pond with Xiao Jiang before coming back for dinner," Zhuge said to Zhuahua. Zhuahua kept a serious face and didn't reply. Zhuge then pestered her, acting cute, and after a while, she finally agreed. She took Xiao Jiang happily and went out. Not long after they left, Zhuashe entered the kitchen to start cooking dinner. Tonight's dish was braised pork with preserved vegetables. It had been a long time since she made such a fancy dish and she felt a bit excited. The preserved vegetables were bought from the Hong family and the pork was exchanged from the system, though she kept that secret. She bought over 3 kg of pork, half fat and half lean, with clear red and white colors and visible marbling inside. Definitely good pork. She spent 50 culinary points to buy it, then washed the pork thoroughly, cut it into even slices. Next, she added chili, pepper, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, garlic, and slices. All the seasonings were prepared, then she placed the preserved vegetables on top. This was a simple version of braised pork with preserved vegetables, with minimal seasoning to keep the meat's natural flavor. It wasn't heavy but had a fresh, rich aroma of meat. After preparing everything, she let it sit overnight before steaming it in a pot. It steamed for over 2 hours, filling the kitchen with a strong, fragrant aroma, making the little dogs, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, circle around the kitchen excitedly. These 2 dogs had grown into big dogs, weighing over 20 kg, looking very majestic, with shiny, smooth fur. They often caused trouble at home but had recently been out hunting in the mountains with Lu Sheng. They were well cared for and looked very fierce. The 3 gene of pork, once cooked, would probably be enough for everyone to have 2 slices each. Large pieces of meat look clear and shiny, not greasy at all. When Zhuge and Zhuojian return, everyone begins to eat. The house has 2 dining tables. One is for the Zhu family, and the other is for Lu Sheng and Aunt Rong. Originally, the Wen family didn't plan to have separate tables, but Lu Sheng and Aunt Rong insisted, so they had no choice but to split them. Since they are servants, at first, everyone didn't have much interaction. If they wanted to follow the rules, she saw no reason to break them. Later, as everyone spent more time together, understanding each other's personalities, trust and feelings grew, and they cared less about these rules. Now, their family gets along very well, respecting each other and doing their own jobs. The villagers no longer watch them closely. The parents are no longer troubled, and their days are peaceful and warm. Today's braised pork with preserved vegetables is really delicious. It smells so good. I've never had such tasty braised pork with preserved vegetables in all these years. I am lucky to taste this. Miss Second's cooking skills are really great, Aunt Rong said after eating 2 pieces, happily looking at the plate. Aunt Rong swallowed and thought it was truly delicious. She wondered how Miss Second, at such a young age, could make such tasty braised pork with preserved vegetables. In her opinion, the dishes in restaurants are not as good as what Zhu Shi makes. Lu Sheng also nodded in agreement. If she had to choose what she liked most about the Zhu family, it would be Zhu Shi's cooking skills. Everyone agreed and enjoyed their meal. Meanwhile, the system panel in front of the smuggling face kept adding new food shops, making her feel very satisfied. While eating the braised pork with preserved vegetables, they contributed 50 food points to her. Such a large number of food points was unimaginable in the past. Second sister, how about opening a restaurant?
Zhujiang suggested.
You cook so well, so if we open a restaurant, we will definitely make money. Zhu Shi looked at him in surprise and then praised, "You're quite clever. That's a good idea. It shows you're very interested in making money for our family." Wen's family couldn't help but cheer her on. "Since you're so dedicated to earning money, from now on, your dowry money will go to you." Zhu Jiang puffed out his chest. "Mom, don't worry. I will work hard to earn a lot of money for my sister's dowries." When he said a lot, he also exaggerated with big gestures, spreading his arms wide. Zhuo looked at him seriously and couldn't help but poke his little head. "You should focus on studying first. Leave the money-making to us. When you grow up, you can earn a dowry for us. We won't have enough time otherwise." Zhuo Jiang was stunned. Actually, he thought more about his sister than he admitted. When he had the ability to earn money, his sister should already be married. It wasn't his turn to prepare a dowry. Now he depended on his sister and mother to support him. Isn't that right? So, he decided he only had one way forward: study hard, become an official when he grew up, and support his sisters. He made up his mind and vowed to study well from now on. "Mother, sister, don't worry. I will study hard and make you proud. I will support you. Anyone who tries to bully you, I will fight them." Everyone in the family laughed at his words. They thought that since he had such a strong desire, he should plan to become a brave young man. Someone who has always wanted to protect others can become a responsible person. If he is encouraged along the way, he can grow into a tall, strong tree. So, Zhuo Shi praised Zhuo Jiang a lot, making the boy blush. Suddenly, he felt a heavy sense of responsibility and became very confident. He then recited the 3-character classic again and practiced writing the big characters he learned today. The next day, after school, they met Jiaruju. Jiaruju saw the 3 siblings and suddenly remembered something. She thought about making a move on the Zhuo family. First, she would build a good relationship with his Zhuo siblings, then gain the favor of the Wen family, and finally cooperate with Wen to earn money quickly and help her father find a wife. She had no money and no special skills. The main lady was right in front of her. She had skills, capital, and they were from the same hometown. Why couldn't she borrow some help from her? If she had a chance, she would latch onto Wen to improve her life quickly. She had already thought it through. At the very least, she should build a good relationship with the Wen family now. For the moment, they should get along well. As for the future, it depended on how things developed. If the Wen family was kind, she could consider making friends with them. But if they were scheming or had personalities that didn't match hers, then they could just keep their distance later. In short, the only people who could help her now, besides the Wen family, were none other than herself. Jia Ruzhu decided to give it a try. Lady Wen, what kind of business are you running now? Seeing how prosperous your family is, I, along with my father, have lost everything and only have a fish pond left. We can't even afford to eat properly, so life is very hard for us. Do you have any ideas on how I can make money? Jia Ruzhu said sincerely, expressing her worries and hopes. She looked intently at Lady Wen, full of anticipation and longing, as if Lady Wen was her savior. Her words stunned everyone in the room. First, Lady Wen didn't expect Jia Ruzhu to ask her directly about ways to make money. She felt both amused and a bit helpless. Who would openly share their secret to earning money? Wouldn't that be cutting off their own source of income? Lady Wen stayed silent and simply smiled. Huang, standing nearby, also said nothing. It was Jiang who couldn't hold back her curiosity. She was very interested in how Lady Wen managed to earn so much money. Clearly, Lady Wen's ability to make money was well known. The fact that she had earned so much in such a short time made Jiang quite envious. This way of making money is someone else's method. Lady Wen is so clever, she must have her own way. But you see, this method can't be easily shared. If you really want to know, Miss Jia, you should show some sincerity. For example, if you want to work with Lady Wen to make money, you should contribute some money first. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. Isn't that like getting something for nothing? Jiang said. Yes, Aunt Jiang, you're right. Jia Ruzhu nodded repeatedly, thinking that Jiang was very clever for saying what she wanted to say. With her leading the way, it would be easier for her to suggest cooperation later. Jia Ruzhu said, as long as Lady Wen is willing to guide me, I am willing to come up with ideas and some money. I want to work with Lady Wen to earn money. As long as she is willing to take me along, I have no objections. Lady Wen was stunned. She didn't expect that just one sentence from her would lead to such a situation. She realized that if Jiang wasn't hiding something, she might have other motives. Otherwise, why would they both bring up this topic at the same time and cooperate so well? Wen's smile on her face looked a bit stiff, and her tone was calm. What methods could there be? We've been selling wild vegetable dumplings all the way while fleeing. Anyone can make these dumplings, Miss Jia. You even used to sell wild vegetable recipes. Honestly, Miss Jia, you're better at business than us. I don't dare to give you advice. Jia Ruzhu immediately understood that Wen was trying to avoid responsibility. Wen was right. She had sold wild vegetable recipes, but she only sold the dumplings temporarily, and she no longer does that. Wen's family has many businesses: embroidery, making canned food, selling snacks, and various other trades, unlike her, who is limited and can't do much. Basically, Wen just doesn't want to help her. Their relationship isn't close enough for that. Actually, Jia Ruzhu also wanted to get along better with Wen. She tried to build some friendship, but Wen didn't seem interested in having any connection. Wen's impression of her was very bad, as if she was wary of her. Could it be that Wen knew she was also from a different world? No, that's impossible. She hadn't shown any signs of being different in front of Wen. Jia Ruzhu decided to try and see if Wen knew her true identity and background. Lady Wen, do you know a saying called win-win cooperation?
Jia Ruzhu said.
In our hometown, there's a saying that all benefits should be maximized. You can cooperate with me, choose the best partner, and work together. We sell the products and aim for the biggest profit. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. After all, we're from the same hometown. Everyone was stunned, staring at Jia Ruzhu in disbelief, not understanding how she could say such things. Jiang said, Hey, Ruzhu, what are you talking about? You're one of us from the whole village. Lady Wen's family is in Shangping Prefecture, thousands of miles away from here. Your ancestors have been from Qingchuan village for generations. Why are you saying such things? Are you out of your mind? She thought Jia Ruju's words and actions were strange and inexplicable. First, she suddenly wanted to cooperate with one and find ways to make money. Just saying that aloud made it hard for others to believe she would get a response. If she said such things, people might think she was crazy or mentally unwell. Although Jiang also wanted to learn how one made money and hoped to cooperate in business, she knew that such opportunities were rare. She needed to build a good relationship with one first, and then find the right moment to persuade one to work with them. Even so, most of the time Winsher would refuse. If she were in a greenhouse and someone chased her, asking how she makes money, wanting to work with her, and talking about mutual benefits, she would definitely chase them away. Jiang sure couldn't help but laugh. Little pig girl, were you confused yesterday? Look at what you're saying. What kind of person are you? What kind of person? She keeps talking about cooperation and making money. Winsher has the resources, skills, and connections. Why would she want to work with someone who has nothing? She just wants to share others' profits, which is something she simply cannot tolerate. Although Jiang sure wanted to earn money with Winsher, she knew such a request was almost impossible to fulfill. She could bring it up, but she didn't hold much hope. She could see clearly what was happening, so why couldn't she see through this? She couldn't stand seeing such a foolish person openly talking about her plans. Would Winsher agree? If she did, Jiang sure wouldn't be able to bear it. It all depended on how Winsher would respond. Winsher said, "Sorry, Miss Jia, I really can't do it." Jia Ruju was very disappointed. "Maybe you should think about it again." "Look at me, think about it. We're from the same place." In front of Jiang Shi and Huang Shi, it was better not to mention crossing over, to avoid spreading rumors and being seen as a strange story. But in front of Winsher, as long as she was honest, even if Winsher didn't admit it, she would reveal some clues. At that moment, she would make him realize they're all modern people, and he shouldn't be so naive as not to believe her. So, they happily decided that Jia Ruju would wait until Jiang Shi and Huang Shi left before having a serious talk with Winsher. She had already sent signals, and Winsher would surely be willing to have a good discussion. "All right, Lady Wen, let's talk again later," Jia Ruju said. Winsher. There was nothing much to discuss. She had already made herself clear. Was Jia Ruju unable to understand her words? Or what? Why was she so persistent? Huang Shi said, "Big sister-in-law, let's go back first. We'll come again tomorrow to learn." Huang Shi saw that Jia Ruju would definitely keep bothering Winsher to finalize things, or perhaps Winsher would refuse Jia Ruju, but she wouldn't give up easily. She would keep pestering for a while before giving up on the plan. They were blocking their way, so she pulled Jiang Shi aside to make room. Jiang also understood Huang's meaning. Although she was reluctant to go, she knew she couldn't interfere. Interfering wouldn't help anyway. So, unwillingly, she was pulled back by Huang. After they left, Jia Ruju suddenly felt much more relaxed. Just a moment ago, someone was talking, and it made her feel uncomfortable. Now, it was just the two of them, facing each other openly, with nothing to hide. Everyone should speak honestly and clearly, no need to hide anything. "Lady Wen, I know you came from the modern world, and I did too. That's why you're so impressive, and I am too. Let's work together to develop well in this ancient time. We can definitely have a good life." Zhuoshi sat on a stool, reaching out her hand to shake hands with Wen. Wen was confused. What was she talking about? She understood every word, but when put together, she couldn't understand the meaning of each sentence. Wen said, "I don't understand what you're saying." Jia Ruju stomped her foot. "I've already said this much, and you're still pretending? Still acting like you understand, but actually don't? Do you think I look worse than you now? Do you think I need your help, so you're acting superior?" Wen was even more confused, completely unsure what she meant. "Miss Jia, I really don't understand what you're talking about." Jia Ruju stared at her, not missing any expression on her face. A wave of panic rose inside her. Could she be wrong? No, impossible. If she wasn't a girl from the modern world, how could she make canned food? How could she have this series of bad luck? How could she have such great skills to escape famine and settle in their town? She just didn't want to admit it. If she refused to admit it, She would just keep her distance in the future. When she becomes successful later, she won't care about Wen anymore. Today, Wen ignores her, but tomorrow, she will be too proud to reach out. Lady Wen, I am sincere, but you hide everything. Look, this isn't good. People do things and heaven watches. Leave some room for mercy, and we can meet again in the future. But now you're not taking me seriously, treating my honesty as foolishness. So I officially tell you, from now on, we are no longer friends. I won't see you as a friend anymore, and I won't keep the warmth and kindness of a fellow townsman. Jia Rujua finished speaking and felt a tightness in her chest, as if she couldn't swallow the lump in her throat. She stared angrily at the Wen family, her eyes turning red. She wanted to rush over and grab her collar, asking her why she wouldn't admit the truth and why she treated her so badly. When asked, how could we be from the same hometown? Her husband's family and her own family were thousands of miles away from here. What was Jia Rujua thinking? Why did she insist they were from the same hometown? Did she have contact with their family before? Wen really had no memory of that. Stop pretending. We're modern people and you're still talking about specific hometowns? That's funny, Jia Rujua said with a sneer, turning to walk away. If this person doesn't stay, someone else will. If she doesn't help me, others will. Even if Jia Rujua was so poor she had to beg, she would never come to the Zhua family's door to ask for a grain of rice again. She didn't believe that someone with modern ideas and building a modern, prosperous life couldn't survive in ancient times. Being from the same hometown, she just arrived earlier than them and saved some money. Why act so superior? She had been clear and honest, yet they refused to admit it. From now on, they would be strangers. Don't blame her for losing the friendship of a time traveler. Hey, why are you at her house? Jia Rujua ran into Zhuoshe and others when she left. Zhuogus saw her look upset and angry, and couldn't help but say, are you trying to learn to write again with second sister? You said you already learned everything and wouldn't come back to learn? Jia Rujua snorted coldly, I learned it, but I won't come back anymore. I can't afford to reach that high. Zhuoshe raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was she angry again, or just unwilling to pretend anymore? It's clear the heroine isn't a soft person. If she didn't have some temper and character, how could the male leads be so devoted to her? Jia Rujua, why are you talking like that? Our little Sher was just teaching you to write. We didn't do anything to you. Why do you act like we're enemies? Zhuohua was unhappy, frowning at her back. Jia Rujua suddenly turned around. Yes, I was shameless, begging you to teach me to write. I was shameless, wanting to work with you on business. Everything was my initiative. Now I've stopped. I see clearly you don't want to associate with me. I can't afford to climb up to you. Can I stay far away from you in the future? She finished speaking before they could reply, shook her sleeve, and turned to leave. What's going on? Zhuohua frowned. A few people entered the house and asked about Wenshi. Wenshi recounted what had just happened. I really don't understand what she means. I didn't say anything wrong, yet I offended her. After that, we stopped interacting with her. Xiao Shi is right. This person is really strange. Zhuoshe couldn't help but laugh inside. Jia Rujua is truly brave. No wonder she's the female lead, daring to say anything and do anything. She didn't bother to hide her true identity, but instead revealed it early. Isn't that just rushing to expose herself? Has she been recently stimulated? Her family conditions are really poor, with no leftovers, so she hurried over to test them, hoping they, as fellow townspeople of Wenshi, might help her. What is she thinking? Her IQ is questionable. She probably used to be a spoiled little princess. It can't be. With such low emotional intelligence, when I didn't read novels before, I thought Jia Rujua was a senior white-collar worker in a company. How could she have such low emotional intelligence and no professional manners? How could she be a white-collar worker? Could she have gotten her position through connections? Oh, I remember now, Jia Rujua took the exam for a government job. A stable, lifelong position. No worries about losing her job. Having good luck is indeed fortunate. Although her emotional intelligence is low, her IQ is high. Even if she doesn't handle things well or is poor at social interactions, as long as she manages her own affairs, she can live happily. Thinking of this, Zwesher couldn't help but shiver. Currently, she is just a food vlogger, streaming from morning till night, making dishes. If she can't attract viewers, her live streams would have shut down long ago. How could she support herself and buy a house in a top-tier city? Old bravery is hard to recall. She must keep her true identity hidden. Luckily, she's clear-headed, unlike Jiaruju. Otherwise, with so many people in her family, if they find out her true nature, they might drag her to a temple to recite scriptures, capturing her soul from another world. Mom, Jiaruju is very strange. From now on, no matter what she says, we won't pay attention to her. And remember what I told you last time?
Zwesher said.
Wenshi and the others nodded, recalling what Zwesher had said before. They all felt Jiaruju was a bit odd. From now on, we won't pay her any mind, and don't let her come to our house, Manhwa said. She was angry about Jiaruju today. It was just a simple sentence, but she made it sound full of resentment, as if they had done something wrong to her. It was truly baffling. All right, let's eat. After dinner, practice calligraphy and everyone rest early, said Wenshi. Okay, time to eat. Everyone cheered happily, moved their stools and tables, and started preparing the food. Zwesher felt a bit strange inside. Why does the female lead seem different from the original story? Could it be that the timing of Jiaruju's arrival is off, or has her presence caused some changes in the story? Does she have enough power to influence the entire plot and make a change? That doesn't make sense. The female lead's current level isn't impressive. I'm not criticizing her. If she really is that weak, I wonder how she managed to rise and become wealthy, Zwesher said. Did she only become successful after marrying the male lead? Did she gain the title of noble lady because of him? Otherwise, with her current performance, it's hard to imagine how she could mingle with the upper class. From her current behavior, Jiaruju's emotional intelligence is quite worrying. While flipping the chicken in the pot, Zwesher said, Xiao Jiang, after you finish school, you must not become a bookworm. Never imitate Jiaruju's way of acting. If you do, you'll likely struggle in officialdom and shouldn't marry someone like her. Otherwise, she could bring trouble to your family for generations. Zhuojiang was first stunned, then shivered. Second sister, what are you talking about? Talking nonsense like Jiaruju, trying to take advantage of others and ending up being taken advantage of and then turning the tables. Such behavior would definitely make others dislike him. His second sister's words made sense. He shouldn't act like Jiaruju. Not only would he struggle to get official positions, but he would also be hated. He definitely shouldn't marry someone like Jiaruju, who would cause chaos in the family. Zhuojiang said, Second sister, don't worry. I understand. I won't be like her. He disliked people like that and wouldn't become one himself. Good. That's good, said Zwesher, continuing to stir the chicken in the pan. He only had this one younger brother in his life, and he couldn't let him go astray. He had to constantly remind him to stay on the right path and not let him be spoiled. After dinner, the family practiced calligraphy and went to bed early. Xiao Jiang is off today. Come with me to the town to set up a stall, said Zwesher. Today was their day off every 10 days, and she wanted to take Zhuojiang to the town to sell things. Talked about it a few times, and she should be encouraged to develop her skills in doing things well. Since our family welcomed Aunt Rong, Zhuojiang hasn't gone to town to sell things. Zwesher thinks this isn't good. Often, experiencing hardship helps people understand life's difficulties. Someone who has suffered before might feel that they don't want their children to go through the same. They raise their children to be delicate and unaware of hardships, working hard themselves but ending up raising spoiled children. Zhuojiang is naturally a very good boy, so he should be encouraged to be more diligent and maintain these good qualities. He shouldn't forget what hardship is like. Zhuojiang nods. Then let's go. What should we sell today? Zwesher replies. Sweet potatoes, noodles, fish balls, kelp, and braised pork. Every time Zwesher mentions a food item, Zhuojiang sniffs and starts to salivate. Sweet potatoes are so tasty. Every time I turn the sweet potatoes, I help out, and I also add more sweet potatoes, Zhujiang says. And noodles, I can make noodles now. They're not as good as my second sister's, but I can do it. Fish balls, my second sister makes really tasty fish balls. But I don't like the sea much. Still, I think it should have a flavor. My favorite food is braised pork. Whenever they talk about the food they plan to sell, Zhujiang can't help but chatter happily like a cheerful little sparrow. He lists all the food items they will sell, and Zhuxiu nods with satisfaction. Today, you need to buy food carefully. If you sell something but don't sell it all, you get 1 penny for each pound. You can save this penny, or use it to buy something you want. Okay? Zhuxiu says. Zhujiang's eyes light up, and he looks at Zhuxiu in disbelief. Really? I can really get money? Zhuxiu ruffles his little head and nods. Yes. You worked hard, so you should get a reward. You can decide how to use this reward. You can save the money, or buy something you want. Zhuxiu believes every child should have some pocket money to spend freely. This process of spending can show a person's character. It can also help develop a sense of financial management by seeing where they choose to spend their money. Are these places mainly for enjoyment, learning, playing, or saving money? In short, a person's spending habits can reveal some hidden personality traits. Zhuxiu believes that children should be taught good spending habits and ways to spend money from a young age. Zhujiang happily jumps up, pulls Zhuxiu, and they walk toward the mule cart. He acts like a happy little bird, chattering and asking questions all the way. He also clings to Aunt Rong, asking about her recent business and what sells best. The best-selling item is kelp, Aunt Rong replies, unable to resist his pleading. Zhujiang stares in disbelief. Kelp? I dislike kelp the most. How can kelp sell better than meat? Aunt Rong smiles. Young master, kelp really sells the best. I have no reason to lie to you. Why is that? Zhujiang is confused, not understanding the reason. He looks at Aunt Rong, and then at Zhuxiu. Zhuxiu says, think carefully, and tell us what you find out. Zhujiang scratches his head and thinks for a while before slowly speaking. Is it because kelp is cheaper? Aunt Rong nods. Yes, kelp is the cheapest among all the items. But sweet potatoes are sold at the same price as kelp. Zhujiang is puzzled. So, people prefer to eat kelp and not sweet potatoes, so kelp sells better? Aunt Rong shakes her head. Because kelp is a rare item here. We are far from the sea, so we don't have kelp naturally. Dried sweet potatoes are tasty, but since we see them often, we're more interested in trying new things. Zhujiang nods. Oh, I see. Kelp is rare and special, so people buy rare things. Zhuxiu adds, it's not just because kelp is rare. Kelp also comes in large amounts. A dried kelp sheet, once washed and soaked, can make a big bowl of soup. When we sell it, we give larger portions of kelp than other items. Plus, kelp has good nutrition. Eating it can even help prevent goiter. Zhujiang's eyes widen in surprise. What is goiter? Zhuxiu explains the symptoms and causes of goiter. So, people who eat kelp regularly won't get this disease. Little Jiang, you should eat kelp often too. Otherwise, your neck might swell bigger than your head. Do you think that looks good? Left Jiang shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I don't want to become like that. When I go home, I'll eat seaweed. I won't be picky about food anymore. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Sheng, sitting in front and driving the cart, also couldn't help but smile thoughtfully as he looked at the cart. Lu Sheng was puzzled. Where did she hear those things? No one had ever mentioned them before. Zhuxiu continued explaining to Zhujiang. Actually, fresh seaweed has some salt on it because it contains salt inside. Seaweed grows in seawater. So, when we see dried seaweed, there's a thin layer of salt on it. Zhujiang's eyes widened. Really? It has salt? So, can we eat seaweed as salt? Zhujiang knew salt was very precious. For every family, salt was essential. If seaweed has salt on it, that's great. It's a good thing. How did I not know before that there's salt on it? Zhuxiu patted his head and said, the salt on it is very little. It can only be extracted after careful filtering and processing. It's better to just dry seawater at the seaside. Dry seawater? Zhujiang's eyes widened again. He looked very interested in this topic. Zhushi couldn't help but rub her forehead. She accidentally said too much. What kind of thing is this? Her excitement had sparked the child's curiosity. Now he was asking her 10,000 questions. She could only reply vaguely, "When you grow up, walk many roads, read many books, you will understand." Zhujiang puffed out his chest, eyes full of admiration and confidence. Second sister is so amazing. I will be as amazing as her someday. Zhushi said, "Then you have to work hard." A group of people hurriedly drove the cart toward the town. Suddenly, at a corner halfway there, the mule cart stopped. "Lu Sheng, what's wrong up ahead?"
Aunt Rong asked.
Lu Sheng's deep voice replied, "Someone can sit in the cart. Wants to get on." I lifted the curtain and saw a girl standing by the roadside, carrying a large bundle of firewood, blocking their way. "I can't walk anymore. Can I get on? Can you give me a ride?" As soon as the voice outside sounded, Zhushi started to frown. The reason was simple. The person outside was Jia Ruju. When Aunt Rong lifted the curtain, Jia Ruju saw the scene inside the cart. Seeing Zhushi and her brother and sister, Jia Ruju couldn't help but frown. "Why is it you?" Jia Ruju looked at them in disbelief, almost questioning her life. She probably isn't that unlucky. She randomly picked someone and happened to meet the left family. She also wanted to hitch a ride to the town. Under her back, Jia Junhua had caught 2 rabbits on the mountain and found a beehive. She also carried a bundle of firewood, planning to sell it in the town or the county. Today, unexpectedly, Chen Chongqing's ox cart suddenly broke its yoke. With no other options, the people on the cart had to walk, while others carrying things moved quickly. Some carried less, others heavier, but they all kept pace. Only she, who hadn't done much work, struggled to walk with such heavy loads and couldn't go fast. Finally, she saw a cart approaching from behind, but it was the left family's cart. Jia Ruju didn't know Lu Sheng and, without thinking, stopped him. Now she was in a difficult position, unsure what to say. "Are you getting on?" Left Sure asked. Jia Ruju's face turned bright red. Yesterday, she had made harsh remarks at the left family, and today she met someone from there. Did she have to embarrass herself again? But she didn't want to walk all the way to the town. The road was so long her feet would be raw. Plus, she couldn't carry such heavy things back home. Should she turn back now? No, she was already halfway there. "I want to get on," Jia Ruju said softly, lowering her head, clearly still feeling guilty about what she said yesterday. Left Sure thought for a moment and said, "Then come in." In the end, she and Jia Ruju didn't have any serious grudges. Even if it had been someone else, she would have helped. But Jia Ruju seemed reluctant to accept help. Still, Left Sure reached out her hand. She could choose to avoid close contact with the girl, but ignoring her completely was not right.
It was just a small favor.
If it involved her interests, she might not help at all. Lu Sheng helped her put the firewood into the cart and placed her basket outside the cart. After Jia Ruju sat on the mule cart, she finally felt her shoulders relax. She had just struggled so hard, wishing she could throw down her burden. Now, seeing the market's lively atmosphere and exchanging glances with Left Sure and Left Jiang, she felt a bit guilty. "Thank you today. I'll pay you for the ride later," Jia Ruju said. Left Jiang replied, "No need. My cart never takes passengers." Jia Ruju felt a bit embarrassed. "Still, I should pay. I can't just take advantage of you for free." Left Sure said, "It's up to you." Jia Ruju finally let out a sigh of relief, but she felt uneasy inside. She doesn't care much about his money for the car, since it wasn't his car originally. Today, she helped him. From now on, he shouldn't treat the left family members badly. Speaking of the left children, they are all quite good, except for this lady one, who always behaves badly. She doesn't understand how to be sensible, even with her own children. Jia Ruju couldn't help but feel angry and gritted her teeth. Never mind, she thought, I will be nicer to their children in the future. Their children are quite good, so it's okay to avoid dealing with the adults directly and just connect with the children. Jia Ruju made a quick decision. She could get along peacefully with the left children from now on. Inside the mule cart, everyone was silent. No one spoke as they swayed along. After about a moment, they arrived in town. Jiaruju paid 2 coins for the ride, then carried her basket and firewood, limping forward. Big sister, do you think she can sell the firewood?
Zhujiang asked.
There are few people in town who buy firewood because the townspeople are not wealthy. The town is near the mountains, so resources are limited, unlike the villages. Still, if you go a bit farther, you can find firewood. Wealthier families sometimes buy extra. Probably, Zhuosher said. Don't worry so much. Just think about how to sell a few more pounds of food today. As soon as Zhuosher finished speaking, Zhujiang smiled. Big sister, don't worry. Just look at who I am. I can definitely sell it. Just watch me show my skills. Then Zhujiang followed Aunt Rong, set up her stall, and started calling out loudly. Zhujiang is good-looking, with a clear voice. She has 2 small dimples on her round face. She speaks sweetly, has a good attitude, and keeps talking non-stop. Grandpas, grandmas, uncles, aunts, older brothers, older sisters, younger brothers, and sisters. My sweet potatoes are fragrant and soft. The braised pork is tender. The noodles are smooth and slippery. The seaweed is plentiful and soft. For just 1 coin, you can buy a snack. You can try it first before buying. It's delicious and cheap. 1 coin won't let you lose or be fooled. With 1 coin, you can buy seaweed that others can't get or sweet potato snacks that others can't make. Aunt Rome was stunned. Since she and Zhuosher started selling, they never needed to shout to attract customers. Zhuosher and the others had already built a good reputation in town. They only needed to introduce their freshly made snacks once, sell a set amount, then go home. Their business was always quick and successful. There is no need for Aunt Rong to loudly promote herself, so she usually just sits in one place. As long as she quickly sells her food, she doesn't worry about attracting new customers or keeping old ones. Now, with Zhujiang's actions, many people can't help but stop and watch. When they come to the small stall, they start asking questions, trying samples, and buying. Soon, the crowd around Aunt Rong's stall grows large, and business is very good. Aunt Rong begins to hurriedly pack food for the customers. Zhujiang laughs so happily that he can't hide his smile and starts helping pack the food. When it comes to collecting money, he happily takes the coins and puts them into his pocket. Zhuosher feels that Zhujiang seems especially energetic today. Maybe he's excited about selling food because of his friends, and he works very hard. Zhuosher can't help asking, "How much money have you saved?" Zhujiang quickly answers, 54 won. His clear voice makes Zhuosher smile and say, "You're such a little money lover," remembering it so clearly. Zhujiang shyly scratches his head, but doesn't say anything. He doesn't deny being a little money lover, nor does he look proud. But Zhuosher can tell he's really happy. Soon, all the food on the stall is sold out. Zhujiang, being young and slow, takes a total of 120 when they close up. Today's harvest is good. The young master sold well, and we finished selling everything half an hour earlier than usual, Aunt Rong says happily, smiling at Zhujiang. You're really impressive, young master. Zhujiang feels a bit embarrassed and says, it's because Aunt Rong's food is so delicious that it sells so fast. Aunt Rong, I'm going to buy some things with my sister. You wait for me to rest a bit. After saying this, Zhujiang pulls Zhuosher and they head to the market. What do you want to buy? You only have 120 won and you're going to buy things? Aren't you saving money? Zhuosher asks as they walk. Zhujiang replies, Mother's sewing supplies are running out. I want to buy her some needles and thread. Zhuosher finds it funny. She finds it amusing that he's so young but cares about grown-up things, and also funny that a boy who doesn't understand much knows about embroidery. Who told you that Mother's sewing supplies are running out? I heard Yang say it when I came back from school, so I want to buy some for her. Zhuosher shakes her head with a smile. You don't need to buy anything.
How do you know what kind of needles and thread to buy?
You don't understand, and I don't either. Let Mother handle it. It's better not to waste money. Let's go home. He thought for a moment and decided not to discourage the child's enthusiasm. Since it was his first time earning money, he should be allowed to express his own ideas. He shouldn't be told what is right. He needs to experience it himself to understand. She said, otherwise you can go buy something you want. Zhuojiang shook his head. Second sister, I don't really want to buy anything. Zhuoshi shook her head.
How can you not want to buy anything?
You must want to buy something.
Go see what you can get.
How can people not have desires? Especially children like them. When they have money, they just want to save it. Their wish to save is because they think their family doesn't have enough money, not because they don't want to buy things. Sometimes children from simple families are very frugal. This isn't because they want to be, but because it's a habit deeply ingrained in them. Their family's poverty and constant reminders teach them, you can't spend money recklessly. If you do, you're disrespecting the hard work of your family. Every penny you spend is earned with their sweat. Every penny makes you feel guilty. He didn't want to develop this frugal mindset at such a young age. He wanted to be careful with money, but not overly frugal. Their family is no longer poor, so they can buy what they want as long as they don't overdo it. Second sister, I think we should save the money instead. Zhuoshi felt a bit sad. Zhuojiang, you can buy what you want. She shared her thoughts with Zhuojiang. After listening, his eyes lit up. I understand now, second sister. So, I can buy what I want. Okay, I'll go. Zhuojiang took Zhuoshi's hand, and they strolled around the market for a while. Then they entered a kite shop and bought a large eagle-shaped kite. The kite was smooth and beautiful, with a nice color combination. It looked very majestic and was loved by little boys. Second sister, after we go back, let's go fly kites by the river. He was very happy yesterday. He had never flown a kite before. When he saw the kite, his eyes widened with excitement. He couldn't help but walk into the shop and spent 20 coins to buy a kite. Our home is right by the river. The place by the river is very flat, and when it's windy, we can go fly kites there. Everyone can take turns. Zhuojiang smiled happily, showing all his teeth. Zhuoshi couldn't help but laugh. Zhuojiang has a lively personality, unlike Zhuohua, who is older and remembers the past depression in the Zhuo family very clearly. Even though things are better now, he still can't forget the past hardships. He might forget after a year or two, and things will get even better then. But Zhuojiang has always remained cheerful and lively, unaffected by those experiences. He's also very sensible.
Zhuoshi was very pleased.
All right, when the weather gets better, we can go fly kites. But you need to take good care of this kite. When we go back, you can try making an identical one yourself. When Zhuojiang heard this, his eyes lit up. Really? Second sister, I can make an identical kite? But I don't know how to make one. What should I do? You can look at this kite and take it apart to learn how it's made. Or you can learn from Lu Sheng or other kids in the village, Zhuoshi suggested. Zhuojiang's eyes brightened at first. Then he shook his head, a little reluctant.
I don't want to take it apart.
I just want to look at it and make an exact copy. Whether he can make it or not, he wants to keep this kite. If he can make one, it will be a good kite. If he can't, it's no big deal. Holding the kite, Zhuojiang went back to the mule cart and asked Uncle Lu, do you think I can make an identical one? Can you teach me if you know how? Lu Sheng glanced at the kite, but said nothing. Zhuojiang was anxious. Uncle Lu, do you know how to make it? If you don't, I'll have to ask someone else. Lu Sheng thought for a moment. Maybe. We'll see when the time comes. It's been a while since I made one, so I'm not sure. Zhuojiang immediately smiled brightly. Then let's go back and try making it together. We can make one for everyone in the family, and I can take it to share with the other kids in the village. They'll all envy me. The more Zhuojiang thought about it, the happier he became. Second sister, I'll take the kite to school and share it with my classmates. Zhuoshi nodded with a gentle smile. All right, let's wait until you make the kite. Zhuojiang was happy to share with his classmates, and Zhuoshi was pleased. But she knew that if they played and accidentally broke the kite, Zhuojiang would cry. She wasn't planning to remind him now. Everyone sat in the cart and quickly returned home. After finishing today's large character practice, Zhuojiang started encouraging the children at home to fly kites. Big sister, second sister, third sister, let's go fly kites together. The weather is so nice today. Shall we go fly these kites? Zhuohua looked serious and said nothing. Zhuge was the first to respond. Yes, let's try. I've never flown a kite before. Let's ask Uncle Lu to come with us. Since they didn't know how to fly, they planned to ask Lu Sheng for help. The group quickly moved to a large flat area beside the children, pulled along by Zhujiang and Zhuge. The weather was indeed great, sunny with no clouds, perfect for flying kites. Zhujiang held a kite and turned to ask Lu Sheng, Uncle Lu, can you tell us how to fly the kite? Lu Sheng guided them on how to fly the kite. Then Zhuhua ran ahead with the kite, while Zhujiang controlled the string from behind. Although it was Zhujiang controlling the string, Lu Sheng was helping by guiding his hand. Big sister, run faster. Look, the kite is already up in the air, up in the air. They cheered happily in the morning, watching the kite soar higher and higher. Zhuge clapped loudly and shouted, Wow, big sister is so amazing. Look, our kite is flying up to the sky, so high and so beautiful. Zhuge watched their rosy cheeks and the rare joyful expressions on their faces, and couldn't help but feel happy too. After Zhujiang flew the kite once, it was Zhuji's turn, then Zhue's and Zhuhua's. Everyone ran around on the open ground, cheering and laughing. Soon, Chu Jingming, who lived nearby, was drawn over by their laughter. Wow, you guys are flying kites without inviting me, Chu Jingming said with a smile.
Such a good thing, and you forgot about me. I feel a little sad.
Zhujiang chuckled and said, Jingming ji, here you go, handing him the kite. After that, Jingming flew the kite twice more. More children gathered, and they played on the open space for a long time, flying their kites high into the sky until evening. When the adults called the children home, they reluctantly left. Zhujiang had a great time today. When he got home, he ate Winsher's dinner and kept praising Winsher's cooking skills. I see you're having fun, and whatever food is made, you say it's delicious. If tomorrow you can make a kite like this, I will admire you even more. After class tomorrow, can you try to make one?
Mr. Wen suggested.
When Mr. Wen returned, he heard from Zhuge that Zhujiang wanted to make a kite himself. She thought it was a good idea, as it could help children improve their hands-on skills.
Mom, don't worry.
Kites are so fun. I can definitely make a good one, Zhujiang said confidently, almost swearing with his hand raised. The next day, after it snowed, Zhujiang found Chu Jingming and went to Lu Sheng to learn how to make a kite. First, they needed enough bamboo strips. Lu Sheng went to cut bamboo and broke the strips. First, lay out the table with a shape like a kite, then we'll find some drawing paper, Lu Sheng said. I won't help you draw, I'll just prepare the bamboo and strips. Zhujiang nodded and discussed with Chu Jingming. They started making the kite based on the shape of the original one. Although both of them were very skilled, the finished product still looked a bit different from the original. But both of them were very excited. Even though they didn't finish a perfect kite model by dinner time, their enthusiasm didn't fade. After 3 days, they finally made a kite model that Lu Sheng approved of, and both of them were very happy. Second sister, look. My brothers and I are really good. We made a kite model that looks just like the real one. Zhujiang cheered as he ran to tell Zhuge, hoping for her approval. Zhuge chuckled and said, All right, you're impressive. Jingming gidges too. Actually, during the process, Zhujiang did very little of the work himself. Most of it was done by Chu Jingming and Lu Sheng. But she didn't want to discourage the children's enthusiasm, right? Plus, Zhujiang worked very hard and contributed his own effort from start to finish, using his own ideas and doing what he could. Of course, she wanted to support and praise him. Now go draw pictures. Stay at home and don't bother the teacher at school, and don't let it interfere with your studies. If you delay your studies, I will take away the kite, Zhuge said. Zhujiang nodded repeatedly. Second sister, don't worry. I'll make a good kite myself and won't delay my studies. All right, go ahead. Then Zhujiang started drawing the kite. But he didn't just draw eagles, ducks, deer, chicks, lions, tigers. Anything he could think of. He sketched many animals and shapes. Whether they looked like real animals or not was up to interpretation. However, he was very eager and hardworking in doing this, so Zhuge did not criticize him. Next, the writer made more than 10 kites, all of which were taken out to fly. Although the kites he made were not very well-shaped and the drawings were not very realistic, they were very popular with the children in the village. Whenever they had free time, children would run over to fly the kites with Zhujiang or give them to others to fly. Because of the writer's kites, Zhujiang became one of the favorite children in the village. "Didn't expect you to become the kid leader," Wenshi said, poking Zhujiang's forehead with a mix of annoyance and amusement. Zhujiang chuckled and went to fly kites with Zhangbo and Zhang Tao. Recently, Zhujiang was very interested in this game. After playing enough, he became obsessed with drawing. As a result, his drawings and handwriting improved a lot. Zhushi was very pleased with this change. "Little brother, I think your handwriting has improved a lot recently. Do you want to practice writing some more?" Zhujiang shook his head like a rattle. "Big sister, please. I already have a hard time every day.
Don't add more tasks for me."
Zhushi burst out laughing, realizing that no child liked extra homework. Time passed quickly. The first batch of peach preserves that Zhushi sent to the county for sale was almost sold out, and Boss Zhang had already settled the remaining payment. They sold over 8,000 jin of peaches, which made about 8,000 jars of preserves. Plus, they exchanged peaches from the system, totaling 9,000 jars. The peaches collected from Qingchuan village sold for 10 cents per jar, earning about 80 taels of silver. The remaining 1,000 jars earned 15 taels of silver. After deducting the cost of peaches, jars, and labor, they made a net profit of 50 taels of silver in less than 10 days. Seeing such a big profit, Zhushi thought he should work a bit harder and make more types of preserves. This business was based on small profits but high sales, with stable sales channels. Indeed, after selling out, Boss Zhang and Boss Lu both wanted to place orders for the next batch, but unfortunately, they didn't know where Zhushi lived. It was only after Zhushi realized the preserves sold very well that she decided to contact them again. "Mom, maybe we should make some other kinds of preserves tomorrow. I want to save some more money for the family. We could buy some land and rent it out for farming," Zhushi said. Wenshi nodded. "Good idea. Buying land is great. Rural people like to buy land because land means food, and having food means they won't go hungry. It makes them feel secure." "Okay. Tomorrow we'll ask the village chief," said Zhushi. "But, Mother, I think we should make another batch of canned food to sell.
We should buy a little more land nearby, not just small pieces.
If others buy it and break it up, it won't be good. Their home is close to the mountain behind and the river in front. There's a large area, about 10 acres. If they buy all of it, it would be more convenient for farming and hunting and good for irrigation." Zhushi told Wenshi about the plan. Wenshi nodded. "All right, do as you say. Once we make another batch of canned food and earn another 100 or 200 silver coins, we can buy the whole piece of land. Then they can do whatever they want, build houses or even dig a fish pond by the river." So, Zhushi started gathering fruit again to make more canned food. This time, they worked quickly and, in about 10 days, made over 10,000 jin of canned food with many different kinds. They made jujubes, persimmons, pomegranates, hawthorn, pears, and also grapes from the system. The canned food was made in 2 quality levels, costing 10 or 15 coins each. After finishing, they contacted Boss Zhang and Boss Lu to sell the goods. Soon, they received praise and replies from both. "Miss Zhua, your canned food is very good and sells really well. How much you sell? You should sell more to us. We can help sell it farther away, and everyone can make more money." Both Boss Zhang and Boss Lu sold the canned food in the city and Jin City, and it became very popular. "Your canned food is great, cheap, long-lasting, and everyone likes it," said Boss Lu. "Thank you, Boss Lu, but making it is difficult." "I can only do my best," replied Zhushi. Boss Lu smiled and said, "It's not hard. Just tell me what you need. I'll find people and supply the materials. I promise to send enough workers to help you." Zhushi shook her head. "It's not about workers or materials. There's a special thing here that only exists in Qingchuan village because of the environment. Other places don't have it. Do you think I don't want to make more? There is money to be made. So why shouldn't I tell your father that I can produce at most 20,000 cans a year?" The excess is truly unavailable. Among these 20,000 cans, 1,500 are for Boss Zhang. The lower quality cans are the ones you have, while your 5,000 cans are of better quality, limited by the materials used, Swisher explained. He knew very well that if he expanded the canned food business, he could earn a lot of money. However, this would attract attention. Others might ask him to reveal the secret recipe. Should he share it or keep it secret? It's better to control the quantity himself. Producing 20,000 cans a year would only earn him 100 or 200 taels, enough to improve his life. In the future, when he becomes successful, maybe as an official or, if his family situation improves, he could expand production and protect his secret recipe. For now, small-scale work is enough. Boss Lu listened and felt regretful. I wish I could produce more and sell these cans all over the country. Swisher looked regretful. It's a pity. Boss Lu has big ambitions, but we can't keep up here. After sending Swisher away, Boss Lu immediately inquired and found out that, as Swisher said, no one else was buying those cans anymore. It's really a pity, otherwise, this canned food could be a good business. Swisher had just mentioned this to Boss Zhang, but it was mainly a way to protect herself. She didn't plan to do more. When she got home, she handed 100 taels of silver to the Wen family. Wen went to find Zhang Jinwang. Village chief, I want to buy some land, the one next to our house. Can you help me out? Zhang Jinwang looked surprised. You want to buy land? How much? I want to buy all the land nearby. Zhang Jinwang took a deep breath. That's quite a lot. When you bought it before, it was just a homestead, and they charged 5 taels per mu. But if you want to buy all of it, you need to discuss it with the villagers. That's homestead land. Village chief, you know our house is almost on the outskirts of the village. I just want to buy that piece of land to grow vegetables, rice, and wheat. As a woman, it's already hard enough to feed my family. I want to buy land close to home for easier farming and management. Please help me. I'll buy whatever I can. If I can't buy it all, I'll leave some for the villagers. I'm willing to pay extra just to buy enough land for my family to have enough to eat, Wen said. Zhang Jinwang frowned and said, All right, I will discuss it with the villagers. Usually, as long as someone is willing to buy the land and pays the fee at the government office, it's fine. But I still need to inform the villagers. The taxes paid can be shared with the village, which is also okay. Especially since the land that the Wen family is interested in is a wasteland. Although it's near the river, it's quite deserted and will require clearing. The difficulty isn't high, so Zhang Jinwang thinks this matter can be handled. 2 days later, Zhang Jinwang went to the county to handle the land deed. Wen's family bought 2 jin of meat and went to Zhang Jinwang's house to pick up the deed. From then on, the more than 10 acres of land near their home belonged entirely to the Zhua family. Because Zhua's family now has Lu Sheng, they can clear the land and grow enough crops for themselves. But they need to rent out more land because Lu Sheng alone can't manage it all. Mother Rong also has to sell food in town and can't help much. As for Wen's family, their main skill is embroidery. Sister-in-law, can I give this piece of land to your family to farm? After receiving the land deed, Wen's family decided to rent out the land. Not only would they hire someone to clear it, but they also planned to ask others to help plant crops. They wanted to find Tian's family, as they have many members, little land, and are good people. Their families get along well, so they are a good choice. Honestly, the land by the river is quite large. When I bought it, it was 8 taels of silver per mu. It needs to be cleared, but it's near the river, and my family has a mule that can be used. Once we clear the land, do you want to rent it to farm? Wen's family said, Sister-in-law, if you rent my land, you can take all 10 mu. You can borrow the mule, and your family will help with clearing. For the first 3 years, the government won't collect taxes, and I won't ask for much grain from you. Just give me half. Starting from the 4th year, the government will tax, and you'll need to pay the grain. We can follow the village's rental rules, and you can give me 10% less. Does that sound okay? Tian's family listened, and their eyes lit up. Really? Sister, are you serious? Your family bought all the land by the river? She knew that the land by the river was quite large and close to the village. Most of it was bought for building houses. Of course, It's not that no one wants to buy this land. The main problem is that the land is too big and hard to clear. The crops grown there don't make enough money. People are worried that after clearing the land, their family situation might get worse. That's why they prefer to buy more fertile land. Mr. Tian thought for a moment and shared his worries. This land hasn't been cleared yet. After clearing, it will take many years for the soil to become good enough for planting. Otherwise, it won't produce enough food, and the harvest won't be good. Mr. Tian was afraid that all the hard work would result in very little produce. Not only would they struggle to pay taxes to the government, but they would also have to give some of the harvest to the Zhou family. If that happened, their family would end up with very little, and all their effort would be wasted. Mrs. Wen was surprised. Has no one farmed this land all these years? I think our vegetables grow well nearby. Isn't growing grains also a good harvest? Mr. Tian shook his head. If we plant vegetables on this land, it might be suitable for that. But growing grains and vegetables are two different things. Vegetables only need a small part of the land, maybe a few acres. Grains need more than 10 acres. Do you think we can treat 10 acres like vegetable plots? We don't have enough fertilizer at home either. Actually, they live near the river. Their home isn't far from the river, so they can dig up some mud from the river, add ashes from their household fires, and manure from their poultry and livestock. These can make good fertilizer. But turning all 10 acres into fertile soil still requires a lot of manure and fertilizer. Mrs. Wen said, "My pigs, chickens, and mules' manure can be used for you." She thought for a moment. "If you really think it's not enough, I can talk to others. My family is small and can't farm that much land, so I need someone to help." Mrs. Wen decided that if she couldn't rent the land to Mr. Tian, she would rent it to someone else. She couldn't possibly farm all of it herself. Mr. Tian thought for a moment and felt it was possible to do. But when Mrs. Wen hesitated earlier, it might have made her feel uncomfortable. If she immediately agreed, it would seem like she was inconsistent or fake. But if she secretly found someone else to rent the land, her family would lose out. Mr. Tian was anxious and kept thinking, "All right, I'll go back and discuss with my husband. As soon as I get the news, I'll tell you quickly. Is that okay?" Mrs. Wen nodded. "Okay, just let me know when you decide." After that, she left the Zhou family. "Mother, did Zhou family agree?"
Zhou Hua asked.
Mrs. Wen replied, "They said they need to think about it. It's okay. Our land can be rented out to anyone." Left Song sighed with relief. "Yes, we rented it out. Now we just wait to collect rent." Collecting rent is enough to cover our expenses, Wen said with a smile. That way, our family's pressure will be less. Let's invite some people from the village to help with farming. Now is a good time to start, just in time for spring planting next year. So Wen went to find some helpers, just like before, hiring hard-working men from the village to help with farming, paying 10 coins a day. Everyone from the Zhou family came, along with a few familiar villagers. Soon, everyone knew that the Zhou family bought over 10 acres of land, and they were very jealous. Wow, the Zhou family is really impressive. They're building houses, making canned food, and now they're helping with farming. That must cost a lot of money. The village chief said the land here is quite expensive, selling at 8 taels of silver per acre. 8 taels per acre isn't too expensive. The local land market is a bit nervous, but they respect the assessment. Good rice fields sell for 15 taels per acre, average ones for 10, and poor quality land for 5, just like our residential plots. Wow, so over 10 acres, that's more than 100 taels of silver. How much money does the Zhou family have? It's hard to see how they make so much money. I told you they're talented, making canned food, selling food, doing embroidery, buying carts, and hiring servants. I think they're the richest family in our village, even richer than the village chief's family. Even the village chief doesn't have a mule cart yet. What do you know? The village chief owns much more land, over 40 acres. Don't you remember? But I think the Zhou family still has some savings. They have fewer people, so they didn't buy as much land. Otherwise, they could have bought more. Zhou sure. She walked around the riverbank and overheard so many people talking about her family. It's clear everyone envies their land. Having a house, a cart, and land is what all farmers dream of. Farmers love land deeply. When they have money, they want to buy land. Sigh. She also thinks it's good to have money to buy some land, but she shouldn't spend all her money on land. She needs to keep some for business investments. Although merchants earn money faster by selling goods, their income from trading is much quicker than farming. But since their family plans to follow the scholar's route, they can't do merchant work long-term. So now only Aunt Rong is doing business. In the future, if their family opens a shop, the name on the sign must be either Aunt Rong or Lu Sheng. In ancient times, merchants could not participate in the imperial exams. At least during the Daji era of the Great Wei Dynasty, they were not allowed to take the exams. Merchants could not earn a living through trade alone. If someone registered as a merchant and wanted to change their household registration to allow their family members to take the exams and serve in the government, it was unlikely to succeed. Of course, there are ways to work around policies. Officials might also invest in their own businesses and engage in commercial activities, but these businesses would not be officially registered under their names. Instead, they would be registered under their household servants. Servants were considered low status and not eligible for the exams, not even considered good citizens. Listing their names was a safe way to earn money because these people's bodies were under their master's control, so there was little risk of them running away with the money. If a family had no members who took the exam route, becoming a merchant was not a big problem. Although the Daji dynasty had strict rules about commerce, there was some flexibility. For example, Huang Sheng had a high status, and merchants who made significant contributions could gain the emperor's favor. They might be allowed to serve in government positions, and sometimes the emperor would even grant their family members the right to take the exams. However, this was far from the Lu family's situation. They lacked the special privileges and could not receive such special treatment. They could only put the merchant title on Lu Sheng and others. As long as the title sounded reasonable, it was enough. People wouldn't report or complain unless there was a serious issue. As long as they didn't go too far, merchants like Zhuoshir's family wouldn't attract trouble. Therefore, Zhuoshir thought they should buy more supplies, look for more opportunities, and find ways to manage their finances better to earn more money. Otherwise, life would be difficult. The land reclamation work was progressing smoothly. After sending Aunt Rong off each day, Lu Sheng spent the remaining time working on the riverbank. He was very efficient, working 2 hours a day and then resting. He also had to oversee the nearby workers' activities, so Lu Sheng was quite busy during this period. One day, Zhuoshir was so angry that she went to town. She bought some ingredients to prepare extra meals for the workers. She planned to buy some pork to make braised pork, some tofu, pork bones, fish, some greens, and some vegetables. When she got home, she also picked some tomatoes from the field. These tomatoes were not available during the Great Wei Dynasty. Left Poet exchanged some tomatoes from the system and planted them nearby in his yard. Now they are ripe and ready to eat. When he returned home, the Wen family and Aunt Rong had already prepared the vegetable rice. After Left Poet arrived, he helped out, and everyone worked together to finish cooking the meals. They set up 2 or 3 tables in the yard, placed the food, and let the workers eat. The food, especially the tomatoes, was very tasty and received many compliments. The tomatoes were sweet and sour, prepared in several ways, stir-fried with green peppers, mixed, scrambled with eggs, and in soup. After eating, everyone happily started clearing the land again. Because the soil near the river was quite hard but relatively flat and free of many trees, the land clearing was quite fast. In about half a month, the workers finished preparing the Left family's land, and Left Poet began managing the fertilization process. The family raised chickens, pigs, and mules. They also collected manure from the outhouse and gathered silt and ash from the river. Although they couldn't fertilize all the land, they managed to fertilize several acres gradually. Tian watched how the Left family fertilized the land and said in amazement, "You really used everything available. If the land isn't fertile, where will it go?" In ancient times, fertilizers were quite simple, mainly manure and ash. Most rural people's manure wasn't very rich in nutrients, considering that people barely had enough to eat. How much nutrition could be in manure? Few households could afford deep, well-fed animals, so most people spread ash, which had limited effect. Left Poet also advised Lu Sheng on how to make biogas, and they created some fertilizer, making their manure more abundant and nutritious. Tian had already discussed with the Wen family about renting their land starting next year. The conditions offered by the Wen family were very good. They only needed to give half of the harvest, similar to village rent arrangements, usually a 60-40 or 70-30 split. Most were 70-30, with only a few at 60-40. From the land, after paying taxes to the court, 70% of the harvest belonged to the landowner, and the family kept 30%. If this were today, people would think the terms were harsh, working hard all year and only getting 30%, while the landowners took most of the profit without doing any work. In ancient times, this was considered a very good deal. People couldn't afford land, so just having a little harvest throughout the year was already quite fortunate, as long as they put in some effort. Usually, they would do it as a side job, suffering a bit was okay. Earning a few hundred or even over 1,000 jin of grain was enough to support a family. Poor farmers desperately wanted to rent a few acres of land. Conditions like those offered by the greenhouse were actually quite generous. For the first 3 years, they only needed to give half of the grain. After that, they would share the harvest equally. These were rare and very good terms. Tian went back and told Zhou Dazhuang, who agreed immediately. He had 3 sons and 1 daughter. They had little land and many people, so the young ones often ate their father out of house and home. Their grain was never enough. Now, someone was willing to rent them 10 acres of land. If they worked hard and improved the Zhongjia temple, they could ensure enough food for the year. This was a very good income for their family. What do you plan to plant next year? When asked, Tian thought for a moment. I'll rent half of your land to plant wheat and the other half for corn. I'll plant rice on my own land. I don't know how the weather will be next year, so I'll plant a bit of everything to be safe, just in case. Wen nodded. That's good. As long as you have some crops, it's fine. This autumn has already passed. After the new year, spring will come quickly. When busy season starts, next year should be a good harvest. Tian smiled and nodded. Hopefully, with your help, we'll have enough to eat next year. Time passed quickly, and the year was coming to an end. This was the first new year since Zuo and his family moved to Qingchuan village. Since December 23rd, Wen had been busy cleaning, slaughtering pigs, chickens, and fish, preparing all kinds of New Year goods. For the pig slaughter, they invited Zhou Dazhuang's family, Old Chu's family, the village chief, and Hugu. Many people were invited. Anyone with some connection to the Zuo family or good character was included to share the pig feast. The pig was a large, fat one weighing about 200 jin, mainly raised by the children at home. Rome's wife led the work, with Zuo Shi, and Zuo helping to cut the pig, Zuo chopping the pig's meat, and when preparing the feed. Everyone had clear roles and worked efficiently. In just a day, they finished preparing the pig. Zhou Dazhuang and Lu Sheng sharpened long, pointed knives. Hugu was in charge of handling the pig, and several tall men helped hold the pig steady. Amid firecrackers, they slaughtered the pig. A bucket of pig blood was poured out, and the fat pig kept struggling. Then, a loud, heartbreaking struggle sound was heard. The pig squealed loudly, and the women at home didn't want to look. Only Zuo was curious and ran quickly to see what was happening. When she saw the pig dying and struggling, she was so shocked that her legs went weak, and she ran back with a pale face. Big sister, it's so scary. That pig was crying so sadly, with such a loud noise I almost fainted. Zuo tremblingly held Zuo's leg. I told you not to go, but you insisted. Don't be afraid now. Zuo gently patted her head. Zuo shivered and said, Big sister, you don't know how sad that pig's cry was. It bled a lot, and there was a big basin of blood. How can it have so much blood? It's been killed for a long time, but it's still alive. That pig is so pitiful. Zuo couldn't help but laugh. Xiaojiang, you really are. You used to say it's very comfortable, eating and sleeping every day. You spent all your time chopping pig grass, and you were tired of it. You said you worked so hard just to give him a meal. No one cooks for you, and now you envy pigs? Zuo thought for a moment, and said, "If I didn't have to be killed during the new year, I would still envy that life."
Så je chokled.
So you envy a pig's life, eating and sleeping all day. Why do you have no ambitions? Living like a pig, so lazy and dirty. What's good about that? And then being killed. Zhuoshi couldn't help but agree and turned to Zhuojiang. Xiao Guo is right. Everything has a price. Pigs seem very comfortable, eating and sleeping without worries, but why do they have such good days? Because people want to eat their meat, so they keep them. Otherwise, would you feed the pig every day? So, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Don't think you can get something without effort. When someone treats you well, there's usually a reason. Besides your parents and family, no one treats you kindly for no reason. If someone treats you well without a reason, you should be careful and see if they have other intentions. Zhuojiang thought deeply and nodded. I understand. Sister, you mean that if someone is kind to me, they might want to treat me like a pig, and when the new year comes, they might kill me and eat me. Zhuoshi nodded happily and praised. That's right. You need to stay alert. Don't treat yourself like a pig, so lazy, so unambitious, just waiting to die from eating and drinking. Everyone fell silent. A few children were frightened by the scene described by Zhuoshi, especially because the pig's loud squeal earlier was so loud that it left a shadow in their hearts. Soon, the pig was cleaned up. It was bled, shaved, and cut into pieces. Zhuoshi selected some meat from the waste, cleaned the pig's head, and then started preparing a big meal in the kitchen. There was braised pork, braised ribs, stir-fried kidneys, pig tongue, pig ears, and pig head meat. Then they put pig blood, cabbage, greens, and tofu into a large pot and set up a small table with a pot on it. Second sister, is this hot pot? Why are you making hot pot today? Zhuojiang sniffed the delicious smell and suddenly inhaled deeply. If we serve this messy stew, will others say our family is not particular about food? In their village, when they had a feast, everyone ate from big bowls of beautifully arranged dishes. Even if they slaughtered a pig, they still hosted guests. If others said their dishes were sloppy, it wouldn't sound very nice. Zhuoshi smiled and said, "Don't worry. As long as there's enough food and it tastes good, people won't complain." Besides, not many people were helping today, so she just made a few dishes. Everyone could eat and be happy. It was mainly to reward these people for their help and care. There was no other meaning. They were good people, so they probably wouldn't mind much. Plus, she was confident that the hot pot would taste great. Sure enough, after Tianshi explained what hot pot was and how to eat it, she brought enough small dishes to each table. Everyone could eat while adding ingredients to the pot, filling themselves up. People couldn't help but start sniffing again, especially Zhou Dazhuang. He smelled the delicious food from the Zhuo family every day, but was too shy to visit. Today, he was very happy to eat freely. Old Master Chu was also invited by the Wen family to sit at the same table as the village chief. They even served him high-quality sorghum wine. Taking a sip of wine, then eating a bite, paired with fragrant rice, on a cold winter day, his stomach warmed up instantly. That satisfying feeling from mouth to belly was so joyful, it felt like being a happy fairy.
Wow.
Old, who has never tasted such delicious food. Such good food, I must drink a couple more bowls of wine. I plan to eat a lot today. No way am I getting drunk. Lady Wen's cooking skills are amazing. Before, Zhuoshi heard you say that Lady Wen's family makes delicious food, and now she has finally tasted it. You are mistaken. Lady Wen's skills are indeed good, but her daughter's skills are even better. You don't know how amazing the food was when we worked at their house before. However, today's pork dish was also very tasty. Honestly, among all the families in our village, the Zhuo family's meals are the best and most to my liking. After hearing everyone's words, Lady Wen felt proud. It seemed everyone appreciated her daughter's cooking skills. Zhuoshi was also very happy, especially when he kept hearing the system panel notify him about delicious food options, which made him even more satisfied. Time passes quickly. After the pig slaughter, the house was cleaned and prepared for the new year. On the 25th day of the lunar month, Zhuoshi's family went to the market to buy New Year supplies. Lady Wen tore some cloth to make clothes for the children and bought some hats and shoes for them. Zhuohua went to the bookstore to buy a lot of rice paper, preparing to encourage everyone to practice calligraphy. Most importantly, Zhuoshi often told them small stories before and after meals, sharing interesting stories from his past life. After finishing these stories, Zhuoshi also began telling them famous novels and classic stories. Zhuohua was very touched after hearing these stories and would write down her thoughts about them. She even tried to create her own stories. Although her stories seemed a bit simple to Zhuoshi, he recognized her talent. He thought that if she kept writing, she might become a novelist and make a fortune by writing stories. Encouraged by Zhuoshi, Zhuohua recently took over the storytelling role, telling small stories before and after meals, many of which she created herself. Zhuoge and the others usually supported her. Since they were young, even simple stories could interest them. But because Zhuoshi told so many stories, they developed some taste and gradually started to dislike Zhuohua's stories. Not willing to give up, Zhuohua worked hard, studied many storybooks, and gradually her stories became more interesting. Today, she bought more rice paper to write down some stories she had in mind. Zhuoge loved embroidery behind Wen's family the most. In the past, he was the most restless person, but now, because he learned embroidery from Wen, he has become much calmer. Maybe in the future, he will take over Wen's craft. So, he bought many embroidery threads, various purse patterns, and fan designs. Meanwhile, Zhuojiang bought firecrackers, sparklers, flying dragonflies, and a kite. Zhuoshi took them to a snack shop, bought several pounds of malt, and also bought some snacks and fruits. Aunt Rong and Lusheng went to buy lots of rice, wheat, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar for daily life. The whole family went out together, filling a big cart with supplies. They bought a lot of things and carried on until noon, when they ate a big bowl of noodle soup. Then they sat on a mule cart, pulling a load of New Year goods back home. Everyone happily arranged the items inside the house, then started preparing dinner. After eating, they rested. Time passed slowly and peacefully, and soon it was New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Wen's family and Aunt Rong got up and went into the kitchen to work. Zhuoshi wanted to help but was told to play outside. Usually you do things when you want, but today is New Year's. During these days, you don't need to help in the kitchen. You're a kid, so have fun, Wen said with a smile. Zhuoshi happily agreed. If they wanted to do it, then let them. He would enjoy these 4 days of the new year. Although his soul was that of an adult, his body was still a child, right?
Well.
But still, he decided to go play outside with the little kids to relax and have fun. So, Zhuoshi joined a group of children to set off firecrackers by the river. It was actually quite interesting. When Chu Jingming set off firecrackers, he looked very calm and fearless. On the other hand, Zhuohua was trembling with fear. The other kids, at first a little scared, eventually enjoyed it after Zhuohua lit one. They refused to stop after that. Ha ha ha. Big sister, I didn't know you were afraid of firecrackers. You're so timid, Zhuoge said, then made a funny face at Zhuohua. I'll set one off for you. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. The firecracker exploded with a deafening sound. The children quickly covered their ears, excitedly watching the place where the firecracker burned. Zhuoshi quickly called out from the side, "Be careful. When lighting firecrackers, safety is very important." Okay, we've already set them off and had fun, so let's stop now. How about we play hopscotch together? Although everyone was still a bit excited, Zhuoshi's suggestion to play hopscotch was interesting, so some hesitated. Seeing their hesitation, Zhuoshi really didn't want them to keep playing with firecrackers, so she thought of a modern game they often played. How about we play chess? I know a fun kind called jumping chess. All the children were attracted. Jumping chess? Everyone knew about Go and Chinese chess, but they'd never heard of jumping chess. They looked at Zhuoshi with bright eyes, waiting for her explanation. Zhuoshi drew the grid for jumping chess and replaced the glass beads with stones. She explained the rules for moving and jumping chess, and soon a group of kids cheered and gathered around to start playing. In the first 2 rounds, everyone was just getting used to the rules, but after that, they played with more interest. They played 5 or 6 rounds until family members came to call them, and everyone reluctantly left. Before leaving, they made a promise. Let's keep playing jumping chess tomorrow. The children thought Chinese chess was impressive, especially since they could also play it themselves. Very cool. When Zhuoshi and the others went home, the dinner was almost ready, and a steaming New Year's Eve feast was laid out on a big table. There were chicken, duck, fish, meat, and all kinds of side dishes, everything you could imagine. Wenshi and Rong Ant prepared 20 or 30 dishes, filling a large table that looked colorful and delicious, full of aroma and flavor. Come, let's toast to the gods and our ancestors, Wenshi said. Since they had moved away from their old village, they no longer visited the ancestral hall like before. Instead, they set up a small shrine in the main room and paid respects there. They also visited the kitchen, pigsty, and other places to offer sacrifices, completing all the rituals. Wenshi smiled and said, I hope every year will be good, with plenty of blessings. I hope we find your father soon. May our family be safe, united, and everything goes smoothly. Then everyone started eating. Because it was New Year's Eve and no one else was at home, Rong Ant and Lu Xing sat at the same table with everyone. This arrangement had been planned before the New Year. Wenshi had talked to them for a long time before they finally agreed. They bought many things, some small items, and even bought a few more. After the New Year's dinner, the most important thing was to stay awake and keep watch. Everyone finished eating and gathered around the fireplace in the main hall, lighting a big fire to symbolize a prosperous and smooth year ahead. Zhuohua and a few others became interested, played a few rounds of jump chess, and shared stories. Everyone excitedly discussed. Gradually, the children grew tired, especially Zhuojiang, whose head was drooping, and it was clear he was about to fall asleep. Wenshi took the children back to their rooms to sleep. She stayed with Aunt Rong and Lu Xing, keeping the fire burning all night until dawn. The next morning, the children woke early, finished breakfast, and went to pay New Year's greetings to Wenshi. Happy New Year! I wish you good health, safety, and success this year, they said. Wishing you good health, long life, and all the best, they added. May you stay forever young and enjoy happiness and longevity, they continued. May your wealth grow and good luck follow you, they finished. Each of the 4 children said these lucky words to Wenshi and received a red envelope from her. They were very happy. This was their first New Year celebrating alone, and it was the first time they received red envelopes. Especially Zhuohua and the others, who had never received red envelopes from Aunt Lon before. When they got the envelopes, they were so happy they cried, their hands trembling with excitement. In contrast, Zhuoshi felt little. Although he inherited the original owner's memories, he did not share their feelings and didn't understand much about this. Also, Aunt Lon used to be unkind to their family, but she didn't include Zhuojiang, so Zhuojiang still received red envelopes during past New Year's. If only we could always celebrate like this. We could also get red envelopes and live happily. I actually don't want to find my grandma and them, Zhuohua said, holding his red envelope sadly. This was their first year living away from home, without grandma, second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, fifth uncle, or their father. Zhuogu also fell silent and nodded. Yes, this is the first time I've received New Year money. I'll keep it safe as a keepsake, he said. The little girl hugged her money, eager to hide it away. Zhuoshi felt a pang of sadness, but then led everyone to play hopscotch in the field. Afterward, they practiced calligraphy, ate lunch, and each wrote down their New Year wishes. Zhuohua's wish was to write more and more good stories in the new year. Zhuoji's wish was to learn 4 embroidery techniques and make a new pouch for each family member. Zhuojiang's wish was to study hard, grow up well, ideally to be 3 inches taller, and become a tall man who could protect the younger children and his sister. Finally, Zhuoshi summarized that she hoped to make more delicious food and earn more money in the coming year. A few people wrote down their New Year wishes and placed them in a jar. Next year, when the New Year comes, let's take out the notes from the jar and see who did the best, Zhuoshi said. Everyone should work hard and not forget what we said today. Everyone nodded eagerly. From a distance, the Wen family saw them seriously making their wishes. They couldn't help but feel a little uneasy And when they thought of the disappeared Zwadancio, a worried look appeared on their faces. Hubby, did I lose you? Will we never see each other again in this life? Wen felt she might never find Zwadancio again. From now on, she decided to stay with her children. As long as her children were well, she would be happy. If they were not, she would be unhappy. Although she was worried about not finding Zwadancio and others, her days were peaceful and steady, and she felt very happy. Madam, come inside and rest for a while. It's cold outside, Rong Auntie said, noticing Wen's expression. She knew Wen was thinking about the missing Zwadancio again. After spending time with the Zwa family, Rong Auntie learned more about their background. The Zwa family was originally a simple, ordinary rural family. It wasn't until they separated from Zwajiang's other relatives that Wen and her family started to have a better life. In Rong Auntie's view, it's actually better that Wen's family couldn't find the original Zwa family. Now they can live freely and happily. If they find someone new, who knows what might happen? Rong Auntie had discussed this with Wen before, and they had talked about it many times. Now, there was no need to mention it anymore. On the first day of the new year, they wanted to share some happy news, so Rong Auntie happily talked about joyful things. Everyone in Rong's family had lost their relatives, so if nothing unexpected happened, they would stay at the Zwa family until they couldn't work anymore. Only then might they be driven away by enemies or be valued by the Zwa family and cared for in old age. Wen had already told Rong Auntie that as long as she worked well at the Zwa family, they would not mistreat her and would take care of her in old age. Rong Auntie was very grateful and always did her best. Time passed slowly and peacefully, and soon it was the Lantern Festival. During the Lantern Festival, the most lively event is the town's lantern fair. Every household makes or displays lanterns outside their doors. Wealthier families create colorful lanterns. That day, Zwa Shi and his family decided to go to the county to see the lanterns. Zheng Shuang also had lanterns, but the town styles were few, and not many people looked at them. Only a few wealthy families had interesting lanterns. The county, however, was much more lively, so Zwajiang insisted on going there, and everyone agreed. Even though we're going to the county, everyone must be careful. Don't go far, and stay close to us adults. Never follow strangers, understand? Wen Shi warned the children repeatedly on the way. If you don't listen and get taken away, I might never see you again, she added, feeling a bit regretful. The county was lively, but there was also a risk of children getting lost.
Mom, don't worry.
I'll stay close to Uncle Lu Sheng, Zwajiang promised. He also pulled the curtain and told Uncle Lu outside. Zwa Hua and Zwa Shi nodded, saying, Mom, don't worry. We'll follow Aunt Rong and won't get lost. As for Zwa Ge, she was with Wen Shi, so they didn't need to worry about her. Seeing that the children were alert, Wen Shi felt a little relieved. She was very glad she had bought helpers like Uncle Lu Sheng and Aunt Rong. She wouldn't have dared to take several children out alone to see the lanterns. Soon, they arrived at the county and got off the carriage one by one. The county was indeed full of lanterns. There were many shapes: rabbit lanterns, lotus lanterns, osmanthus lanterns, the 5 suns lanterns, and gold and jade lanterns. Some were big, some small, tall and short, made of colorful paper. On a windy night, thousands of trees are lit, and stars fall like rain. Elegant carriages fill the street with fragrance. The sound of flutes moves the soul, and the moonlight dances. Fish and dragons dance all night, someone recited. Golden threads woven into snow and willow, laughter and sweet scents fill the air. I search for him among the crowd, and suddenly, I see him in the dim lights. Zwa Shi couldn't help but think of a poem by Xian Qiji. Without seeing such scenes, it was hard to imagine the beauty and mood of the poem. The imagined beauty was different from the real scene, both breathtaking in their own way.
Look.
Such beautiful lanterns. I've never seen anything like these, Zwa Shi excitedly chattered, pointing at the lanterns and not stopping. She really wanted to reach out and touch the lights, but was afraid she might accidentally break them. Her careful way of doing so made Zwa Shi smile quietly. It's okay, just gently touch them. Later, we can buy one that you like, Zwa Shi said. Zwa Ji's eyes lit up. Really? We can buy a light to take home? Zhuo nodded. Yes, really? The cost of one light isn't much, as long as it's not very expensive, enough to make Zhuo happy. Then I want one too, Zhuo said excitedly, pointing at a lamp with a galloping horse. I want that horse, it looks very lively. As he spoke, he pointed at the horse lamp, his big hand almost as if he was holding the horse himself. Big sister, second sister, look how realistic this horse is. The fur on its body is drawn very clearly. Zhuo looked closely and saw that it was indeed well drawn, especially the horse, which was very skillfully painted. Wenshi saw this, went up to ask the shop owner for the price, bargained a bit, and then bought the wild horse lamp, handing it to Zhuo. Zhuo was so excited, he didn't know what to say. After receiving the wild horse lamp, he carefully examined it from top to bottom. The glow in his eyes was brighter than the lamp's light itself. Everyone pick a lamp you like. We'll buy them and take them home, then buy each of you a lotus lamp to put somewhere, Wenshi said. The children were very happy to hear this. Zhuo wasn't interested at first, but seeing everyone so happy, she decided to go and pick a lamp too. In the end, Zhuo bought a beautiful lady lamp, Zhuo bought a rabbit lamp, and Zhuo casually picked a pumpkin lamp. Wenshi paid for all of them, and each person also bought a lotus lamp, even including Mother Rong and Lu Sheng. The family happily strolled along the street. On the way, people were not only buying all kinds of lamps but also watching street performances. Zhuo was very interested in the acts, especially when he saw someone playing with fire and climbing on a mountain of knives. His small hands clapped so hard they turned red, and he even handed over 10 copper coins, eager to try himself. He watched for about half an hour before everyone dragged him away, and he finally agreed to leave. That's so interesting. The fire breather is really amazing. When he blows, the fire suddenly lights up. Zhuo kept muttering, still full of admiration. Mom, after we finish eating the wontons, can we go see them again? The family sat at a wonton stall, each ordering a bowl of wontons. Wenshi patted his hand and said, No, we have other things to do. We also need to buy some colorful threads. Your eldest sister wants some rice paper, and you need to buy books from the bookstore. We also have to buy materials to make quilts. If we keep looking, other shops might close, and we won't be able to get back in time. Zhuo immediately looked disappointed and said, All right, let's hurry and buy everything. Maybe after we finish, the street performers will still be there, and I can watch them again. Hearing this, he became excited again. He picked up his bowl and started eating dumplings quickly. While eating, he urged everyone to eat faster. His cheeks puffed out as he chewed, making everyone laugh. No one ignored his request. They all sped up their eating. But Zhuo was small, and even though he ate quickly, others ate faster. By the time everyone finished, they were all waiting for him. He got so anxious he almost choked. Cough, cough. Zhuo was sweating and couldn't swallow the dumpling. I told you to eat slowly. Why are you rushing? You can watch later when there's more time. Now you're choking and feeling uncomfortable, said Zhuo, unable to watch anymore. She handed him some water. Here, drink some water and eat slowly. Swallow this. Zhuo kept shaking his head and turned away. After a while, he finally swallowed the dumpling. His face turned bright red. Seeing everyone staring at him, he felt very embarrassed. He turned his face aside, wishing he could cover his face with his hands so no one could see him. He was too shy to face everyone. Hee, little brother is shy. Zhuo couldn't help but make a funny face at him. Zhuo felt even more ashamed. Zhuo couldn't resist helping out. All right, stop. Let's go buy the things. If we wait too long, they'll close the shop. Everyone then looked away. Zhuo let out a sigh of relief and gave Zhuo a thankful look. These people had clear goals. They followed the shopping list step by step, buying everything they needed. Then, they went to the river to release the lotus lanterns. As the lanterns floated away, everyone made their wishes for the new year. After releasing the lanterns, they stayed a while to watch the street performers. When Zhuo left, he was still reluctant, but this time, Wenshi called him, and he left without saying he'd stay longer. Wenshi was very pleased. On the way home, everyone filled the mule cart with their things. The family sat inside, playing with their lanterns. Zhujiang especially enjoyed making his small horse-shaped lantern run around, pretending it was galloping. "All right, be quiet. Your horse isn't as strong as mine. My beautiful lantern is the prettiest, and only I can ride my horse, while your horse can't carry a beauty," said Zhuhua. Zhujiang immediately looked unhappy. "My wild horse lantern is more beautiful than your beauty lantern. I don't want your beauty." Seeing he was upset, Zhuhua didn't tease him further. "Then, after you go back, you should draw a picture as beautiful as the wild horse lantern." Zhujiang finally smiled. "No problem. It's just drawing a lantern. I can make many of them. I'll pick the prettiest one and make a lantern myself. When I finish, if you want any other kind of lantern, just tell me. I'll make them for you." As soon as Zhujiang finished speaking, a car outside suddenly stopped. "Lu Sheng, what's going on?" asked Mrs. Wen. "Madam, there's someone in the grass below," Lu Sheng replied. "What?" Everyone was surprised. They all jumped out of the car. "Madam, wait here. I'll go down and check," said Lu Sheng. "I'll go with you," said Swisher. She had a strange feeling about the person who suddenly appeared. She had an instinct that something was unusual. She smelled a strong blood scent. Swisher didn't know if there was danger, but with Lu Sheng's skills, it should be fine.
Still, she wanted to go and see.
Lu Sheng refused. The path below is difficult. He seems to be in the grass, with no clear road. "Miss Eyre, you'd better wait upstairs." Mrs. Wen also advised Xiao Shi, "Wait upstairs. With Uncle Lu going down, if someone is rescued, you can see it then." She was worried there might be danger below. What if something happened to Swisher? Swisher didn't insist, but felt uneasy inside. Lu Sheng moved quickly and went down. He carried out a bloodied young man from the grass. The young man wore black clothes, stained with blood, dripping down. His hair was messy, and his whole body was covered in dust and mud. His face was hidden by blood and dirt, so his appearance couldn't be seen.
"Lu Sheng, how is he?" Mrs. Wen asked.
Lu Sheng said he's injured, his bones are broken. "We'll take him to the city's medical clinic to have a doctor check him." I don't know who did this, but they left a person lying motionless in the countryside, unconscious. If it weren't for someone passing by, this person might have frozen to death in a few days. Today is the Lantern Festival, and the cold winter temperatures are enough to cause harm to anyone outside, especially a hurt young boy. Looking at his wounds, it's clear he was beaten. "We don't know. Let's go to the clinic quickly and have a doctor check him," Lu Sheng said. He felt the boy in his arms looked familiar, but the blood and dirt on his face hid his features, making it hard to see clearly. Lu Sheng had a faint feeling of familiarity. He placed the boy on the cart's yoke, sat beside him, and asked for some water. Even just dampening a cloth to wipe away the dirt and blood revealed a handsome face. When he saw the boy's eyebrows and eyes clearly, Lu Sheng's face suddenly changed color.
"Yuanji, why is it you?"
Lu Sheng started trembling all over, looking at the boy's face, and anxiously called out, "Yuanji, Yuanji, wake up. I am Lu Sheng. Yuanji." Swisher and the others looked at each other in surprise. It seemed that Lu Sheng knew this person before. Swisher asked Lu Sheng, "Do you know him?"
"Who is he?"
Lu Sheng suddenly fell silent. "He's a boy from my old neighbor's family." "Madam, let's go to the clinic now and have a doctor look at him. Please, save him." Wenshi nodded. "All right, let's go back quickly." Without hesitation, Lu Sheng carried the boy onto the front of the cart and drove a mule cart straight to the county clinic. On the way, Lu Sheng kept watching the boy's condition, feeling anxious. He wanted to speed up the cart, but worried that rushing might worsen the boy's injuries. At the same time, he was afraid that moving too slowly would delay his treatment. In this conflicting state of mind, Lu Sheng even broke out in a sweat from the cold day while driving the cart. The cart stopped in front of Hui Chun Tang in the county. Lu Sheng led the boy inside and asked the attending doctor to examine him. The doctor first cleaned and bandaged the wounds, then checked his pulse. "Don't worry, it's just some superficial injuries. They look serious, but they haven't affected his internal organs." When he goes home, he needs good rest and proper nutrition. He's been quite weak lately, but luckily he's young. With proper care, he can recover, the doctor said. He quickly wrote a few prescriptions, handed them to the medicine boy, and asked him to fetch the herbs and prepare medicine for the boy. Lu Sheng gratefully thanked the doctor, hugged the boy, and laid him gently on the bed. His eyes fixed on the boy with worry. Lu Sheng, who is he? Can you tell us? Zhuo asked.
Fu Yuanzi.
He's a kid from my hometown, Lu Sheng replied. Zhuo suddenly understood. No wonder you're so worried. He's from the same place as you. Where exactly is your hometown? Where are you all from? Everyone looked at Lu Sheng with curiosity. Chongqing Prefecture in Dawei, near the southern coast of China. It's quite far from here, separated by 3 prefectures. I don't know why he's here, Lu Sheng said, puzzled. Zhuo suggested, let's ask him directly, then we'll know. Lu Sheng said, how did he end up here? If his mother finds out, she'll be so worried. I need to write her a letter. He took out paper and pen from the carriage, wrote a letter, and then went to the nearest post station to send it. I haven't been back to my hometown for many years. I don't know why this boy suddenly appeared here, Lu Sheng said. I've been away for years, and I don't know what's happening in Chongqing Prefecture now. He looks exactly the same as when he was a child, otherwise I wouldn't recognize him. The doctor who was treating the boy overheard this and looked at Lu Sheng with strange eyes. Brother, don't you know what's been happening in Chongqing Prefecture? Since last spring, there's been fighting. I heard we're fighting against Wei and Nanzhao. Life there is tough. I heard that families with men at home have been drafted into the army. This boy has an arrow wound. Maybe he's been on the battlefield, the doctor said, shaking his head with a sigh. That arrow wound still has lingering problems. I'll give him some medicine. Make sure he takes it properly. Luckily, it wasn't a vital spot, or it would be even worse later. Lu Sheng's face grew darker. What's going on? Is Chongqing Prefecture at war with Nanzhao? If the fighting gets serious and he really ends up on the battlefield, what will happen to Fu Yuanji's mother? She might already be in danger. As a woman, what can she do? Lu Sheng was anxious, wishing Fu Yuanji would wake up soon so he could tell him about his mother's situation. He also wanted to know why he was injured and appeared here. But he finally calmed his nerves, took the medicine, and fed it to Fu Yuanji. After giving the medicine, Lu Sheng carried the boy onto the carriage. Everyone traveled back to Qingchuan village together. Along the way, Zhuo and others asked Lu Sheng about the young man's situation. They learned that his name was Fu Yuanji from Tao village in Jing'an County, Chongqing Prefecture. He had only a mother at home and had depended on her since childhood. Lu Sheng's family lived next door, and his family had no other relatives. Their relationship was close. When Lu Sheng left home years ago, Fu Yuanji was just a 5 or 6-year-old child. No one asked Lu Sheng about what happened to him afterward, and Lu Sheng didn't want to talk about it. They wisely didn't ask about his scars either. When they arrived home, Lu Sheng gently carried the boy into his room and kept watch over him, not letting him go out. Wen's family and others understood that Lu Sheng was waiting for Fu Yuanji to wake up, so they didn't say anything or assign him to do chores. That evening, the boy finally woke up. Everyone went into Lu Sheng's room to see him. The boy looked pale but was still alert. He first thanked everyone, then looked confused and asked, "Who are you?" Lu Sheng replied, "Yuanji, I am your Uncle Lu. Don't you remember? Why are you here? Where is your mother?" Fu Yuanji looked at Lu Sheng with surprise. "Uncle Lu, my mother?" He felt very anxious. Everything around him was so unfamiliar. Suddenly, he found himself in a completely strange place. Everyone looked like strangers. His mind was blank. He remembered nothing. Just a moment ago, he was in a laboratory doing experiments. Now, he was lying on an ancient-style bed. The clothing of the people in front of him looked old-fashioned, though he couldn't tell the exact era. It was obvious they were from ancient times. Could he have traveled through time? "Sorry, Uncle Lu, I don't know what's going on. Maybe I got injured earlier, and my mind is a bit fuzzy." "I don't remember anything," Fu Yuanji said. He was glad that the people in front of him recognized him. Without the memories of his original life, He didn't even know who he was. Then he asked, Uncle Lu, can you tell me who I am? Where am I from? Who is my mother? Why am I here? Lu Sheng's face showed shock. He looked at Fu Yuanji with disbelief. You don't remember anything?
Fu Yuanzi nodded SHYLY.
I don't remember. Lu Sheng was deeply affected. His doubts grew stronger. But then he thought, as long as he was safe, everything else didn't matter. So Lu Sheng explained his basic information to Fu Yuanji. You are Fu Yuanji from Taocuan, Jing'an County, Chongqing Prefecture. Your mother is Qin Shangyun, and you've depended on each other since you were young. I heard that since last year, Chongqing Prefecture has been at war with Nanzhao. Men in your family seem to have been conscripted. Normally, as the only son and not old enough, you should have been able to avoid it. But the doctor who gave you the bell said you were wounded by an arrow, possibly from the battlefield. Do you remember anything at all?
Fu Yuanzi. Wow.
His name is the same as his real name, but the part about fighting in a war is very confusing. Also, from what he said, he has a mother and they rely on each other. If he's here, where is his mother? Lu Sheng asked him. How did you end up here? This place is 3 counties away from Chongqing Prefecture, thousands of miles away. It's unlikely you got here just from the war. Fu Yuanji forced a smile. I really don't know. If he had accepted the memories of the original owner, he would understand what happened. But he has no memories at all about that, and he can't explain it either. I've already written to your mother, telling her about you here. If she can't see you, she'll be very worried. But I don't know if she's still in Taocuan, Lu Sheng said with concern. Hearing this, Fu Yuanji also felt a bit worried. Although he has no emotional attachment to the original owner's mother, since he inherited the original's body, he should also take on the original's responsibilities, to care for her. It's his duty. I don't know. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Once I recover, I'll go back to Taocuan to see her, Fu Yuanji said. Zhuoshe looked at Fu Yuanji's expression and felt something was off. He found Fu Yuanji's words and actions strangely familiar. Although he doesn't remember past events, his way of speaking and behaving is clear and organized. It doesn't seem like someone with amnesia. Plus, he accepted Lu Sheng's words too quickly. Fu Yuanji doesn't seem like a cautious person, so why does he trust everything they say?
Could it be?
Zhuoshe had a thought and decided to check it later. No need. You should rest and recover. I'll go, Lu Sheng said. He turned to Wenshi. Madam, may I go to Taocuan? Wenshi was a bit surprised. It seemed that Lu Sheng had a close relationship with Fu Yuanji's family. Not only did he save Fu Yuanji, but he also wanted to find his mother. I heard there was a battle ahead, and it was chaotic and dangerous. Going there might mean not finding anyone, and there were many risks along the way. Still, he went without hesitation. Lu Sheng looked at him with a pleading and determined expression. Don't worry, whether I find her or not, I will come back as soon as I can. My life contract is in your hands, and Yuanji is here too. I will return quickly. Fu Yuanji looked at Wenshi with some fear. What contract? A life-selling contract? It seemed like a story from ancient times where people could be bought and sold. Would they sell him? Oh no. Fu Yuanji suddenly felt a strong sense of unease. He stared tightly at Lu Sheng, then looked at Wenshi. Both of them looked very normal. Lu Sheng even kept a straight face, which made him realize that this was a serious matter. Zhuoshe saw his surprised look and felt a strong emotion. The idea grew even stronger in her mind. All right, be careful on the way. Come back quickly, Wenshi said. Wenshi didn't really want Lu Sheng to leave, but since Lu Sheng wanted to go, forcing him to stay wasn't good. Not only would Lu Sheng be uneasy, but Wenshi herself wouldn't be able to get past her own worries. She knew that the person in front of her had family far away, threatened by war. Yet, she didn't want him to go find them. Wenshi felt guilty about this. She wasn't worried that Lu Sheng wouldn't return, but after he left, things wouldn't be as convenient. Thank you, madam. Your kindness and grace. I will repay you someday. Lu Sheng bowed to Wenshi, his eyes full of gratitude, speaking very sincerely. Fu Yuanji also quickly thanked Wenshi. Thank you, madam. Your kindness will never be forgotten. I will work hard to repay you in the future. Fu Yuanji knew very well that when Shi could control Lu Xing's actions, even his life and freedom. If this were ancient times, Lu Xing's status as it would make him lose many things. Why did he want to find his mother? What was their relationship? Many doubts arose in Fu Yuanji's mind, but he said politely, "Thank you, Uncle Lu."
Thank you, madam.
When Shi smiled, "It's no problem. If you find her, that's the best. She will be safe." Fu Yuanji felt a strange sensation in his heart. No matter why Lu Xing wanted to find Fu Yuanji's mother, as long as he was willing to put in the effort, it showed he was a loyal and caring person. Usually such a person would have good character. It would be best if Lu Xing found his mother, so they could all live together and enjoy a peaceful life. The next day, Lu Xing left Qingchuan village and headed to Chongping Prefecture to start his search. Meanwhile, Fu Yuanzi stayed at the Zhou family to recover from his injury. Because his bones were broken, healing took time. Muscles and bones needed about 100 days to recover. Fu Yuanji was grateful to the Zhou family for taking him in and helping him heal. Without them, he might have had to sleep on the streets and find his own way. That thought made him feel very sad. During his boring recovery, Fu Yuanji's first action was to ask around about his situation. Poetry, what dynasty are we in now? The Great Wei Dynasty. Who is the current emperor? Emperor Xiaoming. What is Emperor Xiaoming's name? That's not something we should say. The emperor's name is not for us to speak of. Ah, such an evil ancient time, Fu Yuanji said unconsciously. It's just a name, what's so secret about it? Zhou Poetry looked at him with a half-smile. You can't say the emperor's name. Doing so would be a serious offense. If someone hears, you could be beheaded. Oh, I see.
Then I shouldn't say it.
What a mess. If I could go back, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Why is my life so hard? I was a physics PhD, and now I've lost everything. I worked hard to buy a house and a car, had money and savings, and now, nothing. Fu Yuanji's voice was very low. If you weren't paying close attention, you wouldn't understand what he was saying. But since Zhou Poetry was right in front of him, she clearly heard him. Her eyes fixed on him with a confusing, deep gaze. The light in her eyes was mysterious and frightening, making Fu Yuanji feel nervous and cold. Fu Yuanji, you don't seem right, Zhou Poetry thought to herself, feeling playful and teasing him. Fu Yuanji's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? I don't understand. I just lost my memory and got hurt. What's wrong with me? What is a physics PhD? What about cars, houses, and savings? Zhuo blinked her eyes and looked both innocent and curious. Fu Yuanji forced a laugh and said, No, you heard wrong. There's no such thing as a doctor's savings or anything like that. You must have misunderstood.
Yuoshi replied, Impossible.
I was so close to you, I clearly heard it. How could I be wrong? Fu Yuanji really wanted to slap himself. He cursed his impulsiveness, his arrogance, and his lack of restraint, which had exposed him instantly. If someone found out, would they think he was a monster and burn him? Oh my, why do such unlucky things happen? He wanted to die and go back, but he wasn't sure if dying would really let him return. To stay safe, he decided to keep living well. Even in ancient times, he should live properly. Really, I swear I haven't tried anything. You must have heard wrong. Let's not talk about this anymore. Do you know what year it is? Year 8 of the Tianqi era, Zhuo said. Fu Yuanji, what's your name in the modern world? Same as here, Fu Yuanji, he answered instinctively. Then he realized something was wrong. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. You're also from the future? It must be true, or how else would she know about modern times? That's not fair. Clearly, you've traveled here too. Yet you just watched me struggle in front of you, and still seriously said you can't say the emperor's name aloud, Fu Yuanji said with a smile. Honestly, knowing that someone here also traveled from the same place as him made him very excited. The frustration of being played was far less than the joy of meeting someone from his hometown in a strange land.
Great.
I'm not alone anymore. When did you come here? Fu Yuanji grabbed Zhuo's arm and asked. Not long ago, less than half a year. What about you? I just arrived. I woke up and was saved by you guys. I don't even know what's going on. I was in a lab doing experiments, and I didn't even have time to record my results. It's so unlucky. Fu Yuanji sighed and touched his forehead. Oh no, he also traveled here and caught the trend, meeting a fellow countryman in a different space in a foreign land. And this fellow countryman had just been teasing him. Have you tried to go back?
Fu Yuanzi asked.
Zwasher replied, no, I don't want to die.
Why don't you try?
See if you can die and go back?
Fu Yuanzi.
Can't he have a little brotherly love? First thing he does is suggest he die and go back. Is he being used as a test subject? Forget it. I'll just stay alive for now, Fu Yuanji said, rubbing his nose and swallowing his words. He just suffered a loss because he wasn't careful. Now his actions are exposed, and he's in a passive position. When someone loses their cover, it's awkward for everyone. Whoever reveals themselves first loses. All right, from now on, just follow me here and work hard. Things aren't like before, where you had to be very careful. You must hide your actions and keep any valuable items secret. Unless you have a certain status or control over your belongings, you can't show them openly. Otherwise, you'll only be able to do small tricks to get by, or you'll risk being robbed or worse. Washer said.
Okay, I understand, Fu Yuanzi nodded seriously.
Don't worry, such things won't happen again. We'll work together, keep our cover safe, and live a good life in ancient times. Zwasher said, that's natural. But whether we stay together in the future, I can't say. The ancient world is poor and difficult. We want a better life, but it's hard. We don't know each other well yet, so for now, let's team up and see how it goes. If either of us doesn't like the other's impression, or if someone turns out to be untrustworthy, we'll part ways and never see each other again.
Fu Yuanzi frowned.
Your words really hurt me. Look at me, with this honest face. I'm a physics PhD working in a government agency. How could I be a bad person? Zwasher asked back. Do bad people write bad person on their faces? Fu Yuanji replied, I don't know, but I'm not a bad person. You'll see in the future. Look at how pure and innocent the first am. Zwasher said, I can't tell much from your face, but your skin is thick. They talked openly, understanding each other's identities. Although they were still strangers, this conversation quickly brought them closer. Xiao Shi, how's life in the ancient world? Fu Yuanzi thought of his phone, Wi-Fi, his lab, his house, and money, and felt a pain in his chest. Zwasher coldly said, there's nothing here. Everything depends on your own effort. When I crossed over, I encountered a rare 100-year famine and had to escape with a family. She roughly explained her situation when she traveled through time to Fu Yuanji. You see, I started in, so compared to me, you're much better. Fu Yuanji was stunned. Is it that bad? Wow, you're amazing. What do you do in the modern world? Left Poet said, food streamer. This answer made Fu Yuanji pause again. Then he was very happy. Great. You're a food streamer, so your cooking must be very good. I can't cook, and I really love eating delicious food. Zwasher rolled her eyes. But what can you do with your physics knowledge in ancient times? You probably just want to support me, but I tell you, I don't want to be a kept woman. Fu Yuanji felt like he was shot in the knee and deeply felt insulted. He pointed to his nose and said, look at me. I'm a physics PhD here. Can't I survive? Just joking, I can easily create something that will make me famous here. Do you believe that? Zwasher asked, what can you do? Do you have connections? Can the things you bring out be safe from others' envy? Can you keep them safe? Fu Yuanji was stunned. I can do business. Zwasher said, all things below are low, only studying is high. If you want to do business, you need to get involved. After upgrading, your children can't participate in the imperial exams. Do you want your kids to work hard earning money only to have others confiscate all your family's wealth? Think of Shun Wansan from the Ming Dynasty.
Fu Yuanzi froze.
He was clearly thinking about livelihood, but now he was talking about the future. However, future and livelihood are connected, and he hadn't thought it through. Out of respect for elders and following the advice of the time-traveling predecessor, Fu Yuanji politely asked, What do you think I should do? Simple. Study, take the imperial exams, become an official, and hold a high position, Zhuoshi said. Learn both civil and military skills, and serve the emperor's family. In ancient times, the highest and best lives were for officials. So, if you want a good life, the best way is to become an official. Fu Yuanji nodded secretly, but I studied physics in modern times. I don't know the 4 books and 5 classics. Then learn them. Are they harder than physics? Zhuoshi asked. Which university did you graduate from?
Qingda.
That's easy.
Just spend more time.
If 1 year isn't enough, 2 years. If 2 years aren't enough, 3 or 5. You're still young now, so you can definitely pass. What do you think? Fu Yuanji nodded seriously. Yes. I want to be an official. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll go study. Zhuoshi said. Studying in ancient times was very expensive. You don't know how costly books, ink, paper, and brushes were. Let me tell you about the prices in ancient times. So, Zhuoshi calculated the costs of a farmer's harvest, taxes paid to the court, family expenses, and the costs of ink, paper, brushes, and studying materials. In the end, she summarized, studying is an activity that costs a lot of money. It's hard for farmers to afford it. So, how can you make money while studying? If you need my help, I can support your studies. But once you succeed and stand out, shouldn't you repay me? Fu Yuanji was stunned. He understood. Are you threatening me to show gratitude? Zhuoshi smiled and said, I've already saved your life today. Can you at least show some gratitude now? Fu Yuanji replied, Hey, we're close friends. I never said I wouldn't repay kindness. But where can I find something to thank you with right now? Then I'll write down today's help and your studying support as proof. You sign and seal it. When you're able, you can decide how to repay me, Zhuoshi said. She wasn't the kind of person who did good deeds without leaving a mark. At least she wanted some proof. Whether or not it could be used later, she wanted to secure her benefits first. So, Zhuoshi took out her pen, ink, paper, and inkstone and wrote down everything about how she helped him today and her conditions for supporting his studies. Today, Zhuoshi saved Fu Yuanji and helped him recover. She promises to cover his study expenses. During his studies, she will do her best to help him succeed. After he passes the imperial exam and becomes an official, Fu Yuanji should help Zhuoshi and her family up to 3 times within his ability. The help must not violate ethics or morals. To prevent disputes later, this is a formal agreement, she wrote. Then, she signed her name and pressed her thumbprint on the document. Fu Yuanji looked at the paper, examined it carefully, and without hesitation, signed his name. Compared to Zhuoshi, Fu Yuanji was much more skilled. He knew traditional Chinese characters, unlike Zhuoshi, who had to learn for a while before mastering them. He also knew how to write with a brush, as he was a calligraphy enthusiast. Wow, your handwriting is really beautiful. If you study, you'll probably have a bright future, Zhuoshi said, admiring his writing. No wonder you're a top student at Qingda University. Fu Yuanji tilted his head and tried to act modest. Just SOSO. My talent in this area is far less than in physics. That's why I studied physics. I'm telling you, I'm not bragging. Give me a few more years, and I am confident I can be nominated for the Nobel Prize. Zhuoshi asked, what are you researching that makes you so confident, even about a Nobel nomination? Fu Yuanji tilted his head back, almost wagging his tail if he had won. If you don't believe me, fine, I won't tell you. Zhuoshi rolled his eyes and said impatiently, such a character. Fu Yuanji smiled and said, listen, don't doubt me. If it weren't for you crossing over first and having better conditions than me, and if I weren't someone who believes in helping others, I wouldn't have written any promises to you. Zhuoshi asked back, so I took advantage of you? I haven't helped you at all? Fu Yuanji smiled and said, no, you've helped me a lot too. This is a win-win situation. When both sides benefit, it's good for everyone. In ancient times, we were like a community sharing interests, so it's obvious. He wanted to bring this up because Zhuoshi was criticizing him, saying he was useless. To prove his worth, he mentioned his special skills. But as Zhuoshi said, after arriving in ancient times, He needed to adapt to the rules. Many things from the past had to be hidden, or he might face trouble if he didn't follow the customs of this era. All right, stop joking around. Rest well and heal your wounds. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the study hall. The teacher will test you, and then you can study seriously to become a shiozai, a successful candidate in the imperial exams, as soon as possible, Zhuoshi said. Fu Yuanji was surprised. Is it that urgent? Zhuoshi said, the sooner, the better. Do you think this is just a small matter? After passing the exam and becoming a shiozai, your family won't have to pay taxes on the land anymore. I'll register my land under your name. That's a big income. You don't know how heavy the taxes were in ancient times. Then he explained to Fu Yuanji about the taxes in ancient times, which left Fu Yuanji wide-eyed. They collect so much tax? How do ordinary people survive? Zhuoshi rolled his eyes and said, they go hungry, eating only wild vegetables twice a day. When there's a bad harvest, they have no choice but to sell their children or themselves. What else can they do? Actually, she wanted to register her land under Zhuojiang's name, but Zhuojiang was too young, and it would take many years to pass the exam and become a shiozai. During those years, they still had to pay a lot of taxes, so she was thinking of asking Fu Yuanji for help. Fu Yuanji sighed, the evil feudal society. It seems that life in ancient times was very difficult for him. I didn't have a clear understanding of this before. After living for a while, he will probably realize more deeply the inconveniences, restrictions, cruelty, and backwardness of ancient life. Of course, if you don't pass the imperial exam and become a scholar, I can only farm these fields myself, Zhuoshi said.
Fu Yuanji frowned.
What do you mean? You don't trust me? It's just an imperial scholar. I can get it for you in no time. Although he wasn't confident about becoming a high official, he believed that passing the scholar exam wouldn't be a problem. He was confident in himself. Zhuoshi didn't discourage him. If Fu Yuanji could succeed and stand out, their family could benefit too. Anyway, he still had his guarantee letter. In ancient times, scholars wanted to succeed, and their reputation could not have flaws. As long as she held tightly to the guarantee letter, Fu Yuanji's reputation would be under her control. At least she had something to restrain him. There's no need to tell him that people from the same hometown should trust each other. She did good deeds and asked for a guarantee for herself. What's wrong with that? Everyone was still testing each other. Although they exchanged information and had a basic understanding, no one could be sure about what would happen next. He wanted things to develop positively, and they should become allies, but he still needed to keep some distance. That's what Zhuoshi thought. She believed Fu Yuanji thought the same. Then, take good care of your injury. When you're able to get up, I'll take you to see the teacher. Our village's teacher is an old scholar. His knowledge might not be very deep, but he's good at teaching and very gentle. You can ask him if your level is enough to pass the scholar exam. After you pass, you can go to the county school to study, Zhuoshi said. Fu Yuanji had no objections to this plan. All right, when I can get up, I'll go see him.
Thank you.
His words were sincere, and his thank you came from the heart. Thinking about how he might have been lost and lying alone in the wilderness, he didn't know what might have happened. It certainly wouldn't have been as smooth as it is now. In the evening, Zhuoshi made a light radish and pork rib soup and steamed a carp. The carp was bought from Zhang Wenlin's pond, but not by him personally. Instead, Tian Shi went to buy it. Since his relationship with Zhang Wenlin wasn't very good, it was better to avoid direct contact whenever possible. This meal greatly impressed Fu Yuanji. When he learned that Zhuoshi cooked it, his eyes lit up even more. So you can cook so well? Looks like I'll have good food in the future. Fu Yuanji is good at many things: advanced theories, complex operations, understanding social manners, but he cannot cook. Not exactly that he can't cook, but his cooking is usually quite bad. He can only manage to cook simple meals. If Zhuoshi's cooking could reach 5-star hotel quality, then his own cooking is just like that of someone who just learned to cook, disliked even by himself. If he weren't so hungry, he wouldn't eat his own food. So he often orders takeout or eats at restaurants. Just okay? Thank you for the compliment, Zhuoshi said modestly, though she felt proud inside. After eating, Zhuohua cleaned the dishes, washed them, and tidied up the house. Although Zwasher enjoys cooking, she doesn't like washing dishes or sweeping. She's satisfied with her share of chores at home. She helped Fu Yuanji to the guest room to rest. When the house was built, 2 extra rooms were reserved for guests, and now they are perfect for Fu Yuanji. I need to tell you something, Zwasher said. What is it? Zwasher thought for a moment and explained roughly how they had traveled into a book. She mentioned that the original story's main characters, the male and female leads, are Song Yaowen and Zhang Wenlin from Qingchuan village. She shared the main plot points she knew, but didn't say that Zhang Wenlin was also a traveler or that she wasn't on the same path as her. As for Zhang Wenlin's character, Fu Yuanji would have to judge himself. Are we inside a story about eunuchs? Fu Yuanji asked in disbelief, eyes wide. Really? Zwasher rolled her eyes. What do you think? Fu Yuanji was speechless. He originally thought he had just traveled to a different time and was happy to have found a place like Tongxiang. Now, it turns out he's inside a book, and there's even another traveler. Tell me, how many other travelers are there in this book? He asked nervously, not just asking but feeling quite tense inside. Zwasher said, as far as I know, just us 2. I don't know about anyone else. Lefsher said, Qingchuan village is so small. You look up and see the sky, look down and see the ground. One day we will meet. What do you think?
Fu Yuanzi replied.
You make a good point. I am speechless. Lefsher said, as for her, we don't get along very well. It's not deep hatred, but we hardly speak. She tries to take advantage of me, so I ignore her. You understand, I just don't want trouble. Fu Yuanji asked, is she still not strong enough? Has she not met the main characters or the supporting ones yet?
Probably him.
He hasn't started his career yet. As for whether he has met the main character, I don't know. But they're supposed to be a matching pair, so they should meet, Lefsher said. Of course, this is just my guess. In this story, I haven't seen your name or our family's name. So we are just nameless background characters, maybe not even that. Do you think people like us should actively approach the main characters? Lefsher asked. Fu Yuanji shook his head repeatedly.
No, no.
I want to live a long life. People like us should stay anonymous.
No need to get close to them.
It might not be a bad thing. Maybe we're better off staying out of it. We're just extras. Lefsher smiled. Now that they shared this understanding, there was no need to worry. I tell you, this female lead is really hard to understand, Lefsher said, sharing some things about Jia Ruju with Fu Yuanji. Fu Yuanji sighed. This female lead is quite wild. She has so many supporting men who like her. I almost feel sorry for Song Yaowen. Maybe tomorrow, I'll find some time to watch Jia Ruju and Song Yaowen from afar. Although he didn't want to get involved with the main characters, knowing about them was important. Understanding their situation could help him avoid risks or find a way to benefit from the situation. Don't worry, I will definitely discuss anything with you in the future, Fu Yuanji said. But because Lefsher's family helped him and the master with cooking, he wouldn't hide things from her. Besides, by observing the main characters carefully, he could learn about their character. Time reveals a person's true nature, who can hide their true self forever. Whether the main characters are trustworthy or worth approaching, he can judge for himself. Lefsher also knew that this was Fu Yuanji's decision, but she shared her opinion mainly to give him a warning, to avoid rushing in blindly and falling into someone's trap. If Fu Yuanji really wants to form a united front with Zhang Wenlin, let him do so. Anyway, when the time comes, she will stay far away from them. She is confident she can live well. Fu Yuanji, the reason I told you my identity is because you revealed yours first. I didn't mean to pretend to be weak or to trick you. If someday our relationship is no longer as harmonious as now and you want to part ways, I hope you won't disturb my life. If you truly harm me, I won't hold back. Trust me, I will keep my promises, Zwasher said. Helping is helping, grudges are grudges, positions are positions. She wants to make her stance clear. Fu Yuanji listened in silence for a moment, then looked up and said seriously, don't worry. I will remember your kindness. Even if we can't be friends in the future, we won't be enemies. I'm a simple person who just wants to live a good life, nothing more. People who do scientific research are usually quite pure-hearted. I don't know about others, but my thoughts are very simple. Eat well, drink well, sleep well, and enjoy life. She never thought much about it. If she somehow traveled back to ancient times and met someone who also traveled, and this person could cook and even saved her, as long as this person's character is good, why wouldn't she rely on him? Like he said, mutual benefit is best. As for the main characters, the hero and heroine, what does that have to do with him? The people he knows aren't the hero or heroine. Moreover, the hero in the story is important, and Zwisher told him about her plot. Yes, he already considers her very sincere. Why would he doubt her? Over time, he will naturally see who can truly be relied on. So, why jump to conclusions now? Zwisher said, "All right then, rest well. Good night." Good night. Life went on slowly for the next 2 days. Fu Yuanji was able to get up and walk gradually. He had broken his left arm. The wounds on his arm and thigh had been bandaged. Although walking still caused some pain, it wasn't serious. Under Zwisher's guidance, he went to the master's house. Feng Deng saw that Zwisher had brought another young person, claiming he wanted to study there, and was very surprised. "Why does your family have another student? Who is this kid?" Zwisher smiled and said, "He's a distant relative of ours. We just found him recently. He has a mother, but they got separated some time ago. We don't know if we can find her, so we decided to settle him here for now. When we find his family, we'll all be together." The lantern looked up and down at the young man, noticing his clear features, honest expression, and intelligent appearance. Then it asked him a few questions. Seeing that he thought clearly and answered smoothly, it was probably satisfied. Zwisher gave Feng Deng a silver gift, along with 2 jin of meat and a basket of eggs. Feng Deng refused to accept the gifts, but Zwisher insisted on giving them. She put down the gifts and refused to take them back. "Sir, Brother Fu will trouble you. If he doesn't study seriously, please be strict with him. Make sure to teach him well. If he can pass the imperial exam and become a scholar quickly, I will give you a big red envelope as a reward. His mother is just hoping he can succeed and make a name for himself. She's a widow with no other children, and now he's the only one. You must not let him waste his talent." Hearing this, Feng Deng frowned and said, "Seriously, don't worry. I will watch over him carefully. As long as he has talent, he will succeed." Zwisher turned her head and winked at Fu Yuanji. "Did you hear that? If he doesn't pass, it's because your talent isn't enough." Fu Yuanji smiled helplessly at her and said to Feng Deng, "Thank you, sir. I will work hard." Fu Yuanji successfully stayed to study. Every day, he went out early and returned late with Zhujiang, working hard in his studies. His school's enthusiasm made Zhujiang also become more diligent, which made Mrs. Wen very pleased. Originally, she wasn't sincere about sending Fu Yuanji to study, nor did she oppose it. Now, she fully supported it. In his free time, Fu Yuanji helped with chores at home and also took walks around the village. His presence caused a lot of discussion among the villagers of Qingchuan village. After all, the Zhou family had added another person, and everyone was curious. Fu Yuanji handled their curiosity and inquiries easily. He also took the initiative to visit Jiaoruzhu. But this time, he was very cautious, quietly observing without revealing himself like he did when he first arrived. When he first crossed over, Zwisher discovered that he had lost his disguise, an embarrassing secret of Fu Yuanji. He didn't want this secret to be exposed again. "Big brother Fu, hello. You're really good at studying. Were you a scholar before?" Jiaoruzhu asked.
Fu Yuan si chuckled.
"I've studied a bit." Then Big Brother Fu must be able to pass the imperial exam and become a scholar. "When that happens, don't forget us villagers," Jiaoruzhu said happily. Fu Yuan looked a bit guilty and said, "I hope you're right, but I can't be sure if I will pass the exam." Jiaoruzhu smiled and said, "You will definitely pass." Fu Yuan didn't know where this confidence came from. He said it was from a relative who came to visit, but he was a bit suspicious. Suddenly, a distant relative appeared out of nowhere, someone from far away, a distant cousin he had never heard of before. This relative was quite likable, much more so than Zwisher. Just looking at his appearance was enough to outshine many people in the village. even surpassing Song Yaowen. Well, Song Yaowen was actually quite handsome, at least in Jiao Rujua's eyes. He was a standard handsome man. But Fu Yuan was different. Compared to Song Yaowen, he looked more strong, brave, and charming. He wondered why someone like him was a farmer's son. In ancient society, it was rare to develop such a demeanor from a rural background. Fu Yuan nodded politely to her and then walked away to check the questions his teacher had given him. Although the old scholar, Wind Lantern, had failed many times and was too old to pass the imperial exams, he still had a good eye for reading. He couldn't write good essays himself, but offered helpful advice. His guidance was very important to Fu Yuan. A native of ancient times giving advice could help him avoid many mistakes in the exam. Recently, Fu Yuan also asked Song Yaowen for help because he was a well-known scholar in the village, with good knowledge and insights. Talking with Song, Yaowen gave him many new ideas. However, Fu Yuan found classical Chinese grammar very difficult. Many texts were so deep that he couldn't understand them, let alone write. He believed that understanding grammar and the habits of classical Chinese expression was his main problem. Once he solved this, his writing would improve quickly, and passing the scholar exam wouldn't be far away. He thought it was a process of training and enlightenment, but he didn't know when he would find the right method. He decided to take his time and keep practicing. Back home, Fu Yuan helped turn the soil in the vegetable garden and picked some greens to bring home. In the evening, he cooked stir-fried greens with mincemeat, made an egg soup, and hoped to prepare seaweed braised pork. Yesterday, Zhuosher came back and bought some seaweed. Speaking of which, it was strange. Why would there be seaweed here, far from the coast in the mountains? After asking around, he found out it was brought from elsewhere and sold cheaply. He thought eating more seaweed was a good idea. He still doesn't know that the kelp was exchanged from the system by Zhuosher. If he knew about the system's existence, he would definitely be very surprised. However, the system is the greatest secret of the ancestor and will not be revealed easily. If it can be kept hidden, it definitely will be. The next day, the Wen family went to the county to sell embroidery. Coincidentally, Fu Yuanji was resting. Since Lu Sheng had left, Fu Yuanji was the one driving the cart. Don't ask how Fu Yuanzi learned to drive. He fell off the mule many times, leaving behind blood and tears. Later, he learned how to drive a cattle cart from Chen Chongxing in the village. After practicing twice, he mastered driving the mule cart. This time, let me drive the cart into town, Zhuosher said. She vividly remembered Fu Yuanji's experience of learning to drive. Very sad, but also very funny. Zhuosher thought she should learn this skill too. After all, in ancient times, besides ships, horses were the fastest way to travel. Their mules were almost as fast as horses, so once she learned to ride and drive a mule cart, switching to a horse would be similar. Now that she has learned to drive a car, she wouldn't forget how to do it in ancient times. This is a very important skill. Without someone to drive the cart, even if there were a cart, it couldn't be moved. That would be very troublesome. When Lu Sheng was around, Zhuosher didn't realize this problem. Now that she's walking on the road, Fu Yuanzi's experience made her realize how important it is to learn a skill. Can you do it? Fu Yuanji raised an eyebrow. Zhuosher smiled at him. If you can do it, I can too. Why can't she do it? Even if she can't, she will learn. At worst, she will practice more. Seeing her determination, Fu Yuanji said nothing. He handed her the reins and warned, "Go slowly at first. Pay attention to steering. Don't use too much force when driving." Zhuosher nodded. Fu Yuanji continued, "Don't worry, I'll watch from the side. Nothing will happen. As long as she goes slowly, there shouldn't be any big problems." When he practiced, no one was inside the cart. But now that Zhuosher was driving, there was someone sitting inside. He needed to watch carefully. Zhuosher was quite brave. She thought that since the mule was walking slowly, there wouldn't be any big mistakes. When she was driving a cattle cart in the village before, there were no problems, so she believed she could handle a mule cart too. The mule cart moved forward slowly and steadily, but not very fast. Later, when she got lost and started looking for her way, she sped up the mule cart. Fu Yuanji was worried but didn't say anything, just watched quietly. Until the car smoothly stopped at the entrance of the county town, Fu Yuanji finally relaxed his tense breath. When the Wen family members got out and saw that the entire journey had been driven by Zhuo Shi, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. "Little Shi, you're so amazing. Second sister, you're so impressive." Just learning to drive a cart for a few days was enough to take it from the village to the county. Zhuo Shi also thought she was brave enough, but she was also lucky. Everyone sighed and agreed that Zhuo Shi was very talented, especially Zhuojiang, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to try himself. "Second sister, I want to learn how to drive a cart when I grow up," he said. As the only boy, he couldn't let his sisters do all the hard work. He wanted to learn too. Zhuo Shi smiled and said, "Okay, when you're a little older, I'll teach you." Zhuojiang's face fell, a bit unhappy. Recently, he had heard many promises about growing up soon, and he was eager to grow up quickly. Sadly, he couldn't just sleep and wake up taller. If he could, he thought he might be able to reach the sky. I wish I could grow up in a day," he sighed. Seeing his gloomy face, everyone burst into laughter. "Don't worry, when the day comes that you can help out, our family's many sisters will rely on you," Wen said. "Good, that's great. I'll work hard." Zhuojiang clenched his fists and nodded firmly. Zhuo Shi thought he was like a fluffy puppy, wagging his tail, eager to please his owner. He was a very adorable little dog. Everyone followed went into the embroidery workshop. Wen took Zhuo inside to meet with the shopkeeper and hand over the embroidery work they had previously agreed on. Meanwhile, Zhuo Shi, Zhuojiang, Fu Yuanji, and others stayed nearby, soaking in the atmosphere. They kept staring at the items inside the workshop, loudly exclaiming in admiration. There were purses, handkerchiefs, fan surfaces, screens, and many other beautiful things, so stunning that they could be considered artworks. In today's world, such items could be collected as art pieces, not casually used. In ancient times, however, these were everyday objects. Skilled embroidery women could craft these items with their craftsmanship. It seems that ancient times and modern times are quite different, but not all differences are bad, Fu Yuanji mused. He finally saw some benefits of living in ancient times, but he only dared to think this silently and not say it aloud. Since being exposed by Zhuo Shi, he has become very careful and never leaves any traces outside. "These things are really nice and sell for quite a high price," Zhuo Shi said. The shopkeeper chuckled and replied, "Miss, our items are good quality. Compared to others, you'll never think we're expensive." Zhuo Shi felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had spoken out loud. How could he say such things about others' belongings in front of them? "It's good, but just too expensive. I'm poor and can't afford it," Zhuo Shi said. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "You're joking. You can learn to make them yourself someday. Your mother will help you. If you really like something, ask your mother to buy it for you." Zhuo Shi smiled silently. He liked these things, but he wouldn't spend a lot of money on them. As the shopkeeper said, his mother would make them for him. As long as the patterns on the items looked beautiful, he didn't care what fabric they were made of. Mrs. Wen smiled warmly and said, "Shopkeeper, your items are very good. We'll buy from you when we have more money." The shopkeeper smiled and replied, "That's good. I'll be waiting." "Lady Wen, your embroidery looks very beautiful lately. It will be even better when you embroider for your daughter." "Shopkeeper, you're flattering me. I came here mainly to get more work from you and discuss the designs I want to embroider," Mrs. Wen said. This time, she embroidered 10 handkerchiefs, 5 of which had a screen pattern on them, earning over 3 taels of silver in total. It was a very productive batch, and the quality was quite good, which made the shopkeeper very satisfied. "Would you like to take more large screens back? Each screen costs 10 taels of silver. I believe I will cover the fabric and materials. Just focus on embroidering well. With your skills, you should be able to finish one in about a month. If the work is good and the customers are satisfied, and the deal goes through, I will give you another 10 taels of silver," the shopkeeper said. Last time, when Mrs. Wen came to pick up work, her family was poor, so she didn't buy her own thread or fabric. She only used what the shopkeeper provided, embroidering according to his instructions, and the work was very beautiful. The shopkeeper earned a lot of money from her. This time, Mrs. Wen was different. She could buy her own fabric and thread, come up with new designs, and complete the work independently. By promoting her work to more embroidery shops, she could earn much more than just 10 or 20 taels. Her earnings could multiply several times, and even a single screen could be worth hundreds of taels or over 100 taels of silver. Helping others with work, where can the boss earn more? Although he sells embroidery, it is a very simple job, but working for others is quite different from working independently. So instead, this time I want to buy my own materials to embroider, so I don't need the shopkeeper to provide fabric. The shopkeeper was pleased, understanding that Wen now had money and might not want to do those small paid jobs anymore. That's normal. He thought, if I can get this benefit once, that's enough. Can I get it every time? The shopkeeper was open-minded and smiled, saying, all right, you can look at what fabrics you want to buy. I have good materials here, fans, handkerchiefs, clothes, screens, all kinds. You can choose what you like and I'll give you a discount. When you finish your embroidery, come to our embroidery room to see it. If you like it, you can put the finished piece in our storage for sale or sell it directly to me. Whatever works. The shopkeeper highly valued Wen's embroidery skills. If she was willing to sell her finished embroidery here, it could attract customers or directly sell her work, which would benefit her. He was friendly and polite, showing kindness. Wen took the opportunity and said, all right then. Please trouble the shopkeeper. No trouble at all. It's my pleasure to help with your business, the shopkeeper said happily. He personally helped Wen choose the fabric she wanted and also gave her some scraps as a bonus. Wen was grateful, thanked the shopkeeper, and bought 2 sets of fabric for Fu Yuanji to make clothes. When Fu Yuanji arrived, he had almost nothing, but later she made him 2 sets, though he still lacked some. She tried to make as much as she could to help him. After selling her items, Wen and everyone else left the embroidery shop and went shopping. Aunt Rong took Zhuge to buy some snacks, fresh vegetables, rice, oil, salt, and other daily necessities. Wen took Zhujiang, Zhuahua, Zhuashi, and Fu Yuanji to a bookstore. Zhuahua wanted to buy some rice paper for practicing calligraphy and also wanted to write in a notebook. She has recently been telling very good stories at home, and with the help of Zhuashi, she has developed strong logical thinking skills. Although Zhuashi cannot write stories himself, he has good appreciation skills. He suggested some ideas, which inspired her imagination, allowing her to write many wonderful stories. Fu Yuanji and Zhujiang went to buy the 4 books and 5 classics, along with some exam materials. Zhujiang's purchases are helping him build a solid foundation. Fu Yuanjin bought practical items, such as past exam practice questions. Zhuashi helped Zhuahua choose some notebooks and bought books for Zhujiang and Fu Yuanji. He has already mastered traditional Chinese characters from ancient times. Now, he mainly reads poetry collections, stories, history books, and geographical records. His reading is broad but narrow in focus and not very targeted, but he enjoys it and others don't criticize him. Everyone bought many things at the bookstore, spending over 10 taels of silver. When paying, everyone felt a bit distressed, except Fu Yuanji, who was confused about the situation. After spending so much money, we can only work harder and earn more. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep reading these books, Zhuahua said. She is not like Zhuashi, who quickly learned to recognize all the characters. Zhuashi doesn't need to study cultural knowledge. He only needs to buy books and read them to learn. After finishing his studies, he dropped out early. Zhuahua and the others will spend much more time studying. This is just burning money. Burning money, Zhuashi muttered. But the value of these expenses is worth it. We must work harder to earn more money in the future. She understands the importance of reading better than anyone. As long as they study well, the money they spend now will be multiplied many times over in the future. Although there are some difficulties now, as long as they work hard and find ways to earn it back, it will be fine. She has plenty of ideas herself. Zhuge clenched her small fist and said, Mother, I will work hard to earn money. When I go back, I will embroider good handkerchiefs for you. She is the only child in the family interested in embroidery and has a talent for it. She is now learning embroidery from Ensure and doing quite well. However, since she also needs to study and is a playful child, she spends less time on embroidery and more on playing. Just like before is fine, no need to spend too much time. You're still a child, don't worry. Mother will earn enough money to let you all study, Wenshir said. Zwagu still felt worried. Hearing Wenshir's words, her face turned red with suppressed emotion. She secretly made up her mind to embroider more handkerchiefs when she returned home. Zwahua's ideas in her heart must be better now. She plans to do some housework and help her mother lighten her load. Later, she will work harder with Rong Aunt to earn money. She has helped Rong Aunt sell snacks several times. Zwashir suggested, "Big sister, I think your drawing book is very good. Why not write more stories and try to sell them at the bookstore? I believe your stories are better than many scripts, and surely someone will want to buy your books." Actually, she had mentioned this idea before, but she was still practicing and preparing. This time, Zwahua brought it up proactively. Zwashir thought she should give her some confidence and encourage her more. Zwahua nodded seriously. "When I go back, I will write stories and show you. Next time, we can sell them together." Zwashir agreed happily. Yes. I can help you come up with ideas. We can discuss the outline and decide what kind of story to write. Then you write it, and we make the story perfect together.
Fuyuansi, listening nearby, chuckled.
You're cheating. If you give her ideas, how can her stories not become great? Although he is a physics PhD and very busy, often in the lab, he still reads online novels in his free time. He doesn't read many, but some common plot tricks, jokes, and strange imaginations really impress him. As a modern person, if he gives ancient people such help, Zwahua's stories should still be interesting, right? Unless Zwahua truly has no talent, she should be able to make some money from her stories. But if she really writes well and sells a lot, the biggest success depends on her talent. Seeing Zwashir's expression, it's clear Zwahua has quite good talent. Otherwise, Zwashir wouldn't suggest her to do this. She wouldn't lack this judgment. I've decided to go back and make some new snacks. Later, I will take them to Rong Aunt to sell, Zwashir said. What snacks? Everyone was very curious. Zwashir's cooking is so delicious that the whole family is her fans. She doesn't just make one type of snack. She always makes some for them first, improves it, and then sells it outside. Their home has many kinds of snacks. Some are sold outside, some are not available outside, and they have those too. Once I buy the ingredients and make them at home, you'll see, Zwashir said with a smile. She first went to buy more than 10 fish, then bought many wild vegetables. The fish were very cheap, and the vegetables cost only 10 coins for a basket. Besides, she bought a lot of small shrimp. After returning home, she simply boiled the small shrimp caught from the river, dried them, ground them into powder, and made them into seasoning. She kept all of it to sprinkle into dishes later, enhancing the flavor and freshness. Wild vegetables are everywhere. During times of famine, she stored some, and the local people also like to dry their homegrown vegetables and wild greens for later use. Fresh wild vegetables taste good, and dried ones are also delicious. She can make both into tasty dishes. After buying everything, the family drove back home. Once there, Zwashir quickly showed her cooking skills in the kitchen. Madame Rong helped her, and Zwahua assisted with lighting the fire. Zwashir skillfully prepared the fish on the chopping board, removing the skin and bones, then cutting it into small pieces and mashing the fish into paste, removing any remaining bones. She mixed flour with chopped green onions, shrimp powder, slices, soy sauce, and other ingredients like plantains, dried tangerine peel, pepper, and pepper powder, which she had exchanged from the system. She poured the fish paste into a bowl, added the flour and seasonings, and kneaded everything together into small, delicate fish balls. She placed the fish balls in a bowl to rest for a while, then added a little water to soak them. When the water in the pot boiled, she carefully dropped the fish balls in. The fish balls, about the size of lychee, floated and sank in the hot water, bouncing and rolling as they cooked. They looked like playful little beads, very pretty. As they cooked, the aroma of the fish and the seasonings filled the kitchen naturally. Everyone in the kitchen took a deep breath, saliva already pooling in their mouths. What's that smell? It smells so good, someone outside asked. Fish balls, Zhuo replied. I added some seasonings, so they might taste even fresher and more fragrant than usual. Fu Yuanji's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. Since arriving in ancient times, he hadn't had authentic modern hot pot for a long time. He didn't expect Zhuo to make fish balls and even a fish ball vegetable soup. The wild vegetables were brought out by her, and the dish was so delicious. He truly admired her. Not to mention the taste. He could eat 2 big bowls of rice with this wild vegetable soup. One fish ball, soft and tender, with a rich, fresh flavor. An incredible feeling, truly. As long as he could enjoy such delicious meals every day, Fu Yuanji felt that even in ancient times, it wouldn't be so bad. Second miss, this food is so delicious. I think if we sell it in town, we could get a good price. Not only in town, but also in the county, it should sell well. Maybe we should sell it in the county where more people are. Unfortunately, Uncle Lu isn't here. We'll wait until he returns to decide. Aunt Rome was surprised but then smiled and said, That's fine. I also want to learn how to drive a cart. It might be useful in the future, and I think I can learn. She had never thought about learning to drive a cart before, but today, when Zhuo drove the cart into the town, she was very shocked. Plus, Lien Zhuojiang also wanted to learn, and since he often needed to use a cart, the idea of learning to drive became appealing. Zhuo smiled and said, All right, when the time comes, let Fu Yuanji teach you. I can help out when I have free time. So, everyone in the family, except for Mrs. Wen, started thinking about learning to drive a cart. Mrs. Wen wasn't interested and didn't want to learn, so no one forced her. After dinner, Zhuo gave Aunt Rome the recipe for fish balls, various seasonings, and hot pot preparation. She also mentioned her idea for spicy hot pot. They used ingredients like pepper, garlic, slices, star anise, soy sauce, chili, and others, along with tofu, greens, chives, fish balls, pork tenderloin, chicken wings, and more. Everything was marinated with seasonings in advance, so that when put into the hot pot or grilled or boiled, it would taste very good. The next day, after tasting the spicy hot pot, the whole family agreed to sell it in the county. I've decided. From now on, my favorite dish will be spicy hot pot, Zhuojiang said. Zhuo looked at him with a half smile and asked, What are you saying?
What are you talking about?
Have you forgotten?
How many times have you said that?
Whenever he was excited about food, he usually got the family's approval, especially since he was a little foodie. When he wasn't eating, he was very enthusiastic, claiming it was his favorite food. But when a new food appeared, he would say the same thing again. Zhuojiang couldn't help but chuckle. Second sister, this stuff is really delicious. Zhuo said, You don't need to tell me. Hurry up and go. The big hot pot is ready. Let's talk about other things later. Zhuojiang went to the study to do his homework as instructed. The next day, Aunt Rome started preparing ingredients for the spicy hot pot. She went to the county to set up a shop, with the help of Boss Zhang, renting a store from the Zhang family. On the third day, the two of them went to set up a stall in the county, and business was very busy. Within an hour, they sold out 2 large buckets of ingredients and earned a good amount of silver coins. Wow, we made more than 1 or 2 silver coins today. If we keep earning this much every day, in a month we could have 30 or 50 silver coins. That's amazing, miss. We have money now. Aunt Rome was very excited, counting the money happily. In the past, they never thought they could earn 1 or 2 silver coins in a day. All the ingredients were sold out and many people wanted to buy. That's nothing. If we do well, we can buy a shop in the county, Zhuo said. Today, they rented a shop from Boss Zhang for their stall. Because the space was small and a bit remote, it was usually used for storing goods. Zhuo cleaned it up and used it. The location was good, but it was a little small. In the future, Zhuo wanted to buy a slightly larger shop, but she still needed to work hard. They smoothly packed up and hurried home by cart. How is the business today?
Mrs. Wen asked.
Very good. Zhong Sheng and I came back quickly. We can take 2 more large buckets of food to sell later. Once our reputation spreads, the business will get even better, Zhuo said. Mrs. Wen already knew this. The things Zhuo made were very popular and sold out quickly. She was confident they would sell well, so she only asked out of curiosity, never worried about not being able to sell the goods. Their days passed peacefully, busy with studying, selling things, farming, and tending the land, each doing their own job. It's worth mentioning that Zhuohua wrote a novel during this time and managed to sell it. The novel was called Passing the Imperial Exam. Zhuoshir helped decide the theme and gave some ideas, but she only provided the main direction. The detailed writing was done by Zhuohua herself. When Zhuoshir read the novel, she found the story interesting and was quite satisfied with her work. She felt a strong sense of involvement and achievement. Xiao Shi, what kind of story should I write?
Zhuohua asked. Zhuoshir was surprised.
What kind of story would be good, fitting for ancient times, beautiful, and sell well for a good price? She started to think carefully. A melodramatic story about a powerful hero who collects women and has a harem, where women see the hero and can't resist, eagerly giving money and gifts, even willingly becoming concubines? Men would definitely like such stories. But she didn't want to write that. It was too uncomfortable. No, let's change it. What if the protagonist is a merchant, like a dominant CEO in ancient times? Zhuoshir shivered, feeling goosebumps rise. No need to think about it, I've already decided. Without saying it aloud, many men would love to read this kind of story. Considering the status of merchants in ancient times, few people probably viewed merchants favorably. Lacking relatability, it wouldn't excite readers or appeal to their interests. What about a martial arts story? Martial arts are based on strength and discipline. While the passionate feelings of young heroes are nice, she's unsure if writing this might offend the court's sensitivities. She plans to read others' martial arts stories first. For now, she wants to write a safe story. As her first novel, it must be safe, reliable, and aligned with ancient values, so she doesn't ruin her confidence. If her first book becomes popular, that would be even better. One success leads to another. So, choosing the right theme is very important. Zhuoshir thought for a long time, filtering through different genres in her mind, making choices along the way. Finally, she decided, let's go with the Imperial Examination. The male protagonist will be the main character, and the story will focus on his mother doing many admirable things to help him succeed. Men will see that women can be wise and admirable too, and they'll want a mother like that. If this book sells well, she plans to write a story with a female protagonist next. Since Zhuoshir is a girl, she relates more to stories with female leads, which makes it easier to connect. One story with a strong male lead and one with a strong female lead, alternating between them. Why must she write a story with a male protagonist? Because in ancient times, most scholars were men. If her stories ignore male perspectives, she'd be missing out on the biggest market. On the other hand, writing stories with female leads aims to increase the charm of female characters. It shows men that women, often overlooked, can also shine brightly and freely. This could help men realize that women can be just as talented and worthy as men, gradually raising women's status. Forget it. These are future considerations. Left explained to her what serialization is, and then Zhuohua understood. After a moment of silence, she began to think and spent an afternoon outlining the main story and details. 3 days later, Zhuohua's comic notebook was finished. The Zhuo family members, as the first readers, eagerly looked at it. More accurately, they acted as the first audience. Seeing the story Zhuohua wrote gave her a strange sense of achievement. Although she didn't write it herself, she contributed to it, and that feeling was very special. She started reading with Zhuohua's clear and neat handwriting, and she quickly became absorbed in the story. In the 18th year of Daqing Chongda, the Qinghe prefecture faced a rare 100-year drought. The sun blazed overhead, scorching the earth mercilessly. The story's main idea is, for several months, there was no rain and farmers couldn't survive. They left with their limited food and belongings, beginning a difficult escape from famine. The male protagonist's name is Li Hongyi. Since he is a scholar, his name is elegant, taken from the Analects of Confucius, which says, a scholar must be broad-minded and determined. Originally, Qin Shubai wanted a more down-to-earth name, but after thinking, He decided this name was suitable and respectable for a scholar. Li Hongyi's family has 5 members. His father died early, leaving only his widowed mother. He is the oldest son and has 3 younger sisters. As the only man in the family, Li Hongyi is responsible for pulling the cart and protecting his mother and sisters during their escape. Along the way, relying on Li Hongyi's luck and his mother's wisdom, they find food to survive. After escaping for half a year and traveling thousands of miles, they finally settle in a mountain village called Shunli. Li Hongyi helps his mother earn money to support the family. During this time, he hunts on the mountain and works in the fields, but he also keeps up with his studies. The phrase "a scholar is useless" doesn't fit Li Hongyi at all. Here, Zhuohua also included some personal opinions. She criticized those who only cling to family members like parents and siblings, thinking they are superior because they read books, and who ignore others' efforts without shame. She also wrote about another village character, an eccentric old lady favored by her grandmother, who is eager for her grandson to pass the imperial exams. The old lady is harsh to her 3 sons because her 3rd son has no sons, only 2 daughters. She makes her 3rd son and his daughters work hard for her eldest grandson. However, the eldest grandson is ambitious but inept. By the age of 20, he still can't pass the exams, cannot carry or lift things, and looks down on his relatives, scolding them arrogantly. He is especially disliked. In the end, this grandson becomes involved in gambling and other vices, even selling the family land, turning out to be a thoroughly irresponsible descendant. Compared to the reckless behavior of the opposing group, Li Hongyi's image appears even more admirable. Zhuohua also wrote about Li Hongyi's mother, who worked hard to earn money and support her family, farming, buying land, and gathering medicinal herbs, doing everything she could. Zhuohua highlighted her wisdom, resilience, broad-mindedness, and gentle strength, portraying her as a tough but kind woman. He also briefly mentioned some modern business skills passed down through her, adding new ideas. Zhuohua was very satisfied with this part, and so was Li Pe, but the main focus remains on Li Hongyi. The unmarried girls from Mount Shang village all liked Li Hongyi, subtly showing their affection, but he rejected them all. Li Hongyi worked hard to improve himself, avoiding the trap set by Zhang Dafu, the son of a jealous landlord, who tried to harm him. Later, a teacher at the local school recognized Li Hongyi's talent and took special care of him. During teaching, the teacher realized Li Hongyi was extraordinary and wanted to marry his daughter to him, hoping to invest early. Li Hongyi politely refused, saying his family was poor and he didn't want to delay the girl's future. He only wanted to focus on studying. The teacher admired him more and offered to support him, even suggesting marriage. Li Hongyi declined again, firmly refusing. The teacher was upset, feeling insulted, and withdrew his favor, coldly ignoring Li Hongyi. Li Hongyi was passionate about studying and scored first again in the school exams. Zhang Dafu, furious, hired someone to throw a deadly bamboo leaf into Li Hongyi's bedding. Unexpectedly, another student accidentally fell into the bedding and was bitten by a snake, becoming seriously ill. Li Hongyi was falsely accused of malicious intent, blamed, and not only had to pay compensation but also lost his reputation. But how could the protagonist be harmed? With the help of Zhuohua's mother, who is the author's real mother, Li Hongyi cleverly identified the real culprit, caught Peng Dafu, and cleared his name. The teacher realized he had misunderstood Li Hongyi, looked displeased, and simply made Peng Dafu pay him 100 taels of silver as compensation. How could a flawless character like the hero accept money to frame someone? After making Peng Dafu apologize, Li Hongyi donated the 100 taels to poor students in the school to buy pens and ink, earning even greater respect among the students and gaining popularity. Back home, Li Hongyi told his mother what happened. She suggested he change schools for his future. So, the family sold their property and headed to the capital. Just 50 miles into the journey, they encountered bandits who ruled the mountains and robbed them. Sigh, so tiring. Left Hua rubbed her sore wrist and neck, then looked at her draft on the table. She said, "This is as far as I've written." Li Hongyi faces danger and steps forward to confront the bandits. How can a weak scholar handle fierce and evil bandits? This makes readers worry about Li Hongyi's fate. You're really clever. That captures the essence of serial stories. In the future, people might even send mean messages, Leftpa chuckled. Thinking for a moment, she suddenly brightened. Let's call it passing the imperial exam. It's clear and fitting. I'm a genius. Once the ink dried, she carefully stored the pages. I'll write the rest tomorrow. I believe I can finish it then. More precisely, she wanted her language to sound a little more elegant. Leftpa told her not to use classical Chinese, as most readers wouldn't like it. Just pay attention to grammar a little. Tomorrow, I can write 10,000 words. In a few days, I'll finish this book. Ancient books are usually short, but I wonder if people will like my long story. Leftpa was actually nervous. She believed in her plot, but she'd never sold or shared her stories before. She wasn't sure what readers liked. Maybe she should invite her family to listen. They could give her ideas and help her improve. Also, her family members can write even if they can't read. When she drafts, someone can copy it faster. She decided to act quickly. She told Leftpa her plan and asked, is this okay? Leftpa smiled and said, of course. You're very talented, smart and good at writing stories. You'll definitely sell them. Maybe you should ask your family for opinions too? Leftpa nodded eagerly. Yes. They quickly called the Wen family and the others into the study. They read their stories aloud, watched their reactions, and asked for feedback. Leftga and Leftjiang liked the stories, but Leftpa wasn't happy just because they praised her. She knew that no matter what story she told, these two would say it was good. She mainly wanted to hear opinions from Wen and Fu Yuanji. Fu Yuanji looked at Swisher and smiled, understanding her role in the story. That's good. This story is quite nice. It should sell well and be popular for serialization. The first book will sell well, and the second can sell even more. Hearing this, Zhuahua's heart felt lighter, and she smiled happily. Thank you, Brother Fu. Swisher. She realized that her many words were less impactful than Fu Yuanji's single sentence. It was a bit frustrating. Zhuge and Zhujiang looked at the story for about 15 minutes, then both stared at Zhuahua in surprise. Big sister, this story is so good. Is it true? Do you know Li Hongyi? Your previous stories weren't this exciting or realistic. I think your story about us escaping famine makes sense. Zhuji's eyes were wide, and her long eyelashes fluttered, looking very cute. Zhujiang asked, No. Third sister, is this story about our escape from famine? The main character in the story is so powerful, but we don't have Li Hongyi. The story's beginning is very interesting, but it's not finished. What happens next? Are there dangers on the escape journey? Will Li Hongyi go to take exams again? Please write more. Swisher said, Art comes from life, but is better than life. My big sister story is based on what we've experienced, but it includes some fiction. When she writes, she puts her ideas into it, good and evil, making villains get their punishment and good people find peace. Zhuge and Zhujiang nodded. I see. So, big sister, what happens next? Did Shun get lost? The story stopped halfway. Wasn't that just teasing the reader? Zhuahua was very surprised. Do you want to know? Of course. Why else would we read it? Zhuahua's confidence grew. I want to sell this story, so I've been writing it these days. When I make money, I'll buy new books for Xiaojiang and new clothes for you. Is that okay? No need, big sister. I'll buy my own, Zhujiang said. Big sister, you work hard. I don't want new clothes either, Zhuge said. It's good to know you care about others. Swisher felt a bit reassured. Once I get better, I'll buy books, clothes, and food. You two just focus on studying and helping out at home. Our family will work together to earn money. One day, Xiaojiang will become an official, and we'll all have a good life. Zhuge and Zhujiang were excited by her beautiful future plans. Their faces turned red with excitement, and they nodded heavily. We will listen carefully and work hard to earn money. Several people talked about Manhwa, then they had dinner together. After washing up, they went to bed early. In ancient times, there was no nightlife, so everyone slept early. Zhuohua found lamp oil at home and wrote down her thoughts for the day. She was tired after a busy day, and since she was still a child, she rested after a while and fell asleep. The next day, Zhuohua focused on writing her book and was in a very good mood. Her family knew she was working on something important, so they didn't bother her. They either cleaned the house or sat quietly nearby, watching her write and being considerate by serving tea and water. This work is really tiring. Even though my ideas are clear now, my hands are truly exhausted. Her waist ached, her back hurt, and her hands cramped, which was very uncomfortable. Zhuojiang looked at her and missed her keyboard, her voice tools, and her various devices. If only these things existed in ancient times. Everyone, why don't you read it aloud, and I'll write it down?
Zhuoshur suggested.
Zhuohua thought for a moment and agreed, okay, let's try. As night fell, the siblings climbed into bed to rest. Zhuohua's story notebook was quickly finished. The story was very smooth. After completing the first part, she and Zhuoshur went to the county to take the story to several bookstores to promote it. Zhuohua was very nervous. She couldn't sleep well the night before, tossing and turning. When she got up the next day, she had big dark circles under her eyes. When they entered the shop, they still hesitated before walking in. Once inside, they went straight to see the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, my uncle, who is a scholar, recently wrote a story. He's not interested in letting others know it's his work, so he sent me and my sister here to show you the story. Please take a look and see if it's good enough to sell here. The shopkeeper looked at the two young girls. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but when he heard Zhuoshur speak so fluently and saw her look of knowledge, he put away his indifference and took the story notebook to look at it. He read a few pages, then asked eagerly, "Is it finished? What about the rest of the story?" Zhuoshur smiled and said, "My uncle hasn't finished the rest yet. He said he wants to sell this first, and if it sells well, he will continue writing. If the sales are not good, then there's no need to write more." The shopkeeper clapped his hands and patted his thigh angrily. "That won't do. If I sell a story that ends without an ending, people will criticize me harshly. Go back quickly and ask your uncle to finish the story." After thinking for a moment, the shopkeeper became a bit impatient. "Maybe I should go back with you and meet your uncle. I can talk to him about taking over the story." He was determined to persuade their uncle to write the story because he felt this story could be very popular. It included everything men like: officialdom, beautiful women, bandits, both smart and brave characters, smooth scenes, passionate struggles. All the things men enjoy. So, why worry about poor sales? Zhuohua's eyes showed some nervousness. Where was this uncle? Clearly, she had written the story herself. She couldn't understand why he kept saying that. But she definitely couldn't agree to the shopkeeper going to their house to find the so-called uncle. That would give everything away. She heard the shopkeeper say, "Shopkeeper, my uncle said you should take this story first. Just take one step. He will come out a few more times later. If it sells well, we can add more later. If not, we can adjust accordingly. It won't lose much, right? Doing business means leaving some options. If it doesn't sell well, the shopkeeper can lose less. If it sells well, think about it. If the first volume sells well, more people will want to buy the second. They will come to you to pre-order. Then we can print more copies, sell even more, and you can prepare in advance. Plus, one book can bring many customers. Isn't that better?" The shopkeeper was stunned after hearing this. He thought carefully about Zhuoshur's words and realized they made a lot of sense. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes, that's right. Let's just sell one first." Zhuoshur said, "Shopkeeper, you're so wise. How much do you think this storybook can sell for?" Zhuohua picked up her storybook and stared directly at the shopkeeper. She really wanted to know how much her storybook could sell for. This was the moment to test the results. When money was mentioned, the shopkeeper's happy expression faded a little. Although he believed strongly in this story and thought it could sell for a high price, his nature as a businessman made him want to lower the price to make more profit. But he was also worried that the price he offered might be too low, so he missed out on the story. There is also a next volume. The shopkeeper has already thought about how to promote and sell the story later to make more money. After careful consideration, the shopkeeper finally spoke, 100 taels of silver per book. He thought for a moment and added, if the number and quality of the albums are the same as this time, I will also pay 100 taels. If you agree, we can sign the contract now. Zhuahua gasped, surprised that she could sell a picture book for 100 taels. She had only been working on her drawings at home for about 10 days, and she could earn so much silver? Her eyes sparkled, and she started to breathe faster, eager to jump up right away. The excitement of earning honest silver made her feel overwhelmed with joy. But she remembered she had to stay calm. Her face turned red from excitement, and she tightly held Zhuasher's hand. Zhuasher gently squeezed her hand back and patted her on the back of her hand, signaling her not to worry. Everything was under control. Zhuasher said, "Shopkeeper, I have another way to share the money. Would you like to hear it?" The shopkeeper became interested. "Are you unhappy with the 100 taels? Let me tell you, if your story wasn't good, I wouldn't pay so much. Usually, new writers get 10 or 20 taels. I am offering a very fair price." If she was still unhappy with this price and wanted more money, the shopkeeper would be unable to help her. "I've already spent a lot to produce this. If I add more, I might not be able to afford it. Maybe you should check other bookstores." "Young lady, don't be too greedy. Even your uncle wouldn't find fault if he came. No other shop is as honest and kind as mine." Zhuasher kept thinking to herself, he's really kind, but what's with that subtle threat? Zhuasher said, "Shopkeeper, you are indeed a kind person, but I have another method of sharing the profits that benefits both of us. Would you like to hear it?" "Oh, what method?" the shopkeeper asked with interest. Zhuasher said, "For this first booklet, I want to charge based on sales. The initial price is 10 taels of silver. You take the book to sell, cover printing, labor, and other costs, and we split the profits 30 to 70, with you taking 70%. When you sell a certain number of copies, you pay us accordingly. How does that sound? Of course, if you are worried about risks and do not want to pay for the printing costs, I can contribute 100 taels of silver to share the risk. The shopkeeper puts in 100 taels, I also contribute 100 taels, and I have also provided the book. In this case, the profit sharing would be reversed, with a 70-30 split. What do you think, shopkeeper?" When the shopkeeper heard this, he widened his eyes and kept blinking at her. "You're so confident. Do you really think this book will sell well?" the shopkeeper asked. Luo Shi calmly replied, "Yes, I am quite optimistic about it, so I came to discuss this with you. Aren't you willing to spend 100 taels to buy this picture book? I also trust your judgment." The shopkeeper hesitated and couldn't find words to doubt her. After all, he was willing to spend 100 taels to buy this picture book, which shows its value. If he now argued against it, it would be embarrassing. "Would you be willing to cooperate with us if we give you a copy of the book? If yes, how should we work together?"
Luo asked.
The shopkeeper smiled and said, "I still think buying it for 100 taels is the best deal." Luo also smiled and said, "It seems you have good judgment, shopkeeper. But we only accept 2 of the following options, a 70-30 split, depending on which one the shop chooses. This was specially instructed by my uncle, and we cannot go against it. If you really don't want to choose, I can look at other bookstores," she added. "Other bookstores?" The shopkeeper was anxious inside. If she went to another shop, how could he make any profit? "All right, I choose the first option. But we need to discuss the split details. You only wrote one story, called Take It for 3/10, and I cover the costs for the paper and printing. Isn't that unfair? It should be a 2/8 split most." Luo said, "Fine, 2/8. But only for this book. The next one must have at least a 3/7 split. If you don't agree, we won't give you the right to sell the second book." The shopkeeper pondered for a moment and said, "We'll see how the first book sells. If it sells very well, we can consider raising the price. But if it doesn't sell well, then there's no need to talk about it." Luo nodded to show she understood. Then they discussed some details about future cooperation, carefully writing everything into a formal agreement. The partnership was thus established. Carrying 10 taels of silver home, Zhuahua felt dizzy but very happy. She exclaimed, "Xiao Shi, I earned money." She was truly delighted, proud that she had earned the money with her own skills. Although it wasn't much, it was a good first step. Why don't you take the 100 taels of silver and split it with him?
Zhuohua asked.
In her view, 100 taels was a lot. Why not just take that amount and let the shopkeeper sell the book? It would be easier and less trouble. But what if her book didn't sell for that much? If the money from the split was less than 100 taels, what then? Xiao Shi smiled and asked her, "Do you think you're more skilled at doing business, or do you think the shopkeeper is?" "Of course, the shopkeeper," Zhuohua replied. "Do you think the shopkeeper would do a business that loses money?" Xiao Shi asked. Zhuohua suddenly understood. No wonder he wants to buy the book outright with 100 taels instead of splitting the profit. Maybe he can make more money that way. Xiao Shi nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. Usually books don't sell for that much. But you're amazing, sister, because you wrote such a good book. That's why the shopkeeper thinks it's worth paying so much to buy your work. He's willing to pay such a high price. After going back, you need to work even harder." Zhuohua was so excited, she jumped up and down several times, her face flushed with happiness. "Okay, I will write quickly when I get back. I will create a great story and sell it for more money." Zhuohua was so caught up in the wonderful future Xiao Shi painted for her that she felt a bit dizzy and lost her bearings. Xiao Shi gently patted her shoulder several times, and only then did Zhuohua come back to her senses. They also went to the county with Rong Andy, who was very happy. Although she didn't understand everything they said, she felt that the young lady's book had been sold for a good price. Rong Andy felt proud. Her young lady and young master were both children of the director, talented and capable. Living in such a family, she no longer worried about the future. Life would be good from now on. She wanted to cherish her blessings. The group sat in a carriage, chatting happily as they headed home. When they arrived, Zhuohua, like a cheerful bird, ran to ensure and chattered excitedly, recounting everything that happened in the county. Her lively and vivid storytelling made Wenshi smile proudly and happily. "My little painter is truly talented. Even at such a young age, she can create such beautiful books. In the future, she will surely become a famous person admired by everyone," Mrs. Wen said with a smile. "Yes, Big Sister is the best. Her stories are very interesting," Zhuge said. "Go, Big Sister. I believe in you," Zhuojiang added. Zhuojiang didn't really understand what go meant in this context, but after hearing Zhuoshi say it a few times, he learned a little. Besides, he thought that when cooking, adding oil makes the dish taste better, so he believed that go was a very important thing. Zhuohua's eyes sparkled with excitement. After chatting happily with everyone for a while, she ran back to her room quickly, starting to think about her next story. Seeing her so eager, no one tried to stop her because they knew she wouldn't listen anyway. Fu Yuanji saw this and couldn't help but smile. "It seems like this story is selling very well." "Not bad, not bad." Zhuoshi proudly raised her head. "That's because I have guidance. I may not be good at writing, but I have lots of ideas. Otherwise, how could I come up with such clever suggestions?"
Fu Yuanzi laughed loudly.
All right, you're all amazing. Later, I'll look at the story and also share some of my old ideas with Zhuohua. Maybe I can give her some inspiration." "That's great. The more inspiration, the better," Zhuoshi said. She didn't doubt whether Fu Yuanji could do it. Since they all came from modern times, who hasn't read a few novels? Zhuoshi asked, "By the way, how are your studies going? In about half a year, you'll have your exam. Do you think you can pass and become a scholar?"
Fu Yuanzi's smile froze.
He touched his nose and said uncertainly, "Maybe, possibly, perhaps. I think I can do it." Seeing his uncertainty, Zhuoshi couldn't help but laugh. "As a physics PhD, you should have some confidence. I believe in your intelligence." "Ah." Fu Yuanji puffed out his chest and said helplessly, "Anyway, I'll try my best. I'll study hard." If he didn't pass, he might really be upset. In ancient times, if you didn't study well, becoming an official was the only way out. Was there any better option?
Ha!
For months later, Lu Sheng returned with a woman who looked tired but still beautiful. This was Fu Yuanji's mother, Chen Xiangyun. Lu Sheng introduced her to the Zhua family. "Madam, This is Yuanji's mother. Hello, madam.
Please sit down.
Mrs. Wen warmly invited her to sit down and poured her a cup of tea. Madam, you've had a hard journey. Please sit comfortably. I will ask someone to call Yuanji back. Fu Yuanji was in class, at Mr. Feng Deng's place. Mrs. Chen suppressed her excitement and politely said, "Thank you, madam." She was truly grateful to Mrs. Wen. If it weren't for Mrs. Wen buying Lu Sheng, or if they hadn't met Fu Yunji and saved her, then brought Lu Sheng back to her hometown, she might never have found her son in her life. Mrs. Chen said, "Thank you, madam, for saving Lu Sheng and my son. Your great kindness will never be forgotten. I will work like a beast to repay you." Her words were sincere and her attitude very honest, making her genuine feelings clear. Mrs. Wen smiled and said, "You're too kind, madam. It was all fate that I met you. I just helped a little. I also met others on my way, so it's not as serious as you think. You don't need to worry." Although she said this, Mrs. Wen was still very happy. When she saved someone, she didn't expect thanks, but hearing sincere gratitude was much better than being ignored or unappreciated. Getting heartfelt thanks and recognition for her kindness gave her a real sense of achievement. It was much better than saving someone and then being blamed or resented. That kind of frustration was really upsetting. So, Mrs. Wen's attitude toward Mrs. Chen became even kinder. "Madam, you've traveled far. Please enjoy some tea. Later, I will prepare some bath water for you. After you wash and change, I will cook a nice meal to welcome you." Mrs. Chen quickly thanked her and modestly accepted. "That's very kind of you, madam." She had already decided to repay the Wen family well in the future. On the way back, Lu Sheng briefly told Mrs. Chen about his own experience and Fu Yuanji's. He explained how he had gotten into trouble, was branded with tattoos, sold into slavery, and wandered outside. He also shared how he met Fu Yuanji and what Fu Yuanji's current situation was. Mrs. Chen's story was easier to guess. Since her father went missing, she had been wandering around looking for him. When she couldn't find him, she returned to Taozuan. Deep in her heart, she held a hope. She believed she couldn't find Fu Yuanji, and Fu Yuanji was probably looking for her too. Maybe he would find a way to come back to the village to find her. They looked for each other, but did not miss each other. Unable to find the person they wanted, it was better for him to stay in the village and wait. What if Fu Yuanji came back someday? I must say, Mrs. Chen's idea provided Lu Sheng with an important clue to find her. Mrs. Chen's home is in Taozuan, a border area where the court is fighting against the southern kingdom. In Chongqing Prefecture, most families with men have been taken to fight in the war. Mrs. Chen has only one son. According to the law, he didn't have to go to war, but because of the chaos at that time, Fu Yuanji, though not a soldier, was caught by invading soldiers from Nanzhao. Coincidentally, soldiers sent by the court were passing by, and a fight broke out between the two groups. Fu Yuanji was caught in the chaos and shot with an arrow. He didn't die immediately. The retreating soldiers thought he was dead and fainted. He couldn't be awakened and was badly injured. There was no choice but to take him away from the original place. The soldiers carried him through Chongqing Prefecture and treated his wounds. Although the situation was very dangerous and Fu Yuanji's condition didn't improve, the soldiers never gave up. They even arranged for someone to send him to Chongqing Prefecture, crossing the war zone, so he could recover. But just after he was taken to Chongqing Prefecture, the original owner died. Since he had no relatives or support, the soldiers couldn't find anyone to care for him. The person who entrusted him was going out to do business, so he handed him over to a friend, an unreliable one. This friend didn't take good care of him and was careless. A few days later, Fu Yuanji died. Seeing him dead, the friend was very upset but didn't want to pay for a proper burial, so he just buried him poorly. The original owner was then simply thrown into the woods outside the county to be left to rot. Later, Fu Yuanji, who had traveled through time, was found by the Zhou family on their way home. However, he lost his memory of the original owner and didn't think about finding Mrs. Chen. Fortunately, heaven helped, and with Lu Sheng around, Mrs. Chen wouldn't have to wait her whole life for her son. When Lu Sheng returned, Mrs. Chen followed Lu Sheng. She had no strong attachment to the village, which was still at war and very chaotic and unsafe. The reason she stayed was because she wanted to wait for her son. In reality, most villagers had already run away or died, and very few remained. She stayed out of loyalty, hoping to wait for her son to return. Now that her son has been found, why is she still here? So, Mrs. Chen left the war-torn area with Lu Sheng, traveling through many places and constantly moving. After 4 months, they finally arrived at Qingchuan village, where Lu Sheng and others lived. After many hardships, she finally saw the sunlight again. Mrs. Chen felt like she had come back to life. This feeling reached its peak when she saw Fu Yuanji, who had just returned from the school. "Son, I finally found you." Mrs. Chen burst into tears, rushing forward without hesitation and holding Fu Yuanji tightly, refusing to let go. "Where did you go? Do you know how hard I looked for you? I thought I'd never see you again in this life."
Boo-hoo.
Mrs. Chen cried loudly. Her tears carried her worries, sadness, pain, helplessness, and now, overwhelming joy. Her empty heart was filled with the lively presence of Fu Yuanji. Mrs. Chen felt that as long as she saw her son, everything was worth it. Her tears now were tears of joy, satisfaction, and happiness. "Why didn't you come back? If you didn't come back, at least send me a message so I could come find you, right?" Mrs. Chen's tears streamed down as she choked out her words, holding Fu Yuanji. Mrs. Chen knew that her son being alive was the best thing, but she couldn't help but complain when she thought about the years of worry and fear she experienced while searching for him, fearing he might no longer be alive. "I know Tao Village is dangerous. I understand if you didn't come back. I just hope you're safe. But you also need to send me a message. You don't know how hard I've been waiting for you." If it weren't for Lu Sheng, she wouldn't even know where her son was. So, Mrs. Chen was very sad and anxious, and seeing Fu Yuanji, she couldn't help but feel scared inside. When Fu Yuanji was embraced by Mrs. Chen, he felt his body stiffen. Though he was uncomfortable, he could only let her hold him and cry. His back was straight, his eyes blank, staring at the ground, unsure of what to do. After Mrs. Chen's emotions had mostly been vented, Fu Yuanji pushed her away. "Mom, don't be sad. I don't know why, but after the Holy War, I was injured, and then my mind wasn't clear. I can't remember things from before. If Uncle Lu hadn't recognized me, I wouldn't even know I used to live in Tao Village," Fu Yuanji explained. "Instead of trying to explain why I didn't go look for Mr. Chen, I might as well use the memory loss excuse to explain everything. Otherwise, if Mr. Chen asks about the past, I won't be able to answer, and how can I keep this lie? Using lies to explain only leads to more lies. It's better to settle everything now once and for all." When Mr. Chen heard this, he suddenly froze and then cried loudly. "My poor son, you must have suffered a lot of injuries to forget everything. Are you okay now?" Mr. Chen was very distressed. No wonder, so he lost his memory and didn't come to find her. Otherwise, how could her son not look for her? Without Lu Sheng, she and her son truly couldn't meet again. Thinking of this, Mrs. Chen gratefully thanked Lu Sheng once more. Although she had already thanked him before, these years had been very hard for her. Without Lu Sheng and her son, she didn't know if she could keep going. Then, Wen's mother and son spoke up. "Sister-in-law, you sit for a while. I'll prepare some bath water and go out to take care of things." Mrs. Chen quickly stood up and saw Wen's mother out. The mother and son exchanged a few more words. Only then did Mrs. Chen go to wash and change clothes, following Wen's mother's invitation. That evening, they ate some more food and then rested in the guest room. Because her emotions had been up and down and she had found her son again, Mrs. Chen relaxed and went to sleep early. She slept late the next morning. The children in the house had already gone to school, and she finally got up. Mrs. Chen felt a bit embarrassed. "Lady, I'm sorry, I woke up late." Wen's mother smiled kindly. It's okay. You were shaken up on the road and quite tired. Rest more. It's important to recover your health." Despite her words, Mrs. Chen still felt embarrassed. "Sorry to trouble you, lady. Thank you for taking us in." Otherwise, I don't know what would happen to us. Wen's mother said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, you're too polite. It's just a small favor. There's no need to thank me." Mrs. Chun sincerely replied, "What you did was just a small favor to you, but it was life-saving for me. There's an old saying, a drop of water deserves a fountain in return. I may not be very capable, but in the future, if you need anything, just say the word. No matter where you are, I will go through fire and water for you." People may not take it seriously, but as someone who has received another's kindness and compassion, I cannot take it for granted. So, she will definitely report it, but the timing depends on when she chooses to do so. Winsher smiled and said, "As the saying goes, great kindness requires no thanks. We are all people making a living outside, so helping each other is just what we do. Please don't take it to heart. If in the future, every time we speak, we have to thank each other, it would be tiring to talk and act that way." Chun-Shur clearly understood this principle. After expressing her gratitude, she asked about Winshur's situation. For example, how many people are in her family?
How old are they?
How are the children doing in school? What does the family rely on for income? And so on. Clearly, the city is a friendly and talkative place, a warm environment. She got along well with Winshur. After some conversation, they became closer. "Madam Wen, may I stay here for a while?" "Don't worry, I will pay rent. Once I save enough money, I will move out," Chun-Shur asked. She didn't really want to trouble Winshur, but she had no money and lacked confidence in her words. During tough times, she could only lower her pride and seek help. Winshur smiled and said, "Of course, you can stay at my house. We have an empty room, and it's just sitting there unused. I'll tidy it up for you. It might even bring more lively energy. You don't need to pay rent, and Yuanji is a sensible kid. He helps Xiao Jiang with his homework every day. Think of it as paying rent." Chun-Shur hesitated to refuse. Winshur was firm and, after a few gentle persuades, Chun-Shur reluctantly agreed. "Can I eat with you?" "I will pay for my own food," Chun-Shur asked. He didn't know much about Qingchuan village right now, no house, no money, nothing. He needed to observe for a while before sorting out his living arrangements. Though it was a bother for Winshur, he couldn't just wander the streets without a place to stay. Dignity and pride are important. People should have pride, but sometimes pride and dignity need to be understood in context. Persisting blindly isn't nobility, it's foolishness. Winshur naturally agreed. While they were talking, Zwashur came in from outside. Chun-Shur looked surprised and asked, "Madam, didn't you say all the children in the family are studying at the school? Why isn't the second young lady going?" Zwashur smiled and said, "The teacher has taught me almost everything. I recognize all the characters now, so I don't need to waste money on school. I'm not taking exams anyway, so why bother with the effort?" Chun-Shur listened and laughed. That makes sense. However, she can buy more books to read. Occasionally, it's good to ask knowledgeable people for advice and read more books. Zwashur agrees with this idea. Anyone can read books and learn from them. But now, the lessons at the school are not very useful. She learns faster on her own, and most of the teachers focus on the imperial exams. There isn't much else to learn, and she isn't interested in the exam essays. So, she decides not to push herself too hard and will consider it again when she has the chance. Mrs. Wen smiles and says, "In 2 months, the imperial exam will be held. I hope Yuanji can become the top scorer this time. The teacher says he is very talented and has a good chance." "Really?" Chen's eyes light up. Actually, when she was in Tao Village, she worked hard to get her son to study. But after only a few years of learning, he could read all the characters. Then, the war broke out, and he didn't get a chance to take the official exam. That was a big regret for Chen. She didn't expect that after coming here, her son might have a chance to become a scholar. Chun feels very excited. "Lady Wen, thank you so much. You are our family's benefactor. Not only did you save my son's life, but you also let him study. I don't know how to thank you enough," Chen says, holding Wen's hand sincerely and speaking excitedly. Wen replies, "Oh, there's no need to thank me so much. It's mainly because Yuanji is talented and works hard." Chun shakes her head repeatedly. She knows how expensive it is to send a child to school. For a rural family, it's already a big expense. Moreover, Wen's family has many children to support and still send them to school. It shows they are truly kind-hearted. Heaven has blessed them to meet good people. Chun is determined to repay their kindness someday. They chat for a while longer, then go to the village chief's house and register their household registration in Qingchuan village. After Chin feels relieved, they officially become residents of Qingchuan village. In the afternoon, after school, Chin pulls Fu Yuanji into her house. I've decided that we will live at Swa's house in the future. There's no need to build a house here. When we have enough money, we'll buy a house in the county, Fu Yuanji says. Chun frowns and replies, where will we get the money? Buying a house in the county is good, but we don't have any money now. It's better to build a house here in the village. If you live at the Zhao family, the villagers will gossip. The Zhao family is full of orphans and widows, so we shouldn't add more burden to others. Fu Yuanji thought for a moment and nodded. All right, leave the previous matters to me. You just need to supervise and help build a house. It's best to build it near the Zhao family. It doesn't have to be very big, just enough to live in. He thought that having money was not as good as buying property in the county. Once he passes the imperial exam and becomes a scholar, he plans to study at the county academy, so he won't stay in the village house for long. Fu Yuanji asked, by the way, mother, you don't have much money now, do you? Do you have any ideas to make some money? When he was alone before, because he had a mutual benefit agreement with Swisher, he tried to find ways to earn money himself. He couldn't just rely on his ancestors' family to support him and pay for his studies. That would be like living off others. Fu Yuanji doesn't want to be that kind of person. Most of his experience is in studying. After all, he only has 2 months before the imperial exam to become a scholar. His foundation is weak, so he can't afford to be distracted by other things. Now that his mother is here, he can put making money on the agenda. He can let his mother earn money without him having to worry about it. So Fu Yuanji said, Mother, I have a way to make money, and it can earn a lot. But given our family situation, we shouldn't do anything too big, just enough to get by. If we sell too much and others find out we've taken the initiative, it could bring big trouble. Mrs. Chen asked, what's the method? Mrs. Chen was surprised. In the past, her son occasionally helped with chores or went to town to sell things, but he never said he could make a lot of money. It seemed he had truly experienced a lot these days and had grown a lot, which made Mrs. Chen very happy. Fu Yuanji said, I want to make soap. It's a kind of product that can wash clothes very clean, much cleaner than what we have now. Mrs. Chen looked at him in surprise. How do you know how to make that? Fu Yuanji replied, I learned from an old man with a white beard I met during my travels. He taught me. But this old man was very badly injured and has already passed away. I gave him food when he was hurt, and I promised to take care of his affairs after he died, so he taught me. Actually, he learned this in modern times, but could he tell Mrs. Chen about it? No, he couldn't. And anything powerful or unique, only he knows how to do it, so he can create a monopoly business. As long as he does his part well and controls the scope of distribution, such as selling the items within Qingchuan village, it will be enough for the two of them to have some money. Mrs. Chen hesitated for a moment. Maybe we should think of another plan. This thing is too valuable. If others find out and the secret recipe gets out, you will lose. Fu Yuanji looked at Mrs. Chen in surprise, thought for a moment, and agreed. All right, how about we work together and sell food at Swasherja's place? Does your mother have any special dishes? Actually, he was thinking the wrong way. Fu Yuanji started to believe that as long as the soap was sold in Qingchuan village, not many people would know. But then he thought carefully and realized this method was not safe enough. If the people in Qingchuan village used it well and passed it to their relatives, the secret would be lost. If someone noticed something unusual about this item and knew it was bought from him, the soap would be exposed. With his current ability, he couldn't keep this secret. So, he should keep this thing carefully and wait until after the imperial exams, when he becomes a high official, to have enough power to protect it. Otherwise, it would just be a tool for others to use against him. This technique isn't very complicated, but it has high profits. It's not a good way to make money. Small schemes are unreliable, and a simple method might be better. Mrs. Chen smiled and said, "It seems you really forgot your mother. I can cook well enough to prepare meals that won't harm anyone, but I don't have the skill to sell them."
Fuyuanzi.
Seeing Fu Yuanji's difficult expression, Mrs. Chen said, "I have other ways to make money." Fu Yuanji asked what methods.
He truly didn't know.
He felt very unfamiliar with his mother. Mrs. Chen said, "I can raise many rare and valuable animals, and I can also make tobacco paste. So, you don't need to worry about money." The reason she couldn't do this well before was because she was in the war-torn area of Nanzhao. In a war zone, life is uncertain, and people often can't even get enough food or keep their lives safe. Who would have the time to recite poetry or enjoy music and dance? At least in Taocuan where he was, such problems didn't exist. Mrs. Chen hadn't seen her son for 3 or 4 years and hadn't raised him for many years. Although she didn't have any special recipes for making rouge, she was good at raising animals. Making rouge was just a pastime for her, not very good, but enough for a young lady to use. When she said this, Fu Yuanji's heart eased. "All right, then I'll leave it to my mother. If I have time, I'll also learn hunting from the villagers' hunters. When the time comes, I'll go to the mountains to catch some game and help sell it for money." Mrs. Chen said, "No need. You should focus more on studying now. We'll talk about hunting and earning money later." Mrs. Chen didn't reject her son's idea of earning money to support the family. She didn't want him to grow up to be a lazy scholar who only depends on others for everything. If he only knew how to study, he wouldn't be useful in other ways. Being a scholar is not always helpful. Not all students can become high officials, and not everyone can support a family. It's important to understand basic life skills, but these are less urgent. At least after Fu Yuanji becomes a scholar, they can think about these things.
Fuyuanzi nodded.
"Mother, don't worry. I will work hard. I know my limits. I'll study hard but also learn some other skills. Balancing work and rest is important." He couldn't stay at home studying every day. During his free time, he could still go to Hugu and learn something. Seeing that he understood his limits, Mrs. Chen felt reassured. Mrs. Chen went to the village chief and bought over an acre of land by the river. She then followed the villagers up the mountain every day. Sometimes, Lu Sheng would also go with her to dig or find rare herbs. Besides that, Mrs. Chen would buy suitable items from the market, like some precious seeds that were almost dead but still worth saving. After bringing them home, she carefully took care of them in the fields, checking morning and evening. Soon, she successfully found a pot of orchids and sold it to a local official in town. It's said that this official wanted to give the orchids to his superior. He loved the southern flower and was thrilled to find such a rare plant. He paid a high price of 100 taels of silver, which stunned everyone nearby. Mrs. Chen said, "These orchids are rare. I've been searching in the mountains for over half a month and only found this one. We might not find another one in the future." One and others understood and were happy that she could earn so much money. Mrs. Chen was also very pleased. With this money, she could build a house and move out. Although living with the Zhou family was good, and they didn't look down on them, it was not right to always take advantage of others. She felt like she was living under someone else's roof, which didn't sit well with her. Mrs. Chen was a very strong-willed person deep inside. So, she also started asking people in the village to build her a house. The process caused quite a stir. Everyone in the village says that the Zhou family is very capable. Zhuo's relatives and friends are also talented, like Old Master Chu and the Chen family. They all managed to build houses soon after arriving and seem to be living quite well. Many villagers are happy about this, though a bit jealous. They can afford to build houses, but they have to pay for the labor, which makes their own lives better. In 2 months, a family from the city can finish building their house and move in. After building the house, Chen did not host a big feast for everyone like Sui did. Instead, she decided to wait until Fu Yuanji finished his exam and got the results. If Fu Yuanji becomes top of the class, they can celebrate both events together. Fu Yuanji had no objection. Their family wasn't very close to the villagers yet, and they believed they would become friends over time. There was no need to rush the celebration. Under the attention of Swiss family and Chen, the exam day arrived. Fu Yuanji went alone to take the exam in the county, watched by everyone in the village. On the first day of his departure, Chen felt very anxious. When saw her restlessness and walked around in the hall, she advised sister-in-law, "Don't worry. Yuanji studies very seriously. He will do well." Chen felt a bit embarrassed and sat down across from her.
Oh,
"I'm just worrying for no reason. I get nervous because my son is taking the exam. I've been pacing around and bothering you, haven't I?" When said, worrying too much can cause trouble. It's normal for sister-in-law to feel this way. Chun smiled and said, "Actually, there's nothing to worry about. As long as he's safe and sound, I'll be happy." But she hadn't seen her son in a while and was proud of his hard work. Her heart was full of hope, which made her restless. Chen then asked, "Tonight, I want to eat some vinegar pork ribs. Xiao sure makes the best. Can I stay for dinner at your place?" When Chen arrived, she brought 4 or 5 jin of meat, clearly planning ahead. Wen smiled and said, "It's not Xiao Shi's doing. Just tell her to come over." After saying that, Wen stood up and called Swisher to come in. "Your Aunt Chen wants to eat vinegar pork ribs tonight. Please make some." She handed the basket of meat to her. Swisher looked at the red and white meat, shiny with fat, and the lean meat bright red. It was clearly very good pork. Swisher smiled happily and said, "Sure, this meat looks great. It will taste delicious when cooked." After finishing, she took the meat into the kitchen, washed it thoroughly, cut it into pieces, and placed them neatly in a bowl. Then she took out ingredients from the system: pepper, black pepper powder, cinnamon, dark soy sauce, scallions, and other seasonings. Most importantly, she found ketchup and ice from the system. To make vinegar ribs, these 2 ingredients are essential. With proper heat control, the dish can be very authentic. She went to the front of the bathhouse to start a fire, boiled water, and briefly blanched the meat in the water. Then she washed the pot, added oil, seasonings, water, and used a bowl to pour in the prepared sauce. After cleaning the pot again, she added oil, put in the meat, and stir-fried it over high heat until slightly yellow. Then she poured in water and simmered slowly. When most of the water had evaporated, she poured in the sauce from the bowl, and a delicious, fragrant vinegar ribs dish was ready. Swisher also made a fried tofu, a stir-fried vegetable dish, a minced eggplant dish, and braised green beans. Placed on the table, these colorful, fragrant, and tasty dishes made everyone's mouth water. After everyone served rice, they quickly started talking about their favorite dishes, without worrying about formal rules or etiquette, constantly praising Swisher's cooking. Seeing everyone so satisfied with the food, Swisher felt very happy and also excited about earning some money from the delicious meals. 3 days later, Fu Yuanji returned from the county. Mrs. Chen wanted to ask how he did on his exam, but was worried it might add pressure to him. She hesitated for a long time but ultimately didn't ask. Fu Yuanji, seeing her concern, said openly, "I did okay. If everything goes smoothly, I should make the list." Since the exam was over, the results wouldn't change. It was destined, and if he was too afraid to tell his family, it showed he lacked confidence. For a top student like him, exams were just a game. Although it was very important, he didn't feel much pressure. He was numb to stress and tension. Besides, it wasn't the only chance. If he didn't succeed this time, there would be another opportunity later. Mrs. Chen saw that he looked relaxed and sincere, so she said jokingly, Good. As long as you're confident, don't worry too much. Even if you don't get in, I'll send you to take the exam again next time. Can you have a little more faith in me, Mom?" Fu Yuanji said helplessly. Lusheng and Rong Aunt, who had come back from the town, came over to talk to Fu Yuanji. Aunt Rong said Brother Yuan has returned. He will surely succeed in the exams. Lusheng looked at him with a happy expression and said, "Yuanji will definitely do well." Then he turned to Mrs. Chen and said, "I believe in Yuanji. He is very capable and the teacher thinks highly of him." Fu Yuanji thought, if you say you believe in him, then believe in him. Why are you looking at his mother? I can see that Lu Sheng has feelings for her. He didn't mind much. He thought Lu Sheng was a good person. If they could be together, as long as Mrs. Chen agreed, He had no objections. But from his recent interactions with Mrs. Chen, he felt she wasn't the type to marry easily. It seemed her main focus was raising her son. She wasn't interested in other men, whether it was Lu Sheng or anyone else. Fu Yuanji wasn't sure what to say about this. Maybe women in ancient times were like that. If it were modern women, perhaps Mrs. Chen might consider remarriage more often. But it's hard to say. It mainly depends on a person's personality. Cities might have women with different temperaments. If Lu Sheng was persistent and slowly won Mrs. Chen's heart, maybe they could be together. He was happy to see that happen. Mrs. Chen nodded at Lu Sheng and said, "Thanks for your good wishes. Whether I succeed or not, it's all up to him." Everyone gathered around and chatted with Fu Yuanji for a while. Zhuosher volunteered to prepare a delicious meal to reward Fu Yuanji. Later, villagers came one after another, some openly, some secretly, asking about Fu Yuanji's exam results. The most frequent visitors were Zhang Jinwang and Old Master Chu. Zhang Jinwang mainly hoped there would be a scholar from Qingchuan village. If that happened, the village's reputation would improve a lot. Because their village had a murder case before, many people looked down on them. So, he really hoped this event could change others' opinions of Qingchuan village. "Yuanji, do you think you can succeed? If you pass as a scholar, Uncle will definitely set off firecrackers for you," Zhang Jinwang said. "If you want to hold a feast, everyone in Uncle's family will come to help." Fu Yuanji modestly replied, "Uncle, you're too kind. I don't know if I can pass. I'll do my best. If I don't succeed this time, I'll try again next time." He wasn't very close to the village chief, so if he made too many promises, the news might spread, and some bad rumors could arise. That wouldn't be good. But the Zhou family was different. They wouldn't spread his words, so he didn't have to worry. Zhang Jinwang felt a bit anxious. "You must have some thoughts in your mind. Did you do well? Don't you have a sense of how you did?" He wanted to hear a confident answer, so he could tell other villagers and village leaders about it. That way, he could hold his head high in front of others. Otherwise, every time he saw someone, he felt embarrassed. Other villages didn't have such serious problems, but theirs did. Fu Yuanji still looked honest and simple. "Uncle, I really can't say. I want to pass, but I'm not confident." Although he told his family and city friends he was somewhat hopeful, he actually wasn't fully sure about the ancient texts and discussions. If it were modern exams, he would definitely be confident he could pass. Zhang Jinwang felt helpless but still smiled and advised him, "When the results come out, go to the county to check the list and tell me. I'll go with you."
Fu Yuanji hesitated.
Is it really necessary? Do I really need him to come? It seems like his father cares even more than he does. Still, he was touched. "Thank you, Uncle. I hope I won't delay your work. After I find out the results, I'll tell you immediately." Zhang Jinwang thought for a moment. Recently, he had been busy, so he nodded. "All right, don't forget to tell me for sure." After Zhang Jinwang left, Lao Chu came along, bringing Chu Jingming with him. "Yuanji, how did you do this time? Were the questions difficult?"
Lao cascade.
Fu Yuanji briefly explained, "The questions in the Western District were probably normal. I just didn't have enough skill in my studies, so I don't know the results. Whether I pass or not, I need to work harder in the future." Lao Chu listened and felt reassured. He patted Fu Yuanji's shoulder and said kindly, "It's okay, it's okay. You're still young, and there are many chances. I believe you'll pass this time. Our family's future depends on it. Also, I'd like you to guide Jingming more. In a few years, he'll take the exam too. I just hope he can take it with the right attitude like you." Although Lao Chu didn't expect Jingming to become a high official, he hoped Jingming could pass the Xiaocai exam. While teaching Jingming medicine, he also hoped Jingming could read and understand, gain some knowledge, and not necessarily aim for high positions, but at least pass the Xiaocai exam. Jingming also greeted Fu Yuanji and asked about the exam questions. Fu Yuanji explained all the questions and how he approached writing his essays. They discussed for a while, and then the grandfather and grandson went home. Watching the grandfather and grandson walk home together, Fu Yuanji couldn't help but feel emotional. It seems that studying in ancient times was a very luxurious thing. Every family valued education, even though nowadays not many people do. Still, this respect for learning is quite good. He originally thought he already valued studying very much, but now he realizes he can value it even more. Time slowly passed amid the anxious hopes of the Chin family and others. During this period, everyone in the family was restless, eagerly waiting for the results and good news. Hard work paid off. About a month later, the results were announced. Someone hurried to Qingchuan village to inform them that Fu Yuanzi had passed the county exam and was a top scholar, even the top candidate. Fu Yuanzi and his family couldn't believe it. The person delivering the news was out of breath and had no solid proof. They heard from Song Yaowen that once someone passed the scholar exam, the county would indeed send someone to notify the family. However, not everyone who passed would be notified, only those with better scores. If he truly was the top candidate, the number one in the county, how could they not send someone to inform him? Just as they were thinking this, the county officials arrived the next day. They came to Fu's house, smiling happily, and spoke with Chen and Fu Yuanji. Congratulations, young Master Fu and Madam Fu. You've topped the county exam and are the top scholar, the number one in our county. Your future is very bright. The county magistrate is very optimistic about you. The officer smiled very flatteringly. We also think highly of young Master Fu now and invite him to attend a gathering in the county. Hearing this, village head Zhang Jingguang, who had arrived shortly after, grinned widely and quickly stepped forward, speaking to the officer. Sir, is it true that the family has invited Yuanji? That's wonderful. Yuanji, you must go. The officer chuckled. Of course. Young Master Fu has made us proud. Such a young scholar, his future will be very promising. Young Master Fu, after you finish your chores at home, don't forget to visit the county magistrate. Fu Yuanji nodded happily and warmly invited the officer to come inside and sit. The officer shook his head and declined. No need. I have to go to the next village to deliver more notices. Chun hurried forward and handed the officer a string of copper coins. Sir, thank you for your trouble. We appreciate you making this trip. The officer accepted the coins, pretending to refuse and pushing them back. Madam, you're too polite. This is my duty. Although they do receive some benefits in their daily lives, it depends on who the benefits belong to, right? Fu Yuanji, being the top scorer, shouldn't be so eager to accept rewards without even trying to decline. That wouldn't make sense. The Chen family sincerely handed him the money, and only then did the guards accept it. The amount of money wasn't much anyway. He didn't mind small gains, as even tiny benefits are still benefits. He also noticed that this family wasn't well off. Their house was quite small. So, he wasn't greedy and wanted to leave a good impression on the top scorer. The guard happily said goodbye and left. Once he was gone, Zhang Jinwang couldn't hold back his excitement. He stepped forward with a big smile and patted Fu Yuanji's shoulder heavily. Yuanji, you're really impressive. You studied for a short time and managed to become a Xiuzai, a talented scholar, and you even ranked first. You're the most outstanding student in Qingchuan village. Last year, Song Yaowen from the village had also become a Xiuzai. Now, with the restoration of their village's feng shui, things are really looking good. If others knew how talented the students here were, maybe they'd send their children to study in their village. If that happened, he'd be proud. Just imagine the other village chiefs looking at him with envy. That thought made him very excited. Zhang Jinwang felt his blood boil with happiness, and he couldn't help but smile broadly. Good boy. I knew you'd be successful. When you arrived, I thought you were a good person, handsome, talented, and extraordinary. You're not just an ordinary person. My judgment was right, haha. He let out a loud, cheerful, almost mischievous laugh, which made the people inside the house feel a bit awkward. Zhuosher found his happiness a bit over the top and was speechless. Was it really necessary to be so excited? People who didn't know might think Zhang Jinwang was happy because his grandson became a Xiuzai, not because of the village's success. But having such a caring village chief like Zhang Jinwang was a blessing for Jingquan village. He truly cared about the village's progress, rather than wanting to suppress the villagers or make himself look better than others. Some people are dark-hearted. thinking everyone else is inferior to them and only they have face. If someone else does better, they hate them and try to harm them. But Zhang Jinwang was not like that. Zhuo thought he was a very good person. Fu Yuanji modestly said, "Village chief, you're too kind. It's all thanks to the help from everyone in the village that I could perform so well. And Mr. Wind Lantern, if it weren't for his careful guidance and help, I wouldn't have been able to pass the exam so smoothly. I'm also very grateful to the villagers who are willing to let me settle here. Thank you, village chief." Fu Yuanji's words made Xingjing even happier. Not bad, not bad. This young man has potential. I will remember all the kindness the village has shown him. People like him are truly grateful. I believe he will always work hard for the village. I hope Qingchuan village has more people like him.
Good.
I'm glad you think like that. From now on, you should watch over the village's affairs. You're already a scholar. Soon, you'll be a big figure in our village. When you go out, Qingchuan village will be proud of you. Zhuo. Who says the ancients were simple? Look at how beautifully he speaks. This kind of brainwashing ability is just as good as modern techniques. Fu Yuanji smiled even more shyly, lost in thought, pretending to be proud of the praise from elders. He was very happy inside but looked modest and shy on the outside. It's all thanks to the village chief and everyone's help. I haven't done much. Thank you all. Not at all. It's because you're talented, diligent, and eager to improve. In the future, you'll be the most outstanding person in Jingquan village. You should help others learn and pass more exams. Village chief, don't worry. I will do what I should. But honestly, I'm not as amazing as you think. I just got a bit lucky. Zhuo. The cleverness Fu Yuanji usually shows when teasing her is completely gone now. He looks simple and honest, as if he's just a young man from a mountain village who has never been out. Experts are all full of bragging skills. Look at this mutual praise in business. You're good. I'm good. Everyone is good. So familiar. The bragger is very happy, and the listener is very dedicated. The atmosphere is so harmonious, not awkward at all. Why hasn't he learned such skills? If he learned this, maybe he could also pass the scholar exam? Honestly, Fu Yuanji managed to learn so much in just half a year and pass the scholar exam. It's really beyond her expectations. She kept staring at Fu Yuanji with intense eyes. When he saw this, he couldn't help but sweat and winked at Zhuo, signaling her to be careful. Looking at people like that, she felt uneasy. He was the one sweating. Finally, she hurriedly saw the village chief off and sent him away. After hearing the noise, the villagers all rushed over to Fu's house. Everyone was happily smiling and enthusiastically exchanging good wishes, speaking kind words that seemed endless, as if good words cost nothing. Yuanji is such a good young man. He only started studying for a short time and already passed the imperial exam. I think he's better than anyone in our village. How long has it been? Just over half a year, maybe. His talent. It's like his ancestors are proud. If my son were that successful, I'd rebuild the family grave, toast to the ancestors, and set off firecrackers.
Come on, your son could pass the exam too.
Only your family's isn't as good. But this original juice is really impressive. I truly envy him. Mr. Fengdeng said that Yuanji is the smartest child he's ever seen. When he studies, he's sharper than others. His words, his writing, everything is better than others. That's why people call him the Scholar Lord. Look, Yuanji has passed the imperial exam. That's so impressive. We in Qingchuan village shouldn't let the Scholar Lord feel uncomfortable here. I think Yuanji should marry a girl from our village. I think my girl, Nyo, is pretty good. Yuanji, what do you think of my girl, Nyo? I tell you, she's pretty, and the children you have with her will be handsome too. You're a scholar with culture, so your son will definitely be a scholar too. Yuanji, don't listen to him. Look at his daughter. 2 big yellow teeth, a few strands of hair, thick eyebrows, small eyes, a big nose, and a crooked mouth. She's not as good as my girl at all. Auntie, I tell you, if you're going to marry, it's better to marry your niece. If you don't like my niece, My cousin from my mother's side is also very good, gentle, generous, virtuous, good at farming and embroidery. She's definitely 100 times better than that Nyo. As soon as they said this, the two people in front, a tall man and a short woman, a fat one and a thin one, started criticizing each other and arguing. People around also joined in, enthusiastically introducing potential matches for Fu Yuanji, some trying to mediate. But their efforts only made the scene more lively and chaotic.
Fu Yuanzi.
Swisher. He couldn't help but laugh secretly inside. He never expected Fu Yuanji to become such a popular figure. Fu Yuanji felt helpless too, noticing that the smiling face he saw earlier looked even darker. Why was everyone laughing? Didn't they see he was stuck in a muddy pit? Instead of helping him, they were just watching and enjoying the joke, showing no brotherly love at all. How could he marry these women? There is a modern person standing here, yet he still plans to marry someone from ancient times who has different values. Is he foolish? Fu Yuanji glared irritably at the person who always looked at him with disdain. Just wait, I remember what you did today. You're not a gentleman at all. In the end, it was Chen's family who resolved the problem, sending the villagers back home and expressing gratitude for their concern and kindness toward Fu Yuanji. But before the reconstruction, a fortune teller had predicted that his birth chart was very strong and that he shouldn't marry early, or it could bring misfortune to his family, possibly even causing him to lose his wife. The villagers were shocked and hurried over to ask Chen, "Is that true?" Chen's face remained calm, and he spoke seriously. "Of course it's true. If it were a big matter, I wouldn't dare to lie. I only said what my family's destiny is. We need someone with a strong birth chart to match and support him. We should wait until he's at least 18 before discussing marriage." Seeing Chen speak so confidently and sincerely, the villagers had to believe him. After all, Chen is Fu Yuanji's mother, and no mother would say such things about her son unless it was true. Everyone felt disappointed, especially the girls of marriageable age and their parents, who sighed heavily. It's a pity. Such a good son, but his fate is so unlucky. Otherwise, our daughter could have been a scholar's wife.
Exactly.
I think he and my daughter look like a good match in appearance, status, and everything. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? It's okay. I believe my daughter will have a chance when she turns 18. My daughter is about to be engaged, so I think I'm fine with that. As soon as he said this, the villagers all looked at him, and their faces turned grim.
What are you talking about?
When your daughter grows up, she might be much older, maybe already a successful candidate or a government official. When that time comes, she'll marry a noble lady and won't remember your daughter.
Dream on.
That frog wants to eat swan meat, always dreaming of something beautiful. Why don't you just smell it? Is it fragrant?
Hey, what are you saying?
You just spoke up loudly, and now you're saying I can't? Only officials can do as they please. Common folks can't even light a lamp. Then the crowd started arguing, some scolding, some trying to mediate, turning into a chaotic mess. Fu Yuanji, listening from afar, darkened his face. Sigh. They're all shallow people, only looking at appearances, future prospects, and status. No one has asked for his opinion. Do they really want him to marry? Really? Fu Yuanji moved closer to Swisher and said, "Look at what they're saying. It shows that in ancient times, engagements were really early. They didn't follow modern customs. As long as the parents and matchmaker agreed, that was enough.
I don't want to live like that.
In the future, you should help me out. Of course, I will also help you when needed." Swisher snorted softly and glanced at him with a calm look. "Haha, I'm not as popular as you. I'm also younger than you. I think you were quite happy when you were chosen just now." Fu Yuanji almost jumped in frustration. "Which I saw me happy. I wasn't happy at all. I was just talking nonsense with my eyes wide open." He found it funny, but then looked serious again. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. This is up to you to handle. I believe you have a way. Isn't it better to wait until after the exams to pursue a wealthy girl? That would be good for your future. You won't go to their place, so I'm at ease." Fu Yuanji asked, "So you just let them bother me?" Fu Yuanji felt a tickling sensation in his back molars. Watching people make a fuss, he wished he could just grab Zhuo and scold her harshly, but he also felt helpless about her. Actually, making jokes about this kind of thing, especially such jokes, made him feel hopeless. Yuanji, we need to prepare. In a few days, we'll hold a banquet in the village. You've passed the scholar exam, so this ceremony is necessary. We can't let the villagers gossip, Mrs. Chen said. Fu Yuanji knew that after passing the scholar exam, he needed to keep his reputation clean and avoid any mistakes, especially in simple social interactions. Okay, mother. You decide, he agreed. Mrs. Chen smiled happily.
Good.
I'll talk to Lady Wen and ask her to come help. I'll also invite Lady Tian. We'll need many people. I'll go tell them now. She hurried out of the house, full of excitement. Seeing her so happy, Fu Yuanji couldn't help but smile. Although he didn't spend much time with his mother and didn't feel very close, he could see that Mrs. Chen truly cared for him. Since he had taken over the original owner's body, he decided to be filial to his mother. Fu Yuanji decided to rely on Mrs. Chen and treat her as his own mother to honor her. Mrs. Chen went to the Zhuo family and explained her purpose to Wen. Wen smiled and agreed. Sure, that's a good thing. I'll go help. Afterward, she happily congratulated Mr. Chen, saying, Yuanji is truly talented and will achieve even more in the future. Mr. Chen smiled so broadly that his wrinkles looked like blooming chrysanthemums. It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to study. Mrs. Wen quickly praised Mr. Chen and Fu Yuanji, saying they only added to their success, but the real credit was their own hard work. Listening to their flattering words, Zhuo broke out in a cold sweat, feeling goosebumps all over. It was the kind that could be used to make half a pound of oil if collected. They were so happy talking about this that they didn't realize how cheesy their words sounded. Seeing them get more excited, Zhuo couldn't help but retreat to the kitchen and prepare a steamed carp. Later, she planned to place the fish in front of Fu Yuanji, hoping the carp jumping over the dragon gate would bring good luck. That evening, the two families ate together. The next day, they hurriedly started planning the banquet. First, Lu Shang was sent to the county to buy lots of food. They bought half a pig, 6 chickens, 6 ducks, 6 geese, and ordered tofu, greens, radishes, and more. They also bought many eggs from neighbors and searched for wild game in the village, mainly mountain goat meat from Hugu. Seeing the mountain goat meat, Fu Yuanji was very envious. He even went to the mountains with Hugu to set traps, but unfortunately, they didn't catch much. However, he did shoot a few sparrows with his bow and proudly showed them to Zhuo.
See?
I only took 2 days to learn how to shoot sparrows, so my aim is pretty good. Next time, I might even shoot a deer for you. Zhuo replied. You just like showing off. When you get hit by a car and end up with a big bump on your head, you'll know who's the real expert. Deer are not easy to catch. They're few in number and run fast. Even Hugu rarely finds them, let alone Fu Yuanji, who is only half skilled. But Fu Yuanji was full of confidence. Just wait and see. I will catch lots of game, and I'll invite you to eat. Zhuo said, Thank you. Recently, Mr. Chen's crops had all survived, including some transplanted from the village. Most of them had just been planted and were still growing, but soon they would be ready for harvest. A few days ago, Mrs. Chen sold orchids in the county and earned over 10 silver coins. She used part of that money to prepare the banquet for Fu Yuanji, spending about 3 or 4 taels of silver, which was quite a lot. She looked very proud. On the day of the banquet, the atmosphere was lively. Almost everyone in the village came. People helped out, ate, and 2 sets of firecrackers were set off to celebrate. Children are running, jumping, and playing in front of the annex, making noise and laughing happily. The adults are gathered around the table, chatting non-stop while waiting to eat. Helpers are in the kitchen, cooking, fetching water, washing dishes, with Wen Shi and Zhuo watching nearby. Chen Shi and Fu Yuanji are outside greeting guests, and even Zhuo has been asked to help. Zhuo is busy recording the gifts sent by each family, while Zhuge helps watch. Everything is organized smoothly. The village chief is sitting at Fu Yuanji's table, looking at him with pride and approval, though there's a hint of sadness in his heart. The Zhang family is a big family in Qingchuan village, but none of them have become a scholar. They need to find talented students and help them become scholars so their family can gain honor, or else the village's scholars will be from other families, and the Zhang family's reputation will suffer. Studying is good. Look at Fu Yunji, who has become a scholar and no longer needs to pay rent for his land. I heard the Zhou family also put their land under Fu Yuanji's name, so they might not need to pay taxes either. That's right. The imperial taxes are heavy. Fu Yunji's family doesn't own much land, and with the Zhou family's land included, it's enough for them. Maybe I should ask how many more spots are left and see if we can put our land under their name, maybe give some gifts. You decide for yourself. I don't know if they'll agree. Our family has a good relationship with them, but yours is just SOSO. I heard that a scholar can have 50 acres of tax-free land. And Jiren, recommended man, might have 100 acres, so a Jinsher advanced scholar could have 1,000 acres, right?
I don't know about that.
These high officials' affairs are not something we understand. Exactly, it's hard to imagine. They don't use gold to carry water with a heavy pole, after all. Everyone is lively, talking with envy or jealousy, making the atmosphere very lively. When the dishes arrive, Fu Yuanji also toasts each table and chats with everyone, making the scene even more lively. Brother Song, thank you for your help recently. Fu Yuanji returns to his own table, where the village chief, Feng Deng and Song Yaowen are seated, important and respected people in Qingchuan village. Fu Yunji expresses his gratitude to everyone politely and humbly. Song Yaowen smiled and said, Yuan, you are too polite. We're all from the same village, no need for such formal words. After speaking, everyone drank their wine together. Everyone was eating and drinking happily, and the mood was lively. Some people even got drunk on the spot and started singing amid the cheers. Especially in the village where the village chief was, the atmosphere was even more intense, though most people were quite restrained, except for the village chief, Zhang Jinwang, who was really drunk. Yuan, let me tell you, now that I go out, I can hold my head high because of you and Yao Wen. Having 2 scholars in our Qingspring village means we are highly respected in 10 or even 20 miles around. Just look at other villages. None have 2 scholars like us. If you and Yao Wen keep studying, our village will become famous as the scholar village. It will be well known throughout He County, and our village will surely become the most famous reading village in He County. I, Zhang Jinwang, consider my greatest achievement in life to be raising a village full of educated people. I truly thank both of you. Next time, I will tell the people from He Village that if they want to study, they should come to our Qingspring village. Let Mr. Feng Deng teach them well, because our village has good luck and good feng shui. I want to hang 2 plaques at the village entrance. If no one in our village passes the imperial exam as a scholar, I will hang a pancake on the plaque. When we count the pancakes, we will know how many scholars we have. Fu Yuanji quickly went up to persuade him, and Yao Wen also tried to advise him. Village chief, don't drink so much. Your body can't handle it. Yes, village chief, you're right. Do whatever you want, but stop drinking. But Zhang Jinwang refused to listen. He kept drinking, 1 cup after another, until he couldn't stand up. Next to him, Hongshi saw this, and was so angry she was trembling. Zhang Jinwang, you scoundrel. You just can't stand to see others drink. After drinking 2 jin of yellow wine, you can't even find your way home, right? You're just making trouble for the scholar. What kind of behavior is this in someone's house? Oldest son, second son, hurry and help your father back home. Don't let him make a fool of himself here. Hearing this, the young man quickly helped his father up, as he saw his father was in a terrible state. They hurriedly supported him and headed home. Zhang Jinwang was dragged along the ground by his 2 sons, still calling out, "Come on, have another drink. Yuan, Yao Wen, 1 more drink." Mrs. Hong looked at her husband with a stern face and slowly walked away, then said, "Everyone, don't mind him. This old man just doesn't have a sense of control. Every time he drinks a little, he gets confused. When he goes back, I tell him to hurry and eat. Everyone, eat quickly, yes." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, sister-in-law. We all know what kind of person the village chief is. We won't laugh at him. Chunzwa is a kind-hearted person. On such a happy day, what's wrong with drinking a bit more? Sister-in-law, you're being too strict. It's okay, it's okay. We're all from the same village. Everyone knows each other well, so it doesn't matter. If the village chief is happy, I am happy too. Everyone chattered a bit, and surprisingly, they didn't have any objections. But Mrs. Hong felt her face burning with embarrassment. Others didn't mind, but she couldn't stand the shame. Whenever Zhang Jinwang drank, he changed completely. He must never be allowed to drink for too long again. He clearly can't handle alcohol but still drinks, which caused many arguments with Zhang Jinwang. Despite a lifetime of trying, Zhang Jinwang never changed. Mrs. Hong felt helpless, watching everyone talk and laugh, then waited until everyone finished eating and tidied up before she went home with a dark face. Today, the village chief looked really scary. I didn't expect him to love drinking so much. What's so good about alcohol?
Swisher said.
In his opinion, drinking should be kept to a minimum. A little drink can relax you, but heavy drinking harms your health. Occasionally having a small amount to improve blood circulation is fine, but someone like the village chief, who becomes a different person after drinking, drunk on bad alcohol, and unable to control himself, has a problem. Many people, after drinking, get stimulated by alcohol and do strange things, harming others, breaking things, or acting weird. When they sober up, they don't remember what they did, which is very frustrating. This is why modern laws prohibit drunk driving, because people do reckless things when drunk. But he couldn't control others. His family members shouldn't drink without restraint either. If they can't handle alcohol but still drink, that's risking their lives. Xiao Chong, you must not learn from the village chief and embarrass yourself outside. Drinking too much can ruin your health and cause you to hit or scold others, making people look down on you. You should know, no one wants to deal with a drunk person. And in the future, if you enter official circles after studying, and someone forces alcohol on you abroad, causing you to say things you shouldn't or do things you shouldn't, you'll be in serious trouble, understand? Zhua Jiang listened to Zwisher and shivered. Second sister, don't worry. I won't be like Grandpa Village Chief. Grandpa Village Chief didn't look good today. He definitely doesn't want to be like that. Wenshi couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Chong, listen to your second sister. You must take care of yourself. Don't overdo anything. Excessive indulgence can lead to serious consequences, especially when doing bad things or losing your ambition.
Zhujiang nodded again.
Mother, you can rest assured. I will listen to you. Wenshi smiled.
Good.
Listen to your mother. If you want to succeed, learn well from Brother Fu. Work hard so you can take the imperial exam early and bring back a scholar title. Zhujiang puffed out his chest and said loudly, Mother, don't worry. I will become as impressive as Brother Fu. He didn't know how Brother Fu studied, but he knew Brother Fu was very capable. If he could be as successful as Brother Fu in the future, their family would live better. Even if he can't do it now, with more effort later, he can make the family better. Everyone in the family works hard, and as the only boy, he can't be worse than others. Everyone cleaned up the yard and then gathered around the fireplace in the main hall. Zhuhua told the story he wrote today. After hearing it, everyone gave some suggestions. Once Zhuhua recorded their opinions, they started their second round of creative writing. Big sister, when will you finish writing this storybook? Zhuge asked. Maybe in a couple of days. After I finish, I'll go to the county to ask how the first volume of Passing the Imperial Exam is selling, Zhuhua said. Thinking about it, he felt a bit nervous. Considering the price and conditions discussed last time, he was worried that the storybook might not sell well, and he might end up with the second volume unsold. The next day, Fu Yuanzi attended a poetry gathering held in the county. This time, all the successful candidates, including Fu Yuanji, who had no family issues, participated. As the top scorer, Fu Yuanji couldn't stay low-key. The county magistrate admired him greatly and praised him a lot. However, Fu Yuanji remained humble. He knew he was just a local case officer, and there are many like him across the country. If he acted too proud, he might embarrass himself later and other scholars might envy him, which could cause trouble. The banquet went smoothly. Because Fu Yuanji was careful and modest, everyone had a good impression of him. The county magistrate also recommended him to a school. After sincerely thanking him, Fu Yuanji said he would find a way to get into the school to study. "Thank you, sir. I will never forget your support. I will work hard to study and not let you down." The magistrate was very pleased. He liked talented and obedient students. As long as the students studied seriously and succeeded, it would be a valuable connection for the future. After the banquet, everyone left the magistrate's house and invited Fu Yuanji to go shopping and eat. Fu Yuanji walked around with them but soon went home. Such outings and meals are mainly for building friendships. True friends and close confidants cannot be made just by one meal. It depends on fate. Fu Yuanji didn't force this kind of connection. When he got home, Fu Yuanji prepared for 2 days before going to the county school to report. "Look at the Zhou family, they're so proud lately. They're just Fu Yuanji's distant relatives, yet they act like he's a top scholar. They keep rushing to Fu's house," Jia Junhua said. "I really don't understand. They're just relatives, so why are they so eager to show off?" Jia Ruju said, "I don't know. I always feel the Zhou family is too enthusiastic. When they do things, Zhou sure seems different from others. There's something strange about him." Jia Junhua replied, "Strange? Not really. But I feel like they might have their eyes on Fu Yuanji. If Fu Yuanji really succeeded at a young age, like 13 or 14, passing the imperial exam, I'd think he was a good candidate for wealth. If you hadn't told me he was with Song Yaowen, I might have thought Fu Yuanji was a promising young man. I suspect the Zhou family wants to marry their daughter to him. All for gratitude and repayment. These people are complicated," Jia Ruju said. Maybe the Wen family was interested in Fu Yuanji. As a modern person, he thought it was a good idea to quickly invest in a promising young person. After all, his family has many daughters, so marrying one of them would be easy. There's also a chance to try different options. First, marry Zhou Hua, then Zhou Shi, and finally Zhou Ge. It seems that the daughters of the Zhou family can all marry well. Since that's the case, should she try to smooth things over with the Wen family? Having a friend is better than having an enemy. But thinking about the last time she had a bad argument with the Zhou family, Jia Rujua hesitated again. She couldn't understand why the Wen family and Zhou Shi disliked her so much. She was friendly when she interacted with them, but they acted annoyed and kept her at a distance. It was really frustrating. Jia Junhua said, "Forget it. It's their business. If they want to marry, we can only watch. We can't do much about it. We just need to focus on living our own lives. Why bother about others?" Jia Rujua thought if both families get involved and things go well, they might even step on her. Her family has a time traveler, and they know her basic salary. They could cause serious harm to her family. Now Jia Rujua deeply regrets revealing her identity to the Wen family. She is clever enough to know that Wen is tricky. He's a modern person pretending to be a pure ancient person, just to confuse her. It was her mistake to try to find someone from the same culture to change her situation. Instead of getting help, she exposed her identity, and now they don't even admit she's from the same hometown. She knows her enemies are in the dark. If they cause a little trouble, she might fall. She wants to stay as far away from the Zhou family as possible. "Alright, that's it," Jia Rujua said. Although she said this, she seemed to have given up. But secretly, she still wanted to cause trouble for the Zhou family. Within a few days, a rumor started spreading in the village. "Hey, did you hear? The Zhou family is going to marry into the Fu family. Wen wants to take advantage of Fu Yuanji still being a scholar and arrange a marriage with the Fu family so that later, when Fu's family becomes powerful, the Zhou family won't be left behind." I think the Zhou family is really clever. Look at your own family situation. Only a few young women, and your only son is still very young. Do your daughter and your family deserve someone like Scholar Fu? Honestly, I don't know if his daughter is a good match. I just wanted to marry my daughter to Scholar Fu, but unfortunately, someone else got there first. It's okay. My daughter probably isn't suitable for him anyway. I don't have high hopes, so I'll just watch for fun. Well, you're being honest, but maybe you should try. What if he likes your daughter? No, I shouldn't bother. They've already made their decision. It's a matter of quick action. If you hesitate, it's too late. I was wrong. I should try. The left family isn't as good as ours. We have many children and plenty of land. Marrying my daughter to them would be more helpful for us. Forget it, don't say more. They've already made their choice. The left family is really careless in how they do things. Everyone was talking among themselves and even went to the left family, subtly criticizing them. Wen's family felt confused and indifferent, sending the visitors away. He asked his family in surprise, "When did we say we wanted to marry into the Fu family? And with such details?" Wen's family was very angry. "What do you mean I'm trying to climb higher by marrying off my daughter? Marrying left Hua to them, just to take advantage when they're struggling to repay kindness? Those people talk too much." Zwasher shook his head.
No one in our family said that.
These people really talk too much. Everyone was very angry, especially because the rumor suggested that left Hua was the most likely to marry Fu Yuan's son. They were so upset their faces darkened. Gradually, the rumor spread, and even the Fu family heard about it. Mrs. Chen's mind moved and she asked Fu Yuan's son, "Do you have this idea? Do you want to marry a daughter of a scholar?" If Fu Yuan's son was interested, Mrs. Chen wouldn't oppose. The Wen family had helped Fu Yuan's family and reunited mother and son, so if she truly wanted to marry her daughter to him as a way of repaying kindness, she would be willing. Fu Yuan's son quickly shook his head. "Oh, don't joke. There's no way I'll marry left Hua. I'm still young and there's no rush." He originally wanted to say that if he really had to choose, it would only be left Shi, but thinking about the ancient times, he and left Shi were still young. He couldn't let his family find out about his feelings. It's better to let things develop naturally. When the time comes, without him saying anything, his family will understand. Anyway, it's just rumors. The villagers say a few words, and then it's fine. After some time, both families ignore it, and the rumors will die down. Mrs. Chen agrees and nods, saying that's okay. As long as you understand. We don't mind, and the left family probably heard about it too. Maybe they have their own thoughts. I'll go talk to them so they don't think we're ignoring it. Fu Yuanji nods and says, "All right, mother, you go ahead." He also plans to talk to Zwasher himself to avoid misunderstandings. When Fu Yuanji rushes to the left family and finds Zwasher, Mrs. Chen and Mrs. Wen are already chatting. Both women are reasonable and understanding. They talk about the rumors outside, exchanging a few words, then quickly understand each other. There's no malice, and they don't care much about the comments. They openly discuss it, and everyone stops worrying. Fu Yuanji finds Zwasher and says, "I don't know who spread those rumors. I didn't do it." Zwasher responds with a difficult tone, "How do you think I would believe it's you? It's obvious it's not him. Is she that naive?" Fu Yuanji chuckles awkwardly, "Haha, I know you wouldn't misunderstand. But once the rumors spread, I have to say something, or else people will think what they're saying outside. I never thought your family would repay kindness with marriage, giving me your daughter." Zwasher rolls her eyes and says, "What are you dreaming about? Marrying your daughter? It was our family who saved you. If you want to repay us, you should be a son-in-law. Haven't you seen those who marry into a family? Don't worry. Our family won't cling to you just because we saved you."
Fu Yuanzi.
Well, he said she wouldn't overthink. Now that the topic is about marriage, he even mentions becoming a son-in-law. Unbelievable. Both families reached an understanding, and the rumors quietly faded away, without much fuss. The villagers talked about it for a few days, but seeing both families' indifference, the rumors gradually disappeared after a few days of gossip from some busybodies. Time passes and Fu Yuanji's studies improve more and more. By the following autumn, he takes the provincial exam again and surprisingly passes as a recommended scholar. When the news spreads back, it causes a big shock in Qingchuan City. The news from Wukong Qingchuan village creates a huge stir in 10 or more nearby villages. How many years has it been since our village produced a recommended scholar? When someone reports the good news, they feel a bit dizzy and unsteady, as if their mind is floating. Everyone in the village rushed over to the Fu family to see the excitement. Seeing Mrs. Chen give money to the messenger outside and then bring out the prepared firecrackers, they crackled loudly inside the village for a while. The villagers became even more excited. They didn't expect Fu Yuanji to be so talented and to succeed so easily. Remember, after winning the title of Lantern Festival Scholar, he had not made further progress. He had taken exams for decades and, even when old, was still just a scholar. How long had Fu Yuanji been studying? At most, only a year and a half in their village, and before that, only a few years. Considering his age, he was still quite young. Such a young person was rare and hard to find in the entire prefecture. Although Fu Yuanji hadn't returned yet and stayed in the city, everyone hurried to congratulate Mrs. Chen, acting very flattering and enthusiastic. "Oh, sister-in-law, your Yuanji is really impressive. Yuanji is so talented. He's only been studying for a short time, and he's already a successful candidate. It shows he's very gifted. Maybe in the future, he'll even become a top scholar and bring honor to you. We're just waiting for you to rise in status and become an important person. Maybe you'll even become a noble lady someday. Oh, sister-in-law, your Yuanji is so amazing. When he comes back, can he teach my son? I don't ask for much, just for my son to pass the scholar exam. That would be a blessing for our family. In the future, our village will be known as the village of successful candidates. I heard successful candidates can become officials. So, Yuanji might be able to go and serve as an official." Mrs. Chen was overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm. Her face almost froze from smiling. She also handed out several strings of copper coins to the well-wishers, sharing the good luck with everyone. Fortunately, Wen Shi was nearby to help, or she wouldn't have been able to entertain so many people. Finally, after sending everyone home, the Fu family could finally relax. Mrs. Chen looked at Wen Shi standing beside her and said with a bright smile, "Lady Wen, thank you so much." Wen Shi replied, "No need to be polite. Our families are close, and it's only natural. If my son Xiao Jiang is lucky in the future, I'll also ask for your help." Mrs. Chen quickly said, "Of course. Xiao Jiang will definitely be successful. I'm just waiting to help him." Zhuo Shi watched as the two talked back and forth. Although their words were not very meaningful, neither of them seemed tired of talking. They kept chatting happily, and if no one stopped them, they might have talked for half an hour more. "Mother, the sky is getting dark. Let's hurry home. We also need to help Aunt Rong prepare food because we have to go out and sell things again tomorrow." Mrs. Wen finally agreed and took a few children home. Lusheng, walking at the back, hesitated for a moment and didn't follow. He turned to look at Mrs. Chen and quietly said, "Congratulations." Mrs. Chen's face was calm, and she smiled softly. "Thank you." Lusheng looked at her peaceful and bright face, feeling a deep bitterness inside. Since Mrs. Chen moved to Peach Village and lived next to their house, he had taken notice of her. Mrs. Chen was gentle and thoughtful in her actions, and she treated neighbors very well. Over time, the neighbors became more familiar with her and admired her personality and manners. Except for a few troublemakers, most people liked Mrs. Chen. Lusheng's family lived right next to Mrs. Chen's, so he interacted with her the most. He didn't know when exactly his attention toward her grew into affection. As time passed, this affection turned into love. But at that time, his parents wouldn't allow a young man like him, who is not yet married, to marry a widow with a child. He wanted to wait and find a way to persuade his parents, until later something happened to his family. After wandering for many years, he thought he would never see Mrs. Chen again. Unexpectedly, they met again in this way. Now that her son was so successful, he sometimes felt like a servant with a tattooed face, and the gap between them seemed even wider. It used to be that his family might not agree, but now he simply couldn't reach her anymore. Forget it. Whether in the past or now, he never expressed his feelings openly. It's better to keep it to himself. Just watching her from afar, knowing she's doing well, is enough. Fu Yuanji quickly returned from the capital city and held a grand banquet there. This time, he was even more humble in his attitude. At the same time, Song Yaowen also came back. This time, Song Yawen took the exam too and passed as a recommended scholar, but his rank was lower. According to the original story, Song Yawen was supposed to take the exam again after 3 years. However, because Fu Yuanji progressed quickly and said he wanted to try his luck, Song Yawen decided to try after discussing with him. His studies had been going well, but due to a lack of solid foundation, he was only a few places away from the top scholar after 3 years, and he barely passed the exam. When Zwisher learned about this, she was momentarily stunned. She thought the story was going off track. If they could start so high, would they lose their good luck in future exams? She remembered that the male lead was considered a top student during his exam. But with his current results, if he took the exam again in the capital, he definitely wouldn't be a top student. Zwisher thought maybe she was mistaken. Perhaps Song Yawen, after 3 more years, would go to the capital and pass the exam, so everything was still under control. After they returned, the village held a big celebration to congratulate the 2 men on passing the imperial exam. Zhang Jinwang was especially excited. He never expected that 2 top students would come from their village this time. He felt he could now stand tall among the village heads within 10 or even 20 miles. He never imagined such great honor would come to Qingchuan village. When he went to the county magistrate praised him and awarded them a prize. This made him proud and confident in front of others. "I knew it. I knew you all were good kids. Look at how hardworking and talented you are. In the future, people from Qingchuan village will have face everywhere. Our village has become famous as a village of scholars, ha ha ha." That day, Zhang Jinwang was very happy and drank a lot again. When helping his 2 sons home, he was still arguing and talking loudly. Everyone was happy because there was good food, and they didn't have to give many gifts. The 2 families even gave some money as a reward. Not only that, the county magistrate personally came to their village to join the feast. That was a big honor. Some people had never seen the magistrate in their lives, and now he was sitting in Qingchuan village, eating with them. Especially, the magistrate also talked to Zhang Jinwang and praised his good management and how he raised such talented children in front of everyone. Although the magistrate only said a few simple words, Zhang Jinwang felt proud. He respectfully saw the magistrate off after only 2 drinks. When he turned around, he drank even more and walked with a swagger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so drunk today. But the happiest person was Qinsher. She remained calm, even when others came to congratulate her and offer her drinks. She looked composed, which amazed everyone in the village. Look at Madame Chen. Her son just achieved such a big success, and she's still so calm. So steady, just like a noble lady. Compared to others, Song Yawen's mother, Lady Lu, was a bit overwhelmed, but if it were me, I would also find it hard to control myself. Controlling oneself? If my son were so talented, I would be even more proud than Lady Lu. Look at his son and then look at yours. The woman pinched her son's ear, disappointed. You still dare to say that your teacher didn't teach you well. Every time you come back, all you do is play. And you say that you're so talented these days that you don't need to study. Think about it, you took the imperial exam twice and still didn't pass, but he already passed the provincial exam. How can you compare yourself to me and your father? Dezhu was scolded again. When I go back, I must remind him to study hard, or he won't pass in the future. If he doesn't pass, all that money will be wasted. Yes, I also want my son to become an official. I want my husband to become an official too. She's a noble lady. Oh, sister-in-law, you know so much. Because the county magistrate arrived, the banquet at the Fu family's house reached day. People from the neighboring village heard about it and came to see the magistrate. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, he had already left. I knew I should have come earlier. Sigh, what a pity. I miss seeing the magistrate. The latecomers felt very disappointed. If they had known the magistrate was coming, they would have waited at the Fu house, missing the chance to meet a high official. After everyone was sent off, Mrs. Chen's face became stiff. She had almost smiled until her face was frozen, and although she hadn't spoken much, maintaining that expression was very tiring. Mother, I plan to take the imperial exam again in 3 years. I don't feel confident about next year's exam, Fu Yuanji said. Mrs. Chen replied, "You decide for yourself. When you feel ready, then take the exam." She hadn't originally planned for Fu Yuanji to take the imperial exam so soon. Such things couldn't be arranged just by her. It depended on his ability and luck. Just as Fu Yuanji was planning to focus on studying and wait 3 years before taking the exam, a major event happened. Prince Jingnan and the Nanzhao Kingdom colluded and launched a sudden attack, capturing 8 southern prefectures of Great Wei. Among them, Qingping, Anping, and Chongping prefectures were taken by Prince Jingnan. Prince Jingnan's rebellion aimed to seize the southern cities and use them as bases to oppose the imperial court. The emperor was furious and sent the Duke of Shun to suppress the rebellion. However, before he left, chaos broke out again in the northern grasslands, with fierce fighting, so the Duke of Shun was sent to the north instead. So, the southern region was once again assigned to General Biao Qi, Zhang Haichang. When Zhang Haichang arrived, he was ambushed and attacked by people sent by King Jingnan. The journey was very difficult. After narrowly escaping the attack, he reached the south, but the forces of the Nanzhao Kingdom were still chasing and blocking him. The worst part was that their supplies were cut off by local people. King Jingnan used a lot of resources to monitor Zhang Haichang and even managed to seize some of the imperial grain supplies. When news of this spread, the court of the Great Wei dynasty was shocked. The emperor was furious. He publicly listed King Jingnan's crimes, calling him a traitor, and announced plans to send more troops to fight Nanzhao and King Jingnan. He also called on soldiers from all regions to fight against the rebels and vowed to capture and execute King Jingnan's family. An official proclamation was widely spread across the land. Nanzhao wants to attack us. We know this because they've fought us several times before. But King Jingnan was supposed to be a protector in the south, fighting against Nanzhao. Now he suddenly betrays us, and we don't understand why. I heard that King Jingnan rebelled because he felt he was treated unfairly by the court. Nonsense. King Jingnan is a traitor and a rebel. He colluded with Nanzhao, betraying our people. And he dares to say he was unfairly treated? Who does he think he is? Besides, they just want to fight the emperor and take the throne for themselves. It's making life impossible for our people. You don't know how hard it was for the people in Qingping, Chongping, and Anping prefectures. They were conscripted as soldiers, and many fled to the mountains to escape. Life was almost impossible, so tragic. To keep these people from leaving, King Jingnan stationed heavy troops at the city gates. Anyone trying to leave was immediately killed if they resisted the soldiers. I heard that these 3 prefectures were heavily taxed, and everyone was arrested. They couldn't farm anymore, and they were also attacked by Nanzhao soldiers. The court's troops didn't care about their safety. When fighting broke out, King Jingnan led the attack against the imperial soldiers. Think about it, ordinary people with no weapons trying to survive. What can they do? The court kills them, and King Jingnan kills them too. Nanzhao continues to kill. Can't they give us a way to live? People who have returned from fighting say that these 3 service workers are in a terrible state. Almost all of them have become isolated in their towns and are afraid to stay at home, fearing they will be captured and used as human shields at the front lines. Prince Jingnan is really unreasonable. If he wants to rebel, just do it. Why treat the common people so badly? That's funny. If they are rebelling, who cares about rules? Anything can be done for victory. The winners take everything, and the lives of ordinary people are nothing. Is the throne more important? Even when the emperor was fighting to unify the country, he didn't care about the lives of the people. When it was time to kill, he killed. When it was time to steal, he stole. If Prince Jingnan didn't do these things, how could he become emperor? While everyone was talking about these things, the people locked in these 3 cities suffered. Qingchuan village is a remote village. When Prince Jingnan first rebelled, it didn't affect them. But as time went on, soldiers started coming to Qingchuan village too. When soldiers arrived, they forced people to join the army. Every man over 13 had to go to fight. Others were kept in place and arranged according to needs. If the front line was dangerous, they would send these people to be human shields. If the front was safe, they would help in the military camp. The Zhou family and Fu family refused to serve the rebels. Let's go. We'll hide deep in the mountains. When the soldiers can't find us, we'll stay hidden for a few years until the fighting stops, Mrs.
Chen said.
I didn't expect to escape and still face such trouble. Sigh, everywhere is chaos, Mrs. Chen added. She had already hidden in the war zone for a few years. After finally having a few good days, she didn't expect to encounter this. Prince Jingnan, he's really irresponsible. Fu Yuanji hesitated. It's better to hide somewhere else. Maybe go to the capital. Zhuo agreed. Morning should be safe, but I heard there are people blocking the city gate at Fuqing. We can't get out. In Qingping Prefecture, Chongping Prefecture, and Anping Prefecture, the area has already fallen. Prince Jingnan and the Nanzhao Kingdom occupy these places. To escape, they can only head north toward the capital. The road north is heavily guarded. The rebels are fighting the Imperial Army. During the battle, no one cares about their safety. If they try to escape, they will surely be caught and killed. Maybe we should hide for now and see how things develop, Mrs. Wen suggested. If we don't get the message out and get caught, our whole family's lives will be in danger. Wenshi said, if we hide well and have many people together, make good plans, and stay deep in the mountains and forests, farming and raising livestock, maybe we can live a better life. Wenshi no longer had hope for the rebels or the soldiers of the court. Uncle Lu, what do you think? Zhuo asked. Everyone looked at Lu Sheng. Among us, only Lu Sheng is an adult man. Even Fu Yuanji is only 14 and still a boy. Maybe we should go deep into the mountains. We can hunt and farm to get some food. Maybe we'll even meet other people. If the rebels dare to catch us, we'll fight them, Lu Sheng said.
Fu Yuanji nodded.
Okay, let's do that. If the food is bad and they give us no way to live, then we have to fight our way out ourselves. But with so few of us, we should stay cautious. Besides Uncle Lu, who else can fight better than others? Everyone awkwardly smiled. It's not really like that. Besides Lu Sheng, we're mostly old, weak, sick, women, children, and the elderly. There's no time to waste. Let's pack up quickly and go, Zhuo said. Zhuo asked, I talked to old Chu. Their family will stay with the village chief's family. Most people in the village follow the village chief. Most are good people, but some are unpredictable. These unpredictable people often bring disaster. Zhuo doesn't want to stay with such people, those who can't accomplish anything and cause trouble. Unless these troublemakers are removed, but given the village chief's love for the villagers, that's unlikely. Maybe we should ask other families? More people would be good. If something happens, we'll have support. Or we could ask about Tian Yangzi's family, Qinshi suggested. Wenshi thought for a moment and asked everyone's opinion. Everyone agreed it was a good idea. So Wenshi went to Zhou Dazhuang's house to ask for their opinion and successfully convinced them to join. Zhuo said, it's not a big deal. We'll go up the mountain together, stay away from those suspicious people, avoid contact with them, and just protect our interests. Just stay alert. Everyone agreed. Their main reason for not joining the main group was safety. They didn't want to be betrayed or cause trouble, so they preferred fewer people but safer. Everyone went to find their friends and families and agreed to go to the mountains to hide from the disaster. Everyone who could run fled, the older people who couldn't move, and those with no relatives at home were left behind, waiting for death. To survive and avoid being drafted as soldiers or used as human shields on the battlefield, everyone fought hard. They packed essential items, pots, bowls, clothes, shoes, and all their food, and took their livestock and transportation like carts. One sunny morning, they headed into the mountains in different directions. Because many people knew what was happening and their village, Qingchuan, was quite far from the big mountains, they had to go further to find more remote areas. There were mountains behind them, but if they didn't go farther, they would be discovered. They saw others hiding nearby being captured by rebels, so they had to go deeper into the mountains. However, somehow, no matter how far they ran, some people still followed them. The rebels rode horses and pulled carts, stirring up trouble among everyone they met. Old, weak, women, children, and even young men. All were captured.
We can't fight these people.
It's like wolves attacking sheep, taking everything without mercy. They're not human. If we're going to die anyway, better to fight back than be taken. Maybe we can escape and save a few people.
Exactly.
At worst, we die. We're going to die anyway. If we fight ourselves, we might earn a little money. Killing one is worth it. Killing two is a bonus. During the next 3 days of hiding and running, they saw several groups fighting the rebels. The fighting was intense, but the villagers had little chance to resist. They only had farming tools like hoes, knives, and sticks. The rebels were well-equipped and skilled, but they vastly outnumbered the villagers. The villagers were often killed or forced to flee. In the fight, both sides got hurt. The rebels had strict orders to capture able-bodied men, so the villagers kept chasing and escaping, and the fighting never stopped. The front lines and the back lines were both tense. The villagers had no way out. Some started banding together, taking over mountains and becoming bandits, passively turning into outlaws. They fought against the rebels and also against other villagers. Given the chaotic situation, no one can safely farm in the mountains. There's no telling if the land they plant today will be taken away tomorrow, or if they will no longer be in the same place when it's time to harvest. Sometimes they are lucky enough to stay, but their crops might still be stolen. What should we do? How will we get food? Many villagers ask. If things continue like this, they will have no way out. So, when everyone is struggling to survive, the villagers reduce their conflicts and unite as much as possible. Besides a few traders, all the villagers fight back against the rebels. They fight because they share a common goal, and the people who help them reach this agreement are Fu Yuanji and Lu Sheng. If everyone is captured by the rebels, the village will be left empty. During this time, Zuosher used the system to gather a lot of food and gave it to Fu Yuanji, who took it to negotiate and strengthen their group. Gradually, these two became the leaders of the villagers. With strong fighters, clever minds, and good logic, they grew stronger as they aged. With Zuosher's help, the villagers hiding in the mountains are actually living quite well. The rebels still occasionally come up the mountain to take some villagers and food or attack them, trying to force them down to farm. But the villagers on the mountain have already gathered under Lu Sheng and Fu Yuanji's leadership. They farm on the mountain and struggle to survive. Days pass, and although Zuosher uses the food system to help, life is still hard. However, as the rebels are gradually defeated and the villagers start producing enough food themselves, plus Zuosher often cooks and trades, they get more food from the system. Zuosher not only stores the food in the system, but also sometimes trades with other villagers on the mountain. They are very lucky because the system has a storage function. No matter how much they put in or take out, the items stay the same and don't spoil. This system is very powerful. In the following years, Zuosher feels life is not as difficult as before. The rebels' power is gradually being suppressed by the soldiers from the court. After 3 years, they finally managed to leave this place, but Zuosher chose not to go. Instead, he used the system to do business with the soldiers, occasionally trading grains and other supplies. He also followed his troops to fight rebels and loot gold, silver, and treasures. 2 more years passed, and the war finally ended. The northern grasslands had already been defeated 2 years earlier, and a peace treaty had been signed. The southern Yao kingdom was subdued, and King Jingnan lost his support, leading to his quick defeat. He was captured and sent to the capital. This political upheaval is called the Jingnan Campaign. Sure enough, war, burning, killing, and looting are the fastest ways to gather wealth, Zuosher said, looking at the items piled up in the system. Over the past 5 years, he accumulated a lot of wealth, not only from seizing rebel assets during the chaos, but also from selling grain, which earned him a lot of money. Now, he has enough capital to start any business. Of course, this wealth wasn't earned by him alone, but was the result of everyone working together. Zuosher is very happy that they are now safe. From the sky, they see gold, but for ordinary people like them, there are no other punishments. Instead, a new official was sent to their area, and they were told to go down the mountain and return to their villages to farm. The officials and the court want the 3 cities, Qingping, Chongping, and Dingping, to stabilize quickly and the rebellion and rebuild after the war. Finally, after 5 years, Zhuo and his friends came out of the deep mountains. They no longer needed to worry about going to the battlefield, so they immediately returned to their hometowns. However, Zhuo and his friends decided not to stay in Qingchuan village anymore. They planned to go to the capital. They wanted to settle in the city. Not only would they find a safe environment, but some of them had also passed the exam to become officials. After a year or two of review, they could take the imperial exam. Having experienced years of war, they all understood how important it is to live in peace. To live well, in ancient times, you need not only wealth, but also a good status. So, they aimed to take the exam, get promoted, and become officials. They wanted to protect the people they care about and become successful in life. No one can adapt to hunger, poverty, or a monotonous life forever. They hope to change their situation and work hard to live a better life. After some discussion, the two families reached an agreement. There was no need to repair the house anymore. In the future, they would just buy a new house in the capital to live in. Since Qingchuan village was not their hometown, rebuilding after the war was both time-consuming and exhausting. They didn't need to stay and farm there, so the Left family and the Fu family were the first to leave Qingchuan village. Yuanji, you're going to the capital? Why so sudden? Zhang Jinwang asked anxiously when he heard the news. Fu Yuanji replied, I fought for 5 years and missed a lot of my studies. I want to go to the capital to study properly. Maybe I'll have the luck to do better. Zhang Jinwang thought this was a very good idea. It was right to work hard for their future. Since 5 years had already been wasted, and if he didn't grow up soon, more opportunities would be lost. He kept his advice to himself. Be careful on the way. If you hear any news, send a letter to Uncle. I'll watch over your house and find someone to help repair it. Go with no worries. Fu Yuanji quickly thanked him. Thank you, Uncle. I will work hard. When I get there, I'll bring you a gift. It's a bit complicated with the family matters here, so I've brought some money. Please help take care of everything and make the decisions. It's all in your hands. He also paid money for the Left family's house repairs. Please also watch over the Left family's house. This is money for the repairs. After some delay, Zhang Jinwang took the money. When they traveled with Fu Yuanji, they also managed to grab some money, but not as much as Fu Yuanji. Most of their time was spent farming deep in the fields, especially since Zhang Jinwang was quite old. Once everything was arranged at home, both families hurried off in a carriage to the capital. The journey was very difficult. Zhu Shi, who had never traveled such a long distance before, felt like her whole body was falling apart. Traveling in ancient times was really tough. The wooden wheels of the carriage made loud noises and had no shock absorption. Every bump on the road made the ride bumpy, and she almost vomited her dinner from yesterday. She felt a bit carsick along the way. It was strange. She hadn't felt this before. If it was going to be this bumpy, she might as well ride a horse herself. The horses they used were also loot from the battlefield. Zhu Shi thought it was necessary to learn how to use the skill. Actually, she really wanted to find rubber in the food system to make a tire, so she could comfortably lie in the carriage and sleep. But her food system only included food items. Rubber was not part of it at all. She couldn't even find a rubber sapling, let alone make a tire. So, Zhuo Shi climbed out of the carriage and rode a horse herself. She had learned to ride a horse over the past 5 years. Just kidding. If the rebel army behind caught up, not knowing how to ride or being slow would only mean she'd be a target. Not only she, but even the youngest in their family, Zhujiang, had learned to ride and was quite good at it. Second sister, you should be careful. Don't wander outside, or you might feel uncomfortable again, Zhujiang said with a smile. Riding for a long time can chafe your thighs. It was because riding for a long time caused chafing, and she couldn't stop to rest. When the pursuers were behind her, she was in so much pain she cried. Zhuo Shi smiled and said, All right, don't scare me. It's not like it used to be. I've already practiced riding. After riding for about 3 hours, everyone in the family got off the horses, cooked food on the spot, rested for half an hour, and then continued their journey. They traveled for several days. After a few days, they encountered a group of bandits. The bandits, holding large knives and looking fierce, shouted at them. This road is mine to open. This tree is mine to plant. If you want to pass, leave some money for the way. Zhuo almost wanted to laugh. How long had it been since she saw such a scene? Especially the four bandits in front, thin and weak-looking, carrying big knives, with no real aura of menace. Zhuo suspected that Lu Xing could easily defeat them with just a single incense stick. Sure enough, Lu Xing silently stepped forward, swung his stick a few times, and before they could react, they were knocked to the ground. Seeing them run away in fear, Zhuo couldn't help but laugh out loud. It turns out they're so weak. They dare to rob people? They haven't even eaten enough. I could take them down in one move. Zhuo glanced at him calmly and said, "Stop bragging. Do you really think you're Uncle Lu?" The little incident on the road quickly passed. Despite some setbacks, like the journey being less enjoyable for the manager or driver and having to cook their own food sometimes, resting in remote wilderness, they still arrived safely in the capital. Looking at the tall, majestic city walls and the busy, lively scene, everyone was very excited. In the capital city, they had arrived. The Great Wei capital is a city with a long history, an ancient city of 6 dynasties. Even with changes in ruling dynasties, its deep cultural roots remain unchanged. Since the founding of Great Wei, it has only been 17 years, excluding 5 years of war, so it is a very young dynasty. The founding emperor, Emperor Xiaoming, rose from humble beginnings, united the land, established the country, and recently ended the rebellion of King Jingnan. He also stopped the ambitions of neighboring minority states to the north and south. He is a capable, strong emperor. He is not afraid of war or challenges. When governing the country, he is not stubborn or narrow-minded. He knows how to trust capable people and listens to advice. Overall, he is a tough but wise man, with intelligence, broad vision, compassion, and good strategies. Only someone living in the same era, with strong strength and similar abilities, can compete with him for power. Otherwise, with Emperor Xiaoming already holding the advantage, it's unlikely anyone can rebel successfully. After carefully studying this emperor of Great Wei, Fu Yuan and his companions decided not to go elsewhere or rebel with King Jingnan. Instead, they chose to settle down and develop well in Great Wei's capital. The capital is very prosperous, and they like it very much. Excited, they entered this vibrant city. They first rented a good inn, then strolled around the city, and even went to the pawn shop to find a matchmaker. Their goal was to buy 2 houses in the city. Staying at the inn was expensive, but since they could afford it, and since they decided to settle in the city, they definitely needed a house. Moreover, they had saved a lot of money over the past 5 years, enough to buy houses and shops and start a business. So, the first step to settling in the city was to buy a house. The houses in the east of the city are gone. People living in the east are mostly officials and noble families. The south is home to wealthy people with money or high status. But they don't want to live in the east, nor do they want to go to the western civilian area, so they stay in the south. As for the north, that's the royal area. So, how much money do you plan to spend on buying a house here? If you have more money, you can buy in the south. If not enough, then go to the west. The matchmaker explained clearly. Fu Yuanji thought clearly. Otherwise, let's go to the south of the city. With their current strength, living in the south of the city is possible. The house is something they will need for their whole life, so choosing a better environment is very important. Zhuo also agreed. Mrs. Chen asked, "How many houses are there now in the south of a city? Are there any nearby? Our 2 families want to buy 2 houses and hope to be neighbors. I need to ask first. If we don't need to be neighbors, then there are more options. Madam, would you like to inquire about a few more houses?" Zhong said, "Actually, it's not necessarily. If the neighbors are close, living in the same alley or lane is quite good." Wen thought for a moment and smiled, "Sister-in-law, why not listen to him? It's not always necessary. If 2 neighboring houses are a bit apart, that's also fine." Mrs. Chen said, "All right, you go ask first. We want to choose 2 good houses, bigger in size, preferably with courtyards, safe, comfortable, and elegant." Zhong smiled happily and said, "All right, there are a few houses here. Inside Huai Tree Lane, there are 3 houses. One is a 3-section courtyard with a large lake, about 20 acres, quite nice. The owner says it costs about 3,800 taels. Another is a 4-section courtyard, but without a lake. It's also quite large, with a water well and a rockery, about 30 acres. It costs around 5,000 taels. The third is also a 3-section courtyard, very large and well-built. If you want to renovate, it will probably be a bit of work. It's about 30 acres and costs 4,200 taels. One was tempted after hearing this. After exchanging glances with Mrs. Chun, she said, "Sister-in-law, why don't we go see and pick a good one?" Mrs. Chun nodded in agreement. Yes, we should go see. Only after seeing it can we buy a good one. When Zhong heard their words, he realized there was a chance. He originally thought these two families weren't dressed very luxuriously and their fabrics weren't very good, but after hearing their requirements, he followed the principle of not offending clients and carefully introduced options based on their needs. He thought they wouldn't buy very large courtyards or spend too much silver, so he was a bit worried about whether he could make the sale. Many people, upon hearing the price, would change their expressions and stop looking. But these two families really had enough silver to buy the houses.
Oh,
This is a big client. As long as we can complete these two deals, each deal will earn him over 100 taels of silver. We must take good care of him. Yes, that's right. Let's go take a look. The house is right there. We'll carefully examine it inside and out, study it thoroughly, and then decide whether to buy. The middleman spoke enthusiastically to the group, even specially finding a carriage from the pawnshop to take them there. They quickly got in and headed to Huai Tree Alley. Huai Tree Alley is in the southern part of the city, named after a large locust tree at the entrance. The tree is so big that 3 or 4 people could hold it with their arms. It's tall, with many branches and leaves, and looks quite old. On both sides of the street, there are many houses of different sizes, arranged in a somewhat irregular but neat way. The area looks clean and well-kept, giving it a unique charm. They followed the middleman and first went to the first house. This house has 3 courtyards, making it easy to go in and out. The layout is good, with a large lake. The lake made Zhuo think of a fish pond that Jia Ruzhu once dug. He felt a little uneasy at first, but he knew he was overthinking. The lake could have lotus flowers, be used for boating or other activities. It didn't have to be just a fish pond. But since he was already imagining things, Zhuo's thoughts about the lake weren't very good. They decided to look at the second house later. The second house has 4 courtyards and is quite large. It also has a lake and a rockery. Everything is well prepared, giving off a sense of wealth and elegance. Both the Fu family and the Zhuo family liked it. After discussing, they decided to see the third house before making a final decision. The third house is bigger than the second, but its features are slightly less luxurious. Zhuo prefers larger rooms and wants to arrange and design the rooms himself. After discussing, the Fu family bought the second house with 4 courtyards, and the Zhuo family bought the third house with 3 courtyards. This deal earned the middleman nearly 300 taels of silver. He was so happy it was like eating honey. He felt energized and confident, ready to take on anything. Ladies, gentlemen, young ladies, and young masters, here is the deed to our house. We will go to the government office to have it officially registered. The house now belongs to you. You can buy a few servants to help clean the yard and add some cooks or seamstresses, then you can move in. The middleman explained. His suggestion was quite reasonable, as he considered many things for them. So, they went to the pawn shop and bought a few servants to bring home. Luckily, they managed to buy someone who had previously served in the household of the Minister of War. Why are servants from the Minister of War's household being sold here? Zhuo asked. The middleman smiled and said, Miss, you've asked the right question. There was an incident in the south. The Minister of War has some connections with the southern king Jingnan, so he was executed, his family was confiscated, and he was exiled. Not only the Minister of War's family, but many others were also involved. We won't go into details now, but all the people here are innocent and their possessions are legal. Don't worry, buying them won't cause trouble. Zhuo nodded. That's good. If they had bought some problematic servants, she would feel it was unfair. So, they chose a family that used to serve as the housekeeper for the Minister of War's household. The family's name was Yongli. Yongli was in his 40s, looking energetic and healthy. He had a goat beard and an ordinary appearance, but he looked quite clean. His calm eyes showed he had experienced serious situations. The middleman smiled and said, "Miss, if you don't buy this foreign housekeeper, many others would be willing to buy him. It's just good luck that you arrived just now." Zwasher said, "All right, then I'll buy the whole family." Yongli heard this and looked at her without speaking. Seeing his reaction, Zwasher said, "I know you used to be a housekeeper for a lecherous family. You've probably seen many officials and noble people, experienced grand scenes, and had many exciting moments. But now, the household of the Minister of War is gone. You should let go of the past and live a simple life. Although I can't promise that you'll be as impressive in my house as before, at least there's no risk, and you can live peacefully. Life is more important than anything else, so I hope you can settle down and work well in my home. If you really don't want to, you can say so. When others come to buy, I don't want to buy someone who is still loyal to their old master and harbors resentment." Left Poet's words are very clear. Zwasher spoke plainly. The middle-aged man looked at Zwasher in surprise, not expecting her young age to give her such insight. Yongli was stunned, watching Zwasher and then looking at the people behind her. Seeing that they were mostly women and children, and not seeming to come from a wealthy family, he realized that her words clearly defined her position, her demands, and her hopes, as well as what she could offer in return. The family of the official was in trouble, and since they were registered with the authorities and being sold to buyers like Wei Lu and others, there was no way to escape their current situation and status. They could only choose a relatively better master. Judging by their faces, this family seemed kind and sincere, so perhaps they could be chosen? Yongli hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "All right, as long as the young lady buys our family and keeps us together, and once we are with the master's family, we will do our best, not be mistreated, and be loyal to her family." He spoke sincerely. Yongli understood that they were about to be sold, and since that was unavoidable, it was better to choose someone themselves and get a better deal. If they were sold to high officials, they might already have their own servants, and they would only be minor figures running errands. But following Zwasher's family, based on the members' appearances, he believed they would have a household steward once they arrived. Better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. He, who was used to being a steward, would find it hard to accept being ordered around by others.
So they signed a sales contract.
Yongli's family had 5 members: himself, his wife, their son Yang Yongsheng, his wife, and their grandson Yang Xiaochong. After buying their family, plus Lu Shen and others, they had enough to manage daily life, so they didn't buy more. Instead, the Fu family bought some servants: a steward, a cook, a seamstress, a rough maid, and a young scholar. They bought many people, and then bought a lot of supplies. When they returned to the inn, the entire carriage was packed full. The next day, they moved into many purchased houses, hired workers to repair the yards, and gradually tidied up the homes. The 2 families lived not far apart, separated by a small alley, with just a few households in between. Walking there only takes about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Then they start cleaning their homes. The Wen family is busy making clothes for their family members. Zhuohua is busy writing a new picture book. His first book is finished, and he's working on the second one. It tells the story of a woman named Du Jiao who is reborn. The story idea was provided by Zhua himself. Zwasher is busy buying a building to open a restaurant. The food system says that if she doesn't open a restaurant to serve delicious food, it would be a waste. She has already chosen a good location for the restaurant and even thought of a name: Yipinju, first-class residence. Zhuge and Zhujiang are helping the Wen family organize various affairs at home. The most important task is to arrange for the 2 children to go to school. During the 5 years of war, everyone was busy trying to survive. Although Zwasher paid attention to their education and taught them many characters in her free time, without formal learning, they still lacked some knowledge. So, the children are learning characters at home first. Once Wen-shi finds good teachers for them, they will go to a school to study. The Fu family is even busier. Mrs. Chen plans to develop a large piece of land for farming and also intends to make rouge and open a shop selling rouge. Fu Yuanji is busy looking for a school to study in. His most important task now is studying. There are more than 6 months left before the next year's imperial exam, and he's unsure if he can catch up with the upcoming provincial exams. If he misses them, he would have to wait 3 more years. He feels he's already lost so much time and doesn't want to wait that long, so he's studying tirelessly. He's working harder than when preparing for college entrance exams, postgraduate exams, or doctoral exams. His main weakness is his lack of understanding of ancient culture. Other than that, he's confident he can pass the imperial exam if guided properly. If he can't succeed now, he plans to wait 3 years. After all, he will only be 22 then, and he's not in a hurry. But before that, he needs to do one thing: get engaged to Zhuoshi. At 19, he hasn't been engaged yet, which is considered quite old for a young man in ancient times. However, Zhuoshi is only 14 and still a minor. If he doesn't get engaged soon, Mrs. Chen will be worried. Recently, she's been urging him both openly and secretly to get engaged. Fu Yuanji tries to resist. "Mother, let's wait until I finish the exams. Once I pass the imperial exam, then we can talk about getting engaged." Mrs. Chen frowned and said, "You're saying that if you don't pass this exam, you won't pass the next one either. So why keep waiting?" Fu Yuanji was about to reply but was interrupted by Mrs. Chen. "Don't say you're definitely going to pass. No one can be sure about things that haven't happened yet. Getting engaged is just getting engaged. I think the girl from the writer's family is pretty good. Just pick one, and that's fine. Is it Xiaoshi? I used to think you liked Xiaohua, but I didn't expect it was Xiaoshi. Anyway, both are fine. You decide."
Fu Yuanxi.
"Mother, you really have sharp eyes." I can't even argue back. So he decided to talk to Zhuoshi to get some clues. "My mother wants me to get engaged soon. How about Xiaoshi? Should we get engaged?" When Fu Yuanji said this, he looked into Zhuoshi's eyes, trying to seem calm, but inside, he was very nervous. "I'm only 14, Zhuoshi said expressionlessly. "Ahem, it's just an engagement. In ancient times, if I didn't get engaged soon, my mother would throw me out," Fu Yuanji said with a bitter smile, repeating what Mrs. Chen had told him. "Look, we're in ancient times now. It's just a preliminary agreement, not a final decision. Besides, I still need to take the imperial exams. Even if I pass and we get married later, I wouldn't do anything to you before you're grown up. Our engagement can be settled, so I don't have to worry about being forced into marriage after the exams. You don't need to worry about your family saying it's better to get engaged early. I'm afraid someone might take you away." Zhuoshi stared at him in shock. "How could you think like that?" Fu Yuanji said, "I'm 19 this year. In ancient times, that's the age to be engaged. We only didn't do it because of the war. If it were a normal time, we'd probably be engaged already." Zhuoshi was silent. What he said was true, but getting engaged at 14 felt a bit early to her. She said, "But my eldest sister isn't even engaged yet. In ancient times, respecting elders was important. Shouldn't she be engaged first? If we get engaged first, what about my sister?" Fu Yuanji was stunned. "I didn't think of that. Actually, since Xiaohua hadn't been engaged yet, it wouldn't be right for Zhuoshi to get engaged first." So Fu Yuanji said, "Let's agree. Once Xiaohua gets engaged, then we will too." Zhuoshi nodded.
Okay.
In fact, they had already reached this understanding long ago. Colleagues from modern society have traveled through time and now live together. They are very familiar with each other, with complementary personalities and no issues with character. They have also experienced war together. After going through so much, how could they not develop feelings? How could they marry someone else? "I feel like I've lost out a bit," Zhuoshi said reluctantly. "I haven't grown up yet, and before you even chased me, we were already engaged." "It's really unexpected." Fu Yuanji smiled and said, "How can that be called losing? I'm a good young man. I will treat you well for life. I listen to you, don't take concubines, and can give you a good life." We share the same values and ideals. Where can you find someone as good as me? Zhuo said, you're bragging again. You think you're perfect, but I don't believe I can't find a good man. Haven't you seen in novels? When a woman travels back, she always meets good men.
Fu Yuan si chuckled.
That's just in stories. The male protagonists in novels always have it easy, winning battles, gathering followers, and becoming emperors. Zhuo replied that well, maybe. We haven't traveled before, and it's our first time. Who knows what will happen? We're not living in fairy tales, so why believe everything in those stories?
Fu Yuanji said, exactly.
Live in the real world, in the present. Look at me. I'm right here in front of you. Why don't you see me and cherish me? Zhuo sneered, get lost. What are you talking about? How could she not cherish the person right in front of her? That kind of talk is just nonsense. Fu Yuanji smiled and said, all right. Let's get engaged first. After that, we can date properly. I promise I won't skip any steps. Zhuo snorted, we'll see how you perform. I still need to observe. Right now, Fu Yuanji seems like a good match, but who knows what the future holds. She doesn't want to make a quick decision about someone for a lifetime. Don't worry. I'll show you I can do well, Fu Yuanji said. My wife needs to watch me carefully. If I don't perform well and she chooses someone else, I'll be heartbroken. There's only one person he can talk to in both lives. If the person he cares about most is truly lost because of him, he wouldn't know what to do. When Qinshe heard this, he immediately went to talk to Zhuo. Whether or not they get engaged, he wanted her to understand his feelings first. After getting her answer, Fu Yuanji went back to tell Qinshe. Mrs. Chun sighed. This is indeed a problem. But they had only experienced 5 years of war. During such times, who would arrange marriages for their daughters? It seems I was too impatient. This matter should be postponed for a while. Thinking of this, Mrs. Chen decided to visit the Zhao family in Zhuo village. When Mrs. Chen arrived, Mrs. Wen quickly poured her some tea. Mrs. Wen asked, how is the house being tidied up? Are the servants still obedient? Is everything going smoothly? Mrs. Chen replied, it's fine. Once they get used to it in a few days, there won't be any problems. They talked about household matters for a while, exchanging polite greetings. Mrs. Chen asked, have you visited the neighbors nearby? Maybe tomorrow we can go visit them together? Since they had just moved in, it was proper to greet the neighbors. She invited Mrs. Wen to go along. First, it would be good to have a companion during the visit, and second, they could get to know the neighbors better. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. It's good to make friends. All right, let's go together, Mrs. Wen agreed. Thinking about visiting neighbors, they also needed to prepare some gifts. So they planned to cook some snacks to give as presents. Although they weren't expensive, it was a kind gesture. They arrived in the capital in March during spring, so there were many things they could do. How about making locust tree cakes?
Mrs. Wen suggested.
They're simple to make, and since we live in Locust Tree Alley, I know how to make them. It's quite fitting. Mrs. Chen said, I don't know how to make locust tree cakes. I'll go to the market first to buy some snacks and fruit to give to them. It will help make a good impression. So, the two of them split up and each went to prepare. Mrs. Wen went to the alley under the locust trees. She asked around and found out that the locust trees in the alley could be used to pick some locust leaves, since these trees were planted by ancestors and didn't belong to any one family. Everyone could use them when needed, so Mrs. Wen didn't hesitate to help herself. Along with her was Zhuo. Besides Zhuo, the other children had gone to the academy to study, so the task of making the cakes fell to Mrs. Wen, Aunt Rong, and Zhuo. Actually, the Yang family was also involved, but Mrs. Wen arranged for them to stay at home to clean and tidy up, so they didn't come along. Mrs. Wen looked at the locust trees with a nostalgic expression. These locust trees are really good. When we were fleeing during hard times, we mainly used their leaves and grass to make vegetable cakes. They kept us fed and even helped us exchange for money. When speaking about this, Wen couldn't help but think of Zhuo Danqiu and the Zhuo family, who had disappeared without a trace. Her expression grew dull. She hadn't thought of them in a long time, but sometimes, due to strange thoughts, she would remember them. Qinshe deeply agreed. Isn't that right? During times of war, Forget about the locust trees, even the bark and leaves. As long as it fills your stomach, anything is edible. They had lived through hard times, so they were especially grateful and cherished their current life. A woman walking nearby overheard their conversation and couldn't help but gasp. Was it really that hard? Wenshi and Chinshi looked at her. The woman smiled shyly and said, I had only heard about it before, never seen it myself. When I heard you talk about it, it sounded so real that I couldn't help but ask. After speaking, her face turned red. Wenshi thought she was quite adorable, looking innocent and simple, without any scheming. Madam, do you live here? Wenshi asked. The woman blushed and nodded. Yes, I live in the 5th house inside. That's a coincidence. We also live in Huai Tree Alley, just moved in yesterday, Chinshi said. She pointed to the location of their house. We just want to go back to Huaihua to make locust cake and visit our neighbors tomorrow. Since you live here, you should be familiar with the people. Could you help us find our way and introduce us to some neighbors? The woman's eyes widened as she looked at them. You also live here? Did you just move in? Wenshi remembered hearing yesterday that 2 households had moved into Huai Tree Lane and was curious about who they were. Nothing had happened yet, and she was thinking of visiting them, but today she met them instead. Wenshi said, Yes, we just arrived yesterday. Chinshi asked, Madam, can you help us with this? Wenshi quickly nodded. Sure, I'll go with you tomorrow to help recognize the place. Then Wenshi stayed behind to talk with them, both sides trying to learn about each other's backgrounds. After Huai Tree was picked enough, everyone understood each other's basic information. Wenshi lived to the east of Wenshi's house. Her husband was also a scholar, having passed the provincial exam, and was preparing to take the imperial exam. When she heard that Chinshi's son had already become a successful candidate, she was very happy and said she wanted Fu Yuanji to give her husband some advice. The 2 women went with Wenshi to the Zhou family's house, where they were working on making locust cakes together. They each made a small basin, and after trying them, they found that the best-tasting one was made by Wenshi. Su was very surprised and said, Lady Wen, your daughter is amazing. Her cooking skills are so good. Did you already arrange a marriage for her? Wenshi awkwardly smiled. Mrs. Chen couldn't help but frown, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. Lady Wen smiled and said, Not yet. My daughters are still young and haven't married yet.
No rush.
Su suddenly realized and felt it was a bit inappropriate. They had just met today and only exchanged a few words, yet she was asking about her daughter's marriage prospects. It was a bit too forward for such a shallow acquaintance. But isn't that what women talk about when they gather? They usually discuss how many children they have, whether their children are engaged, and if their family is doing well. Besides that, they talk about makeup, clothes, and jewelry. Yes, why didn't she mention makeup, clothes, and jewelry? Or ask about their hobbies and leisure activities? Why focus only on whether her daughter is engaged? She must be so slow-minded. Even inviting them to ride horses together would be better than asking about marriage. Su felt very annoyed. Lady Wen noticed her discomfort and quickly tried to smooth things over. Since we are new here, we don't know much yet. In the future, we will need Lady Su's help. Good families will help us find out more. My eldest daughter is 16, the second is 14, the third is 12, and my youngest son is 9. So, we are not in a rush to marry them off. But if a suitable family comes along, we can consider it. Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen suddenly remembered. She had forgotten that the Zhou family had several children. This topic was very relevant for discussion. They might even need help spreading the word and finding a good match for Zhuohua. Mrs. Chen said, Yes, Lady Su, we will trouble you with this. But there's no rush. If a good match comes up, let us know first. If not, we can wait. Our little Hua and Xiaoshi are both very good girls. Su's face looked more natural and relaxed. Then I will ask around more? Mrs. Chen hurriedly smiled and said, Yes, ask around more. When you find someone suitable, tell us first. If there's a good match, we'll give you a big red envelope. Lady Wen. Wenshi. Is it really necessary to be so enthusiastic? It sounds like her daughter can't find a marriage partner at all. Seeing their expressions, Mrs. Chen realized she might have been too eager. As the mother of the bride, she should be more reserved. So she quickly added, "Actually, there's no rush. We can take our time. It's all for the sake of the children." Su Shi immediately understood that for the sake of the children, he should not do anything inappropriate, such as saying unsuitable words. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I understand. The girl is very good. I will make sure this matter is handled well." Wen Shi warmly invited Su Shi to stay for lunch, but Su Shi felt embarrassed to stay. It was his first visit, and eating at someone else's house was a bit awkward. So, Su Shi politely said goodbye and left with a smile. "Sisters-in-law, I will come to visit you tomorrow and take you to see the neighbors." After seeing Su Shi off, the two women looked at Shi. "Little Shi, the marriage arrangement shouldn't be discussed in front of you, but this matter is urgent. Your sister is already 16. If she doesn't find a good family soon, she'll be too old." Shi relaxed her shoulders and said, "If you want me to say, at her age, Hua is like a middle or high school student, still very young and not yet an adult. But in ancient times, she would already be considered an older girl, needing to get married quickly. It's hard for people to accept, but following local customs means saying what is appropriate in each place and singing what is suitable in each situation." She couldn't let Hua be left behind, so Shi understood. "Auntie, mother, I understand. I will help watch over my sister," Shi said. "Tomorrow, I will find a restaurant, gather everyone, and prepare to welcome guests." Mrs. Chun was surprised. "You're going to open a restaurant?" Shi nodded. "Yes, my skills are only good enough for that. I can't learn how to plant or make rouge like Auntie." Mrs. Chun smiled. "What I do isn't really a skill. You, on the other hand, can cook. Everyone needs to eat, but not everyone needs to make a living with rouge. Plus, Shi's cooking is very good. If she opened a restaurant in the capital, she could make a lot of money." She admired Shi's talent very much. She asked, "Will the restaurant be managed by Rong Auntie?" Shi nodded. "Yes, just like before." Mrs. Chen said, "Then Lady Wen, you should help keep an eye on things. Little Shi is capable, but she is still a child." Wen Shi smiled. "Of course, I will help watch over her." Although she didn't fully understand everything and left most matters to Shi, having her nearby helped reduce some worries. The next day, Wen Shi specially asked the children to leave school a little early and took them door to door to visit every household, sharing their wealth and good wishes with all the residents. Every household only managed to send a few locust bean cakes, some fruit, and a few snacks. Although these items are not very expensive, they are made with great care and have a good attitude. Shi smiled happily and looked very kind, so most people in Huai Tree Alley had a good impression of her. Since then, the two families settled in Huai Tree Alley, and the people there also got to know each other. They didn't become close friends, but after spending more time together, they started to have some interactions. Over time, based on their personalities, they formed closer or more distant relationships, with varying degrees of friendship. People on the Huai Tree knew about these two families, most focused on Fu Yuanji, the scholar. But Huai Tree is also home to many wealthy families, and scholars like him are quite common, so everyone just treated them normally. After visiting these neighbors, Shi often took Lu Sheng and Aunt Rong out to explore. Their main goal was to visit all the streets and alleys in the capital to find a good place for a restaurant. However, after several days of searching, they still hadn't found a suitable spot. Shi wanted to open a shop in the east of the city, because that area is full of wealthy families, has good security, and many people seeking connections with powerful figures like to go there. But it was very hard to buy property in the east, so they finally chose the south of the city instead. The south is also a good place, busy, lively, with many pedestrians, wealthy merchants, some officials of lower rank, and lots of people coming to visit. It's more lively and has a strong market atmosphere compared to the east. After choosing the location, Shi spent a lot of money to buy a small but well-located restaurant. It cost 3,000 taels, and the name was registered under her own name. Most of this money was earned through her gourmet system. She wanted to consider herself and not leave all her earnings to Zhujiang. She didn't want her family to think that all her hard work and money belonged to them. The Zhou family is quite democratic about this. For example, The monies Manhwa earned from writing stories belongs entirely to her. The monies Wago made from embroidery is also saved by herself. As for the greenhouse earnings, they are mainly kept for Zhujiang, but she also plans to leave some for her 3 sisters. In the future, she will also give some to her brothers and sisters, but she refuses to give everything to Zhujiang and make him a wealthy heir just because he's from the family. Sorry, Zhu sure cannot do that. After buying the restaurant and settling in, they also selected some managers and assistants. Most importantly, they hired a chef. They signed confidentiality agreements with the chef and managers, clearly defining their responsibilities. Especially the chef, who is not allowed to be in the restaurant all day cooking for others. In ancient times, it was not appropriate for her to show herself publicly, and she didn't have the desire to cook for others all day, which made her feel like a machine. So she only occasionally helped in the kitchen and assisted with managing the restaurant. Opening the restaurant was mainly to make money, not just to prepare delicious food for others. Her goal was very clear.